Far Cry is an iconic series, one that has gone through many revisions and changes over the years. But it's a series of games that's managed to capture the hearts of many, so today I'd like to talk about this beloved franchise. I'll be going through the Far Cry games and not only analyzing them, discussing their themes and messages, but also critiquing them along the way, providing my thoughts on what I believe a given game did well or didn't. Although of course I don't expect you to finish this video or even one chapter in one sitting, so feel free to take this long video at your own pace. As always, like the video if you enjoy and subscribe if you're new. Feel free to check out my other story videos here on the channel, whether that's the retrospectives and analyses like this one, or just straight to the point story videos, all in a variety of games and series. If you'd like to support me further, you can also donate to the Patreon for as little as $1 a month with the link in the description. And so, without further ado, let's get started. Most people know that Far Cry is a game made by Ubisoft, but it actually began with another company called Crytek. Founded by three brothers, Avni, Farouk, and Savat Yerli, they initially got their start in software development. Their first project was a tech demo called Exile Dinosaur Island, built using the studio's in-house Cry engine. The demo, which you can still find online, lets the user explore a tropical island filled with dinosaurs and birds. It also enables you to see the depths of its effects, like the ripples on the water or the reflections of the sun. There's no gameplay though, because it was only meant to serve as a tech benchmark, like many of the benchmark tools you'd see in a modern game, except this one was also interactive. Crytek showed this off to Nvidia back in 1999 at E3 and they were impressed. So impressed that they wanted to ship their new Nvidia cards with this demo as a software benchmark tool. Shortly after, the team then started getting into actual game development, with their first project being an FPS titled Angelus. This, however, fell through. Brian J. Audette, a lead level designer for Crytek, attributed the cancellation to the virtual office environment and a too wet behind the ears team. As we could see from an old build, the game looked like it was going for a cyberpunk vibe. Unfortunately, finding any working build for Angelus is next to impossible. All that exists is this fly-through tech demo. But if you'd like to see more of what Angelus has to offer, I'll leave a link to the video by the site Games That Weren't. The site's owner Frank was also nice enough to let me use their footage for this video, so huge shout out to him for that. Feel free to also check out their website and buy their book if you want to learn more about some unreleased games that never were. But with Angelus being cancelled, it seemed like all was lost, but hope was just over the horizon. Game publisher Ubisoft had become interested in Crytek thanks to the Exile demo, so much so that they wanted to hire Crytek to make a AAA game based on it. And from there, Far Cry was born. Already we can see the influences of Dinosaur Island. Far Cry, like the demo, takes place on its own tropical island. It doesn't have the dinosaurs unfortunately, but it does have some unique looking creatures that we'll talk about later. Far Cry 1's story begins extremely quickly with a man and a woman aboard a boat. That woman then leaves only for the boat to be shot at with a rocket launcher, all within about 10 seconds. The manual clarifies this a bit more. Quote, "Some claim Jack Carver left the Ocean Patrol in search of a new life. Others that he was ousted against his will. Whatever his reasons, Jack now goes where the currents carry him, transporting tourists and small cargo among the remote islands of the South Pacific. But when a fetching journalist hires him to escort her to an uncharted island in Micronesia, his sun-drenched life takes a chilling turn. Heading for a carefree utopia of white sands and crystal waters, Jack and journalist Valerie discover instead a jungle-turned battle zone. Behind the lush canopies and lazy hillsides, bent minds conspire, fashioning their dark agendas under the vicious guard of radically equipped mercenaries. Jack may not know yet, but he's a far cry from R&R. It's going to be an all-out war as he fights to outlast the evils of this vacation gone to hell. So Far Cry 1 is basically any generic action movie ever made. It's got a male main character with a damsel in distress who certainly does not have a secret agenda, and then later as we'll see it's got the big conspiracy-like sci-fi twist regarding the nature of the island. It's incredibly cheesy and that is a perfect way to describe this whole game, a bountiful harvest of succulent cheese. Far Cry 1 is not always meant to be taken seriously. It's about as serious as any other action movie. It's got serious moments like when a character may die, but its main draw is the action and the occasional comedy if it applies. That extreme pace in the cutscenes is also something I've continued to find hilarious. It's like the game refuses to allow the player to just sit with it for a second. It's always on to the next thing, never staying too long in a cutscene for possible fear that the player might get bored. Take this moment. Later in the game, Jack finally catches up to Valerie and needs to chase a chopper before she is taken away. Not only does one of the soldiers just shoulder her into the chopper for some reason, but while Jack is hanging on for dear life, Valerie dropkicks one of them out of the chopper and shoots the pilot, tells Jack the pilot is dead and that the chopper is crashing, and then kicks him off the chopper next. Or take this moment. Jack finally meets with Doyle, a scientist who he's been in contact with since he got to the island. This cutscene has like 4 abrupt cuts in it, where it goes from Doyle out on the water to right near the pier to back on the open waters to the next destination, all in a matter of like 20 seconds. I mean, damn, where's the foreplay? I feel like I just got here. It probably wasn't meant to be taken this way, but it was a constant stream of laughter for me with just how quickly we moved on to the next thing. While strange, it seems to have been completely intentional. In an interview with IGN before the game's release, 2 of the devs were asked about the action movie inspiration. Quote, "One gets a sense of a classic Hollywood action movie influence throughout Far Cry. What inspired you when it came to the story and dialogue? One man against incredible odds is a common theme for many action movies, so it was easy to glean inspiration from a variety of sources. Obviously, our tropical setting draws comparisons to movies like Predator, but we also considered other action flicks like Die Hard, T2, and True Lies. In regards to our story and Jack's character, we wanted a near-contemporary plotline that could coexist with our ultra-realistic rendered world. But we tried to balance that with characters and dialogue that had some levity and a sense of humor to keep the player entertained along the way. Far Cry 1 was meant to feel like a fast-paced action movie, so its fast abrupt cuts fit with its tone of its inspirations. As for the actual story itself, the beginning is all about trying to rescue Valerie. It's light on the story as it's still trying to get the player accustomed to the mechanics. Jack works with a scientist on the island named Doyle to find her. He tracks her location to a carrier not too far from where he washed up, but can only find her stuff. This is when we get introduced to the main villain, Dr. Krieger. He is so comically evil it is astounding. He's first seen addressing reporters at a conference. Krieger says that the research he is conducting is not only vital to the success of mankind, but that this is his destiny. He further said that he chose the island we're on because it's remote. It's away from international shipping lanes, so the outside world cannot disturb his work. If you have to move away from public view to get research done, I assume it's not for a good reason. The man says this openly in front of reporters, broadcasting to the public. There isn't a hint of self-awareness in him. But this is the first sign that not everything is as it seems here on the island. It's certainly peculiar why an entire batch of mercenaries were sent to guard the island and kill anyone who entered. Krieger and his experiments serve as the ultimate plot point. Rescuing Valerie is just the first part of the story. Krieger's is the second. His conference hinted at a grand experiment that he is conducting away from the eyes of the public. Entering a bunker later reveals that he is studying test subjects. He's worried that he may not be able to control them though, so he's considered implanting his DNA into them with the hope that this gives him some kind of control. Heading into a research lab, we see that the lab has been compromised. These mutated creatures are called Trigen. Dr. Krieger had used primates and injected them with a serum that then transformed them into these mindless creatures, fit with enhanced abilities like speed and strength. Owing to his comically evil personality, the game never actually explains why Krieger is doing this in the first place or why he believes this to be his life's work. Far Cry Instincts, a remake of Far Cry 1, explains that he did this to awaken hidden abilities that humanity once lost due to evolution. Assuming his motivation is the same, that would connect to his backstory, which is that he was fired from the Department of Defense for conducting human testing while looking at genetics research for combat purposes. The reveal of the Trigen, though, does remind me a little bit of the Flood's reveal from Halo. Not nearly as good, but it's got the same vibe. It starts with a lone merc getting clawed to death by one before it escapes. At this point in the game, every enemy you've come across was a human, so this would come off as quite the shock. There were some hints that something was happening on the island, such as with Dr. Krieger, but you can also find a board on the first level that shows a few images of Trigen with some notes next to it. The game then creates this slow build-up, first by letting you see the destruction of the Trigen, but only through quick glimpses. It then lets you see these creatures up close, giving you a chance to put to mind what you've been seeing, right before it lets them loose. Where Jack ends up is a large research facility sectioned off from the rest of the island. The mercs have built large tree houses like stations atop the trees. They've created their own little ecosystem here, so that research can be accurately conducted but contained. Thanks to Jack's efforts earlier though, which involved blowing up a radar array, the Trigen were able to use this chaos to their advantage and break out of the facility. Doyle mentions how, as far as he knows, the Trigen are just mutated primates, and that no humans are being experimented on. However, the different types of Trigen, specifically the ones that can shoot guns, certainly debunk that. The environmental details certainly add to the theory, while also showing off the depths of their research. It also goes to show the attitude of Krieger. He knew that the Trigen could not be contained. He never explicitly says that, but it's clear he was creating a miniature army here. These mercs were being used. They were to attack anything coming to the island, but something tells me they were not prepared for a Trigen uprising, nor does Krieger seem to care as it was all part of his plan. We'll see him later talking to Jack all while the Trigen are ripping apart the mercs on the island, and he doesn't seem to have a problem with it. Their job descriptions change from guards to test subjects very quickly. It's also here where Jack will rescue Valerie. As expected, she's not a reporter at all, but a CIA agent. She was sent here to re-establish contact with their undercover operative they lost contact with 10 weeks ago. As luck would have it, that contact was Doyle, so the two get reacquainted. Continuing to play off the typical action movies of the time, Valerie slowly becomes the love interest. The damsel in distress trope certainly applies here too, but that's thrown out the window once you realize she's CIA. The two start out on the wrong foot, given Valerie lied to him, not just about her job but also the experiments on the island. But as the story progresses, they start to loosen up to each other. There is rarely any affection and definitely no intimacy between the two, so if you blink you'll miss it, but she was certainly designed with this idea in mind. Had Far Cry 1 gotten a direct sequel, I would have certainly been interested in seeing where the story takes these two, but without it, it certainly leaves a lot to be desired. And that final statement actually reflects my feelings on the villains as well. Something that would come to characterize the series is the presence of complex and worthwhile villains. Far Cry is known for its villains, so much so that it became a major selling point for the series. They often have a sense of charisma that makes them extremely likable, despite being in direct opposition to the player. Their methods and motives are often the central part of the story and usually create a moral conflict within the player, as they question whether the villain was right all along. The villains of Far Cry steal the show whenever possible, making it feel like their respective games are really about them and we're just living in it. Here in Far Cry 1 though, that presence is seldom felt. Dr. Krieger and Richard Crow are some of the series' weakest villains. Far Cry 1 is not a complex, thought-provoking game, so its villains are equally not as complex. Dr. Krieger is an obsessed scientist who doesn't believe that morals and science should mix. He's created an army of super soldiers who have tried to revolt against him, while using the mercs as fodder to test his experiments. It's certainly villainous, but it lacks any real motivation outside of just being comically evil. He says that mankind needs these tests to be successful, but how does the world benefit from the Trigen? I'm not adverse to the idea that Dr. Krieger is a eugenics-obsessed madman who's trying to create the perfect being that will surpass humanity, but it's just evil for the sake of evil. Like, total global saturation levels of evil. Even Krieger himself says that it's a survival of the fittest, which basically means that everyone would die and then the Trigen would be left to wander until they all died out too. So it's not really clear what his goal was here other than ending the world. Crow is also just as bad of a villain. He's mainly meant to serve as a boss for the mercs both mechanically and narratively. You've been fighting mercs all game long, so why not cap it off by having you fight the strongest amongst them? Other than that, Crow serves very little purpose in the narrative. I won't lie, this series has certainly spoiled me when it comes to villains, and playing these earlier games has made me feel let down. Still, I think it's important to mention that two things can both be true. Far Cry 1 is not a morally complex game, it's a fun action movie flick made into a game. Motivations don't need to be any deeper than what's presented as you get what you pay for, but it's also not too outlandish to expect a bit more from them. This all ends with the final confrontation of Krieger. Having been kicked out of the chopper and left to fend for himself while the Trigen wreak havoc on the island, Jack confronts Krieger only to find that he himself has turned into a Trigen, and that Valerie's infected with the Trigen virus. Jack was also infected with this virus a bit earlier, so now both of them are at risk of becoming Trigen if they don't find the cure. Once Krieger is killed, it's revealed that Doyle was crossing everyone. He plans to take the Trigen virus and sell it as a bioweapon to the highest bidder. It's a nice, albeit cliché twist, but again, it doesn't really get deeper than that. Jack battles through the Trigen, kills Doyle, and then takes the antidote, saving both Valerie and himself while the two take the chopper out of there, and then the game ends. Although the ending of the game does leave a few breadcrumbs though. Doyle before his death said that Jack couldn't stop what's coming and that they sent him here. Valerie also reads a file on a Project Far Cry, teasing a potential sequel, one that unfortunately never got made. Far Cry 1's story is certainly a mixed bag. The story is fine for what it is, but I also wished for more. In these cases, I always try to see the game on its terms. It would be wrong of me to expect something from a game that was never planning on adding such a thing. I wouldn't exactly expect God of War to suddenly create a narrative on par with Nier Automata after all. That's ultimately why I'm pleased with the narrative. I'm always going to take a complex, deeply thought-provoking narrative over something simple, so I'm negatively biased towards this kind of narrative that Far Cry 1 has offered. I wish the villains had a bit more presence and clear motivations, as it would have heightened the overall experience for me. As then I could have created a personal connection, the way later villains in the series do. But I understand that Far Cry 1 was simply not designed around this kind of storytelling, and it was clear from the get-go that story was not the main focus during development, nor the main draw for fans. Far Cry 1's legacy rests in its multiplayer, level editor, and open world. Like any other game made in this era, Far Cry 1 had multiplayer. It's no longer populated, but it was an extra piece of content to play if you enjoyed Far Cry 1 and wanted more reasons to hop back in. The game also introduced a built-in level editor, letting you create your own maps and then send them to your friends. Creating your own Far Cry adventures, testing out other players' maps, and challenging your friends is a core tenet of Far Cry, and that all began here. But the open world is what seems to remain the central talking point for the game even today. Far Cry 1 is split into levels, and yet the levels are so expansive that they often give off an open world feel. Another core tenet of Far Cry is being able to tackle outposts any way you please, whether that's using stealth or going in guns blazing. This all originated here. Far Cry 1's levels are like a string of extremely detailed outposts, fit with dozens of guards and lots of open space to experiment with. It added untold levels of replayability, as your playstyle was always accommodated, thanks to how lax the levels were in terms of restriction. Using the Cry engine, Crytek had also managed to make one of the best looking games of the early 2000s. It's simple looking at times and is plagued with loading screens at transitional zones, but the sheer depth and complexity were unheard of for 2004 that it didn't matter. I don't have nearly enough technical knowledge to explain how they made it work, but given the detailed foliage and massive levels, I think it speaks for itself. A meme that stuck with Crytek as a company was "Can it run Crysis?" Crysis was a uniquely complex game and was almost impossible to run at times. I was a console kid for most of my life, so I never got to experience Crysis back then when it released. But reports suggest that Crysis was so demanding that running the game required hardware that was both out of people's budgets and didn't even exist. Even users who had the NVIDIA 8800 GTX, one of the top-of-the-line cards at the time, were struggling to run it at max settings. To put that into perspective, it would be like if a game required the use of those new 5000 series cards that NVIDIA just announced. Anything else would just struggle immensely, dipping into the single digits in terms of frame rate. This is what led to the meme, "Can it run Crysis?" It served almost like a marketing pitch, that yes, our graphics card is so good that it can run Crysis. The meme has died out in recent years as both PCs and consoles can run Crysis without issue, but this benchmark of a game was like a challenge in and of itself. Crysis was made using Crytek's Cry Engine 2. Far Cry was not only made using their first Cry engine, but it was also the first game they ever made with the engine flat. Without Far Cry, there would likely not be a Crysis, and even if there was, it certainly wouldn't be like how we remember it. Crysis bringing PCs to their knees, and the entire "Can it run Crysis" meme is a direct result of Far Cry serving as the blueprint for the engine's capabilities. That is the legacy of Far Cry, a AAA game with impressive graphics that would go on to influence not only Crytek's own games, but even Far Cry as well, as each Far Cry game would be made using Ubisoft's Dunia engine, a forked version of the original Cry engine. Far Cry 1's story wasn't its main draw, but it brings the rest of the content together, a tightly wrapped package that creates an all-you-can-eat buffet of content. Recently I've come back around to the idea of just replaying old games. When I was a kid I used to replay the same games all the time. As I got older though, I wanted to consume everything I could, so I would pick up games, beat them, and then move on to the next thing. But now I've circled back to just replaying games that could entertain you for hours upon hours. I wasn't around for Far Cry back then, but I can't imagine this served the same purpose for many back in 2004. From an action-packed campaign, incredible gameplay, and infinite replayability thanks to its multiplayer and level editor, Far Cry 1 became a game that you could put untold amounts of hours into, and still find time for a few more. But this is where Crytek's short-lived history of Far Cry would end. Thanks to the success of Far Cry, Crytek was approached by gaming publisher Electronic Arts to make a single-player AAA game under their name. As you would expect, this is what would eventually become Crysis. Crysis distanced itself from Far Cry by going all into the sci-fi route, using nanosuit technology, but it still has that Far Cry charm. It's got the alien creature twist, except it's not lab-grown, but a real alien species known as the Ceph. And while future games would have more urban city-like environments, the original also took place on a tropical island. So not only was Far Cry the progenitor of the Cry engine, but its location served as a testing ground for Crytek to adapt and evolve when it came to Crysis. Unfortunately, Crytek was never able to come back to the series, not even being hired for a support role. From here on out, Crysis was their baby, and they weren't letting her go. Crysis turned into its own series, creating a trilogy that all recently received remasters, all while dabbling into some other properties, most notably the live service titles Warface and the Hun Showdown, all of which have continued to keep them afloat while they work on the much-anticipated Crysis 4. Although the company did just recently lay off 400 of their employees and pause production on Crysis 4, so who knows what the future holds for them. Regardless, due to Crysis 1 taking up so much of their time, Crytek was unable to make more ports and releases of Far Cry, so Ubisoft decided to create some Far Cry content of their own to satisfy fans. This led to a slew of games that may be hard to keep track of, so get your pen and paper out. Far Cry 1 came out in 2004 and was only for the PC, but Ubisoft felt that Far Cry was a strong game for the console market, so they created Far Cry Instincts the following year. This was designed to be a console remake of Far Cry 1. Consoles couldn't compete with the PC hardware at the time, so the game does suffer from more loading screens and reduced enemy counts. The story has also been slightly altered. Some of the characters look different, have different names and backstories, and the plot progresses a bit differently. But the biggest change is that early on, Jack is kidnapped and experimented on, which gives him superhuman powers. More on that soon. Next year, Ubisoft then released Far Cry Instincts Evolution, a sequel to Far Cry Instincts, continuing from where Instincts leaves off. They then released Far Cry Instincts Predator, a 360 port that bundled both Instincts and Instincts Evolution together, which also remastered the graphics a bit. Then finally came Far Cry Vengeance, a remake of Far Cry Instincts Evolution for the Wii. This gives you 3 separate Far Cry 1 storylines. The original PC release, Instincts and then Evolution, and then Instincts and then Vengeance. You got all that? Good, because that took longer than I want to admit to figure out. Also, keep in mind, all of this came out before Far Cry 2. And yes, the irony is not lost on me that the first thing Ubisoft did with their newly acquired franchise was remake the same game 3 times. It's just as funny as you think it is. But seeing as they are mostly remakes, we have an easily accessible way to contrast the two platforms. Instincts actually removes the fast-paced abrupt cutscenes from the original PC release. The game begins from the point of view of Jack on the boat. Valerie and Jack are actually having a conversation this time, which sets up the same plot as the original. Having an actual cutscene, though, does at least contextualize things a bit more. You no longer need to consult the manual for the game's synopsis. It also establishes fairly early on the attitude that Jack has regarding the island. He knows that it's dangerous out here and doesn't want her to leave the boat, but she bribes him with a few hundreds, which should change his mind. It shows just how determined she is to fulfill her real goal, and is a far cry from the quick, silent pacing of the original. This cutscene, as well as the other ones going forward, are also done in first person to give it that immersive feel, which I do like quite a bit. Instincts also shows us how Valerie was taken. In the original release, she was taken, but none of it was shown. In Instincts, Crow was seen holding her hostage. It's a slight but welcome change as it immediately provides us with motivation and creates a personal beef between Jack and Crow, something that was noticeably missing from the original. Right around the 1 hour mark, Jack is kidnapped and experimented on by Krieger. This is where his superhuman abilities come in. In an interview with fansite Planet Far Cry, creative director Jean-Francois Dugas explained that the PC release was a hardcore game, so their goal was to tailor their experience to a larger audience. Far Cry 1 is notable for being quite hard. Enemies can down you in just a couple of hits, and don't even get me started on the Trigen. Far Cry 1's level of difficulty on console might be a bit too much for those audiences, so they dumbed things down to bring in a bit more fans. The superhuman abilities certainly seem like a further evolution of that goal, as they really do change the battles in your favor at almost every turn. Dugas also says that the original game flirted with these concepts already without expanding on them, so they felt that this was the perfect time to do so. Part of me wonders if this was also an attempt by Ubisoft to garner the attention of repeat customers. Far Cry 1 and Instincts are two fundamentally different games, and I want to believe that this was done with the intent of getting PC Far Cry fans onto consoles, or giving those that already had the console an excuse to pick up this version. It reminds me a little bit of what Capcom did with Onimusha. Onimusha Warlords was released back on the PS2 in 2001. The following year they released Genma Onimusha for the Xbox exclusively. Like with Far Cry, it's got the same basic structure but adds in new gameplay features unique to that version. This served as a way to introduce new fans to Onimusha who had yet to play it, while also getting PlayStation fans to pick up an Xbox to play more of a game they've already enjoyed. This seems to be the intent with Instincts. They want both new fans who never played the games because they didn't own a PC, and older fans who did play it but want to play more since they already admitted to liking the original. As for those superhuman abilities, well, Krieger, as mentioned in the previous chapter, wants to reawaken old abilities within humans that were lost due to evolution. Mutants are still a part of his research, but Jack's remarkable skill caught the eye of Krieger. He wants to see what kind of effects this would give someone of his skill set, and well, the mechanics speak for themselves. Running at the speed of light, activating night vision, increasing your jump height. It's right up there with alien species and magic apples as some of the weirdest things Far Cry has ever done. Which is kind of strange because the game goes full sci-fi with this, but is also more survivalist than the original. Far Cry 1 was designed to be a one-man against the odds kind of game. Having been thrown into the jungle with nothing but a rifle, Jack has to scavenge just to survive. It's no Metal Gear Solid 3, but here in Instinct you can create a trap that hooks onto trees and flings the enemy away. It's one of those things where I never considered the idea, but now that you brought it to my attention, I'm interested. It's an excellent use of the environment, really playing into that feeling that Jack is using all the tools he can to survive, while also establishing the predator vibe that Instincts is supposed to invoke. The feeling that you are a predator and that the mercs are the prey, ready to fall into your trap. Again, the original conveyed these emotions too, but never so explicitly as in Instincts, and the superhuman abilities further create this divide between predator and prey. You could practically stalk these mercs from afar and completely overpower them with ease, like a real predator straight out of AVP. The game also adds more detail in regards to that comment from Krieger, where he said that he could control the Trigen. There's a moment later after Jack gets his powers where he starts losing control of them. These radio towers have somehow managed to hijack his abilities, so he has to destroy them before he can proceed. Again, it's another small detail, but it's further evidence that Instincts is really dedicated to elaborating on threads that Far Cry 1 initially set forth. I'm also extremely impressed that they managed to make the introduction of the mutants somehow just as nerve-wracking as last time. Far Cry 1's Trigen are a lot like Instinct's mutants, and their introductions are similar. Like before, we find ourselves in a sectioned-off ecosystem. When entering the facility, Jack flips a switch which opens a door, letting a unique mutant wreak havoc on the facility. We follow in its footsteps, seeing the aftermath of the destruction it just created. Now, it's still 2004 on the Xbox, so don't expect to be wowed by the presentation here, but ultimately that doesn't matter because the feeling is there. That feeling that we've just let out a beast, and with us following it, it's only a matter of time before it turns its attention to us. For new fans, this works just as well as the original did for that audience. But for returning players such as myself, the novelty of the Trigen had already left its mark. And yet it still manages to make a worthwhile introduction that evokes the same feelings as the original, while also adding its own spin to things. And I really think that's emblematic of Instincts as a whole, a game that tries to keep the spirit of the original while also adding its own twist to things. Instincts also ends its story in an admittedly very cool way. Early on it was shown that Crow was planning on betraying Krieger using the mutants, but Krieger was willing to let bygones be bygones when he realized Crow's potential. He'd injected himself with the same virus that infects Jack, but with a much higher dosage. The mutants are under his command because of this power, forcing Jack into a proper boss fight against him. Once Jack kills Crow, he goes on to confront Krieger, who has his own personal detail of mutants. The thing is, they turn on Krieger at the last minute. Early in the level, Jack was accosted by some mutants who questioned if he was the Alpha. These mutants value strength above all else, so they see Crow as the Alpha. Well, Jack had just killed their Alpha, making him the Alpha, which is why they allied with him and not Krieger. The original never gave us a chance to see if this could happen because Krieger was killed very shortly after morphing. Having him die to his own experiments highlights the flimsiness of his plans, that controlling the mutants was an outlandish idea that could only seem sane to the mind of a eugenics maniac. It also once again elaborates on the mutant hierarchy, something Far Cry 1 briefly showed in some of its cutscenes. Overall, I'm really pleased with Instincts. Again, it's using Far Cry 1 as a baseline, so it's not going to get all deep and personal. But the fact that it took great strides to evolve concepts the original never fleshed out was unexpected, but very welcome. Far Cry Instincts Evolution and Vengeance would then pick up from here, continuing the story of superhuman mercenary Jack. While the two games are different, their changes are minor, so I felt that grouping them here together would be easier. Unfortunately, I found these two to be a lot less interesting than Instincts. They both first begin with Jack working with a woman named Cade, who needs help shipping some guns. Something that I've always wondered was what Jack was planning to do after his mission was complete. The PC release, despite lacking a sequel, does actually have an answer to that, which I will explain later. But console Jack seems to have stayed, still doing jobs for whoever can pay. The plan, however, goes south once rebels show up and kill the governor of the Kadir government. Cade is then framed for this attack, which forces her and Jack to find a way to escape. Cade is easily the most likable amongst the cast and is certainly better than both Valeries. The first 2 minutes of the game give it away that the two certainly have a thing for each other. It's a mix of playful flirting with straight-to-the-point business. And because Cade shows up more often, there are plenty of moments for the two to get to know each other. Doyle, on the other hand, is pretty uninteresting. His role is also different depending on which version. In Evolution, he's still CIA, and trying to score over things with the Kadir government so they don't pin the murder of the governor on Jack. In Vengeance, he's replaced with Key and Do, bodyguard to the governor, but he serves the exact same role and dies the same as well. By far the least interesting character is Semeru, who also happens to be the main villain. Semeru is the leader of the rebels who attack the meeting. He plans to eradicate the current power structures that he can establish his own. It seems to be one based on dominance, as he recognizes the feral abilities that Jack possesses as he also has the same abilities. Semeru sadly falls into the same trappings as the villains from Far Cry 1. He's just not interesting at all. His whole shtick is that he is just like Jack, but that's as far as it goes. He's another villain with a severe lack of depth, just a bad guy who wants to rule Micronesia. You do get to duel him at the end though before you escape the island, and there is a pretty interesting twist where Cade betrays Jack, showing just how desperate she was to escape the island. This can lead to her death and vengeance specifically if you hit her enough times, which is an interesting choice to throw into the 11th hour, but getting to that point was not worth the effort. I think the real problem with Evolution and Vengeance is that it just doesn't add anything that Instincts didn't already do. The game is about 5 hours long and you spend 90% of it going through the same combat encounters you did in Instincts, except now with all your abilities available right from the start. While the story is simply just about escaping the island. There's no grand conspiracy and no intrigue at all, as it hinges on the main villain who isn't even bad, he's just boring. He plans to rule the island because he seems to subscribe to the survival of the fittest mentality and believes that the strong should rule the weak. It's just a basic motivation that I find hard to be invested in. Coupled with the fact that he rarely ever appears, Evolution and Vengeance both have a story that I struggle to care about. To me, it's the textbook definition of doing too much. Instincts had a clear vision and goal in mind. Evolution and Vengeance just seemed like they were made as an excuse to retread old ground to milk every last drop out of Far Cry 1. The best thing I can say about these two though is that it showed Ubisoft that the milk was running dry. There is only so much you can squeeze out of this title. Sooner or later, it is time to move on. Like Jack, it's finally time to leave Micronesia and go somewhere else for a change. And while it would take some time, Ubisoft would let go of that past. Amidst the production of Far Cry Instincts and its many iterations, Ubisoft finally acquired all the rights to the series. They would from here on out have total control of the property and still hold these rights even today. So with total control and complete creative freedom, where did Ubisoft take their series next? Just 1 year later in 2007, Far Cry 2 was released, and what a stark difference it is compared to its predecessor. Far Cry 2 was initially conceived of before Far Cry 1 even hit shelves, as it went through a very long pre-production phase, so that the team could iron out what Far Cry 2 was supposed to be. One thing they were concerned about was the setting and color palette. Coming off the back of 4 games set on a tropical island, they felt that another wouldn't do them any good. Plus, they figured Crytek would also make something similar after Far Cry 1, and they were correct. So now we have harsh and dry browns instead of lush forests with greens and blues. I've always been impressed at how color changes our minds, making us perceive things differently. Consider how evil things are often created with a red color palette, even though there is nothing inherently evil about the color red. For Far Cry 2, the switch of these muted browns makes it feel hostile and oppressive, even though the color itself carries no meaning. It's both a testament to the design of Far Cry 2 and the inherent whiplash that comes from such a change in style. Far Cry 2's setting is an unnamed African country often called the UAC by many. The game first begins with you selecting one of many playable characters. We as a mercenary are tasked with killing a man known as the Jackal. According to the reports, he's funded at least 16 wars throughout the many countries of Africa. He caused an unprecedented level of destruction to the continent, as every corpse, bullet, and gun can all be traced back to him, so we're to put a stop to this madness and take him out. Once your character is selected, you're dropped into a taxi being taken to a hotel. It takes the entire length of the ride to the hotel, about 5 minutes, to realize just how bad things have gotten. The country is embroiled in a civil war between 2 rival factions. The Alliance for Popular Resistance, or APR, and the UFLL, the United Front for Liberation and Labor. Both of them were formed after the country's government collapsed, believing that their vision for the country is what's best. Because of the civil war, all the civilians within the country have attempted to escape, seeking asylum in their neighboring countries. As we arrived, the last plane out of the country was seen taking off. According to our cab driver, it was full of rich people, and anyone left would likely get out using money or connections, although I'd wager most of them don't have that. Replacing the native citizens of the countries are foreigners from all walks of life. All of them, though, are here for a paycheck, whether that's the riches left behind or the money to be paid by being on the faction payroll. Everyone here has become a mercenary, all looking to make their cut and leave with their lives, all without any consideration for the people who used to live here. Houses become outposts, and streets and shops are checkpoints, and homes are being torched for seemingly no reason. They don't honor the ways of leaving something how you found it, because they'll either be gone before the dust settles or be scattered away with it. Even our cab driver, a local, couldn't even get across the checkpoint without smoothing it over with the new guards, having to promise them some beer for some safe passage. Their country is no longer theirs anymore. To top it all off, the moment we arrive at the hotel, we are stricken with malaria. After being dragged to the hotel, we meet our contact, the Jackal.
Responsible for the recent influx of weapons into the country and clear violation of the Joint Signatory Framework. His reputation as a dangerous arms dealer is well deserved. Orders are to terminate. Well, that didn't work out the way they planned. I'm still breathing and you're the one with malaria. You can tell them you tried, but that means f*** all, doesn't it? You're fired. You know it, and so do I. You had your shot, but now it's over. And since men like you only work for money, you're no longer my problem. You'll have to find something else to do with yourself now. What your old clients don't seem to understand is that they can't kill me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nobody kills me. Nobody. I'm the one who decides who lives and who dies. Me. You know, there's a book I read a long time ago. Still think about it every day. It helps me understand life out here. The book talks about men, about what motivates them. Simple, really. A living being seeks above all else to discharge its strength. Life itself is willed to power. Nothing else matters.
Great, so we've already failed our mission in record time. The Jackal is gone, we have malaria and are going to die, and a civil war is about to start right outside our bedroom in about 2 seconds. Far Cry 2 makes it abundantly clear from the get-go that it is not going to hold your hand. It wants you to suffer. Suffering is a key theme of Far Cry 2. Not its most important, but certainly a part of its identity. This entire intro shows the suffering of the player, the country, and its people. We are not meant to be having a good time. Future Far Cry games focus on giving the player the ultimate power fantasy, that they are the strongest of them all, equipped with the best guns, armor, and strategy. They are the cog that moves the machine. In Far Cry 2, you are one of many, one whose contribution to the war effort is so minor that by the time you die, they already have your replacement ready. Far Cry 2 is not a kind game, and I personally find this kind of game to be my favorite. The ones unwilling to hold your hand, willing to just let things happen regardless of consequence. This is perfectly reflected in the gameplay. Far Cry 2's gameplay complements its story in such genius ways. First is the obvious mechanic, malaria. Every now and then your character's vision starts to go hazy. The effects of the pills are weakening and you'll need another dose. But getting these pills is not so simple, not in a war-torn country like this. Fortunately, the priest of the main town has some connections. He gives you a stack of passports, you take these to the marked location, and the pills are yours. The location is random every time, but the mechanic is the same. Passports for pills. It's an interesting display of storytelling, as it shows just how desperate the people are to leave. Leaving through normal means is impossible anymore, so people must be smuggled out. You're giving them a ticket out of here while they give you a few more hours of respite. Get used to this loop of talking to the priest with the passports, as you'll have to come back here frequently. Eventually, you will run out, and that is likely to happen sooner than you think. For the time being, you do have a bit of a safety net, a way to combat the virus for now, but when that strikes is anyone's guess. More often than not, you'll be in the heat of combat and have to quickly take the pills, otherwise your vision will continue to be hazy, making it extremely difficult to aim. Although realistically, these, while inconveniences, are minor. If you're topped up on pills and are in a safe area, you can take the pills in the middle of combat without too much hassle. That is not the case for the other mechanic, weapon degradation. Every gun has a standard of quality that over time will degrade, making them less useful. This usually results in the gun jamming mid-fire, likely from a shell or casing getting stuck. This gets worse and worse as the gun's quality degrades, getting to a point where it will just explode in your hands and the gun is lost. I'm no firearms expert, so I can't say if this is even possible, but to say it's inconvenient is an understatement. The quality of these weapons is directly because of the Jackal. Jackal has been funding many wars in Africa. Well, those guns have to come from somewhere. Jackal's success in the weapons market is due to his low prices. The guns are cheap, but that's also a reflection of the quality. Very rarely, if ever, will you find a gun that isn't completely rusted. A collectible in-game is the Jackal tapes, recorded interviews of the Jackal by the reporter Ruben Al-Wagembi. He explains in one of these interviews that the guns are mostly from the days of the Soviet Union. The Jackal further explains that he's able to profit from this with a simple trick. He sells the guns to both sides. The APR, UFLL, and any other factions in the other countries all go to him for weapons. War would then break out and he would continue to supply both sides until a ceasefire. Then he'd send some guys to collect the left-behind guns and resell them when the next war begins. More guns creates more dead bodies. More dead bodies means more left-behind guns. More guns create more bodies, and the cycle repeats. They are hand-me-downs of hand-me-downs, rusted metal chassis that are about as liable to break as to not fire at all. But the factions within these African countries continue to do business with him because he's their only supplier. And admittedly, the guns are cheap, and a gun that jams is better than no gun at all. It's these tricks of his that allow him to keep funding the wars, which contributes to the difficult gameplay. There is often a willingness to have moments like these dictated by the story, where the progression of a zombie bite or some illness gets worse the deeper the player gets into the narrative, and that certain narrative beats as opposed to the actual passage of time prompt the next stage of it. Take Cyberpunk 2077. V has a biochip in their head that eats them alive and will kill them in a few weeks. Fast forward a few weeks in-game though, and nothing will happen. The severity of it is dictated by the narrative. Now, that's not to say this method of storytelling doesn't work, not at all. I think in Cyberpunk's case it works wonderfully as it can craft a story around these moments. But there are pros and cons to each creative choice, and when you peel back those restrictions and just let the player go, it can create uniquely organic moments you can't get anywhere else. This is also what makes Far Cry 2's buddy system the best in the series. Far Cry 2's buddies are like a prototypical version of the Far Cry 5 and 6 Guns for Hire. The concept is the same, a buddy that follows you around and helps you on missions. Far Cry 2's is a little bit different though, and for such good reasons. There are 9 playable characters in Far Cry 2, but each one exists in the world, it just depends on who you choose. The other 8, on top of 3 characters who are only buddies, create a cast of 11 characters you can meet on your journey. Your meetings with them are entirely random. It's completely possible to never run into a specific buddy because you never did a mission to find them. You're given one right away from the start. For me, I found Josip, but you could find someone else. The first one you meet becomes your best buddy, who could give you alternate variations of main missions, while your second best buddy is the one who will come to your aid when you're downed in combat. What makes this system great is the same thing that surrounds the core of Far Cry 2, its willingness to let go. In future Far Cry titles, buddies who go down can be revived. If they bleed out and die, they will respawn in a matter of minutes. Far Cry 2 has the remarkable restraint to not place barriers on your buddies, and instead make them as malleable as everything else. If a buddy goes down and dies, you will never see them again. Just like with Malaria, this creates completely organic moments unique to your playthrough that could fundamentally change how you perceive the playthrough and the story going forward. Take mine for instance. After getting acquainted with the land, I got a call from a man who saved me after escaping the hotel. He wanted me to take out some APR-controlled outposts. At the back of one of the buildings was Josip, another foreigner like me. We reconvened at Mike's bar where I talked to Ruben, who then gave me some leads on where to get some pills for my malaria. There's also a guy I met here named Warren, who said he'd be of assistance if I needed any help. I needed to find the Jackal, but I wasn't going to get anywhere with these two factions at war. So I double-dipped to get a feel for their ideologies and to see who I should ally myself with. One of these missions was the UFLL, who asked me to tag a shipment of gold for them to pick up later. Josip had called not too long after this with a mission for me. He asked how I felt about killing a king, the same king whose gold I was tagging. We were to kill him, take his ring, and then give it to his son, who was the one who gave Josip the contract. Once that was settled, I rushed over to the oasis where the gold was, as Josip was already there. I arrived to see him taking enemy fire. I did my best to provide support, but Josip went down. Now, this is where the game teaches you how to revive a buddy, either by using a medkit or putting them out of their misery with a bullet to the brain. Unfortunately, I was too late, and Josip succumbed to his injuries. He spent his last moments thinking of both his countrymen and I, who would swear vengeance on those who killed him. What really happened was I shot Josip in the head because I pressed the wrong button. Hey, give me some slack here, I was still learning. With my head held high, knowing I did all I could, I carried on with the mission. From there I got a call from Warren. He and I worked together on a variety of missions. I would be hired by either of the factions, and he would come to me with other alternate means of approach. There were times where things would get rough, but he and I pulled through. Warren was flying a plane in one of our missions but was shot down and needed assistance. I rushed to his aid with the memories of Josip still fresh on my mind, knowing that I would never let something like that happen again. He and I would then later hit a convoy sent by the deputy of the region who was mad that we had taken out his commander of the police force. But as life was looking up, reality came crashing down. The APR had hired me to get rid of the UFLL leader. It was time to end the war here in the north once and for all. So I took down their leader Gakumba, only to learn that the APR had backstabbed me. They sent their dudes to clean up the place and take out any stragglers, including me. The reporter I talked to earlier filled me in on the details. Apparently all foreigners were considered spies and were to be killed on sight. They know of our hideout in Mike's bar and plan to take them out. At the same time, they're also launching an offensive at the church. The lead priest there is the one who's been helping me with the malaria, and he has many civilians hidden away who are all trying to escape. So I was told to choose one, as I could not complete both. In the end, I chose the civilians. While my buddies may be outnumbered, the civilians don't have their kind of combat experience, so I trusted that they would get out alive. Unfortunately, after dealing with my own issues at the church, I managed to establish contact with another ally I'd met some time prior, but I couldn't find Warren. He'd always called me before and after each mission, so it was strange to not receive a call from him. I was genuinely saddened. I feared the worst, that the country had claimed him too. So I took a shot in his honor that night, remembering the good times we had and thinking of all the skirmishes we would have gotten ourselves into. Warren was a brother, and I never forget him. In my travels, I met some other allies, most notable of which was an Irishman named Frank. We got up to all kinds of crazy antics. Piloting a barge while I gunned down militia boats, forced the DJ of a Liberation radio to broadcast a message to the country, and stole a truck that was meant to be blown up, only to blow it up inside a garage to get back at a guy that wronged Frank. I also teamed up with Nazreen, who I'd met during this, and helped her with some missions as well. Later, I then met Hakim, who told me that he and the other buddies were in danger again. The two groups were planning a ceasefire, and we will not be a part of this deal. Hakim then noticed that we were sent to pick up some diamonds. He wants us to take them to the airfield, so we can bribe a pilot to get us out of here. But when I arrived, the peace deal went out the window, as the Jackal had shot one of the men involved in the deal. We were then taken by the factions and placed in prison alongside the rest of the buddies, as we were being blamed for their deaths. After a few more missions, the Jackal finally came to chat. I'll explain the nature of why in just a bit, but he wanted us to take the briefcase filled with diamonds and use that to bribe the border guards, so the refugees can leave the country. That briefcase, though, just so happens to be the one our buddies were going to use to leave. Ready to talk things out with the crew and come up with a proper plan, it seems as though they had already made one without me.
And now you're here. We're alright.
While we're still here, just shoot him.
Come on, we know him. This isn't necessary.
Look, we've already made our deal. He's on his own.
Sorry.
Warren had survived and decided to get together with the other buddies, guys who I put my life on the line for, and betray me. Safe to say, this is a real gut punch. After a while, you start to really establish a connection with these guys, so it hurts all the more to know that they gave you up at the first opportunity. And don't even get me started on Warren. I thought he was dead for hours, but come to find out he was alive the whole time. No text, call, or any kind of follow-up to let me know he was alright. Warren came to me in my time of need, and I repaid him in full numerous times because it was the right thing to do. He needed personal matters sorted, I was there. He needed a convoy taken out, I was ready. To have him betray me like that hurt. I considered him a brother, and yet I don't even think he saw me as a friend. Now, I would like to clarify for the record that these missions always play out the same. While they feel personal, given the buddies go to great lengths to explain the missions and why they took them, they are all the same. Still, it's the fact that they feel organic, plus what transpires during those missions is out of the game's hand at that point, which leads to unforeseen consequences like Joseph dying from his injuries. And keep in mind that the buddies you find are random. I never ran into some of them on my first playthrough, which fundamentally changes your relationship with them. For me, it was Warren. For someone else, it could be Frank, Paul, Hakim, or Marty. Even though the companions of future Far Cry games lived longer and had more screen time, I felt more connected to Warren than anyone else. Knowing that Warren could die and that I'd lose a brother in arms made me actively try to help them. I no longer played selfishly, only caring about how my companions would benefit me. I was making sure they all got to see tomorrow. So to have Warren die struck a heavy blow. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say, and yet I never felt any feeling of sorrow for future companions, because I knew they'd be back in just a few minutes. By letting the game simply exist, it lets the player experience unique moments like these. Restricting a game can make it easier for a studio to craft the exact game they want to make, but it comes at the cost of player freedom and agency, something even the series is guilty of. Removing those restrictions can make a real mess of a game at times, and does lead to homogenized content, like how all the alternate missions are the same regardless of the buddy who hires you for them, but I think the payoff here is worth the effort. Defending your buddy from an all-out assault only to have your gun literally crumble into pieces because of its quality, or suffering from a malaria attack mid-fight is a humbling experience. But one that made the experience better, because what Far Cry 2 has more than any other game in the series is trust. Trust in the player's actions. Far Cry 2 wants you to play your way, just like the original, but it's willing to give you a great degree of freedom in how you achieve that. And when those shackles come off, you'll find out just how great this game truly is. But what really helped establish Far Cry 2 as one of my favorite Far Cry games was how all of this was surrounded by what is a truly compelling story. While your buddies in the moment-to-moment gunfights can create personal moments, they only represent your personal story. A story nonetheless, but not the one everyone will experience, as opposed to the actual story. The story of the Jackal. After the attack on the hotel, you're picked up by one of the representatives of the two factions. This doesn't lock you in with them though, as you're free to choose who to align with later. The content is just streamlined here to get you acclimated. It doesn't take very long at all though to start questioning who the good guys are in this conflict. The APR and UFLL are notably very difficult to distinguish. Take some of the first few jobs from each group. The UFLL upon introduction tells you that some secret Spec Ops guys from outside the country are coming in and taking an APR leader out of the country. We need to stop them from doing that. You'd think, oh okay, simple, kill the guy they're extracting. Wrong. They want you to find the vehicles these Spec Ops guys use and destroy them. They have gear, ammo, and plenty of essentials. Without it, they wouldn't be able to operate and thus are forced to abandon their mission. The reason for this is that to Gakumba, Africa is for Africans. They don't need the foreign interference, even though they're totally fine with hiring you for missions. And then take the APR. Their second mission has you blowing up some rail cars. The UFLL has been blackmailing the APR's friends out west to get them medical supplies. They were forced to send some tanks of natural gas. We blow these up, the UFLL can't get the resources, but that also means no medicine. Almost every job in Far Cry 2 comes with a caveat that you're somehow causing irreparable harm to the region. In Mission 4 of the first act, the UFLL has you destroying a greenhouse and its crops, because the place is allied with the APR. Every single time I found myself thinking, surely we could just take this over. What's stopping them from using it just like the other factions did? Why does it have to be destroyed? I always think back to a time though when I was doing a mission for the APR and I overheard a talk with the leader Kawasi. He says that all over the TV he sees videos of his people dying of dysentery and children in camps displaced from their homes. But he immediately pivots by saying this kind of footage would break people's hearts, so much so that they would be forced to send them money. His second-in-command says though that the money won't go to those people, to where he says, well, yeah, we have to get it first so we can win the war, then our people will get the money. While this only highlights one sect of one faction's views on the war, I think it's a great example of the general idea once you put the jobs were issued in context. None of them care about the state of the country. Like the foreign mercenaries, they don't plan to leave the country better than they found it. They aren't fighting for the people, they're fighting for themselves. The cherry on top of all of this is that our payment comes in the form of blood diamonds. Blood diamonds are diamonds mined in war zones that are then sold to fund that war. Places like the Congo, Sierra Leone, and many other places in Africa notably had blood diamonds circulating hands. So even in its currency, Far Cry 2 is attempting to showcase the cruelty of this land by directly telling us that these diamonds and those that trade them have blood on their hands. It's also pretty clear that the leaders of the factions in northern bases have no clue what they're doing. Each one's second in command is a foreigner from a different country, and just listening to them for a little while shows just how much leverage and power they actually have. Dr. Gakumba rarely speaks during your talks, as most of the mission's briefings are handled by Hector, and Nick Greaves is clearly the brains of the operations, as Kawasi is more obsessed with sticking it to the UFLL, without really knowing how he's going to stick it to them. This conflict then spills over to the final mission of the act. You must choose one of the factions as they will have you assassinate the leader of the opposing faction. The way it goes down is the same. You get the job, find the target, and then kill them, only for the faction you sided with to betray you and try to take you out. Ruben then calls you asking for your assistance. This will take you to that mission where you either save your buddies or the people of the church. Each one ends with you knocked out, stuffed in the back of a truck, and then left to die in the open desert. You were then saved by the Jackal, who then monologues for a bit before the second-in-command of the leader you just killed hires you for a job. He wants the leader who hired you earlier to be killed too. This means that both the leaders who you've just taken missions from will be dying, leaving the second-in-commands in charge. Jackal then takes the opportunity before this to explain what will happen as a result of our choice. The winning side will believe that they rule the place now, so they'll start taking everything, robbing banks, stores, and factories. They'll then take the men and children and butcher them in the street, while the women will be used sexually. Both factions also explicitly call out the other factions while saying, if you aren't with me, you're against me. This war isn't just about the factions. Regular civilians will be forced to pick a side or suffer the consequences. Act 2 continues this level of insanity by the second-in-commands admitting to stirring the pot. After the assassination, you'll meet the guy who hired you for another mission. Both Hector and Nick are worried that the faction leaders here in the south are going to join forces and plan a ceasefire to end the conflict for a while. If that happens, everyone else who's here for a paycheck is out of a job. Can't exactly get paid for a war if there isn't one. So they want you to rile up the opposing faction by stealing a weapons cache. The Jackal has a stash of weapons on an island not too far from where you are. They want you to steal the weapons and give them to them, so that they can arm the opposing force of their boss, which in turn will cause the leader of their side to lock in and fight the war. I don't even think I need to explain how stupid that is. Again, no one cares about the freedoms and safety of the people here. As long as these guys have the means to get ahead, they'll take it, regardless of who gets hurt in the process. So then you fight some guys, steal some weapons, and surprise, surprise, the war's back on. From here, you can then once again double dip into the factions and play both sides. These missions also mirror lots of the issues with the previous missions. The UFLL is concerned about the growing rise of malaria in the region. The APR discovered a plant that when dried could be used as a remedy. The UFLL won't stand for this, so we're to destroy the kiln that dries the plant. The APR then sends us to destroy some nitrous oxide. Less morphine means less chances for soldiers to come back from pain and surgery. This new shipment of nitrous oxide is going to undermine that idea, so we're to destroy it. And the final mission of the APR also requires you to blow up a freshwater pipeline because the UFLL is making money from it. The Major here has no concern for the people who could live off that water, seeing it as a collateral, a tragedy that comes from war. On top of consistently ruining the country with their missions, they also pin the blame on the opposing faction. Well, this is all their fault. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have to do this. It's the equivalent of children pointing at each other so that someone else takes the blame instead of them, and these are supposed to be the founders of the factions. Eventually, though, they do wrap around to their original plan and decide to lay down their arms, assuming the meeting goes well. We're to go to the meeting, pick up a diamond cache, and bring it back. That will signal the beginning of the truce. But as we arrive, we find the representative dead and the briefcase in the hands of the Jackal. He killed them to prevent the truce, but the why might surprise you, which means it's probably about time we talk about the Jackal. So how does the Jackal fit into all of this? Well, obviously he supplies the weapons for this war, but his involvement runs deeper. Most of the Jackal's views on things come directly from the interview with Ruben. To the Jackal, he sees arms dealing like any other business. You meet your clients, discuss a fair price, make the delivery, get paid, job done. The only difference is that it's guns and not stocks or car parts. The Jackal seems to take things as they are and look at the reality of the situation. He's more of a facts than feelings kind of guy, a dangerous yet likely necessary mindset for an arms dealer to have. He explains how he tried to sell guns to one side of the conflict, but that came with lots of consequences. It almost got him killed one time, so ever since then he's vowed to never do that again. Now he supplies both sides. It keeps the war going and the money flowing. Ruben confronts him over this, saying that because of this thousands have died, and just as more have been displaced from their homes. The Jackal says that, true, arming one side would likely displace less people, but it would kill more people, and he'd likely be counted amongst the dead. He's looking out for his own interests rather than those of the people. Like all good Far Cry villains though, they come with a few thought-provoking comments that usually make you question them. Ruben's biggest complaint is that this war is happening in his home country, so he asks why the Jackal came here. The Jackal replies that he didn't start the war, he armed them. Frankly, I don't think that's nearly as black and white as he thinks, because without his armaments the wars would have ended years ago, but he does call out Ruben's comment, claiming that Ruben only cares because it's his home, and that it's only a problem because he came here. That if the Jackal had picked up and moved somewhere else, he wouldn't have a problem. Further saying that moving to the next country means he's going to someone else's home instead, so he's stepping on toes either way. The Jackal then questions what Ruben actually thinks this interview will achieve. The Jackal knows that nothing will happen because his presence is a necessary evil. Because he is the one officiating the conflict, countries like the US or the UK don't need to step in and handle it. Even if they did help fight the war, it wouldn't be in their interest. The countries have no reason to stop the war or even be here. And then once their own soldiers start dying in this pointless war, the mainstream media and the public are going to blast them for it. So if anything, they need the Jackal to do their work for them. He shows a real lack of empathy and understanding for people. He claims to be a humanist in one of his interviews, but only on the pretense of selling weapons. Humanists are those who value human rights and peace, so to him, arming yourself is a human right. But what that human does with those arms is not on his mind, and that's where the lack of empathy comes from. He seems to have values that are convenient for the moment. He blames the factions for starting the war when he's the one who continues to arm them. A humanist wouldn't even be an arms dealer, but even if they were, they would have likely stopped long before he did. What's interesting though is that his lack of empathy and human understanding stems from something we've already seen. For a while there was a theory that the Jackal is Jack Carver from Far Cry 1. Well, it was eventually confirmed by the director behind the game that this was the intended idea. I've seen some mixed opinions on its inclusion. Some like that it's referencing Jack's mission in Micronesia, and others think that it's too little to grasp onto to make the connection make sense despite the confirmation. Personally, I'm of the mind that Jack being the Jackal is a net positive for him, because unfortunately without this, much of his backstory is non-existent. In some ways, the Jackal is the weakest aspect of Far Cry 2. He just doesn't get enough time on screen. Consider that all our discussions regarding the Jackal come from his interview, tapes that we find out in the world, not anything from the present. He shows up so little in the script. Plus, you find out very soon that he's changed his tune on the war and actually wants to stop it. But there was never any kind of build-up. It feels like we skipped a few chapters here. Still, it doesn't stop the Jackal from being ranked amongst the best this series has to offer. Earlier I posed the question of what would happen to Jack post Far Cry 1. Instincts gave us its answer, but never the original PC release. Jack's dealings with the mercs in Micronesia, among all the other business that came his way both before and after that mission, seems to have jaded him immensely. Going from a merc looking for a quick buck to an arms dealer funding several dozens of wars across a continent is a major personality change. The director who confirmed this connection between the two games went on to say that Jack was already a big-time smuggler and gun runner, but this mission in Micronesia leveled up his game, so to speak, jading him, making him more nihilistic. But during the events of the game, he has a change of heart. The Jackal equates these two factions to a disease, a cancer that just takes and takes until they die, and then when they go, someone else comes and takes their place, but they're infected too. Everyone is infected. It's both a metaphor for the corruption that's at the heart of these factions, as I've made explicitly clear so far, while also serving as an allusion to his actual condition, as it is learned that he has cancer, with only 3 months left to live. Something snapped in the Jackal, either because of the war or the cancer, because now he wants to stop them from fighting, despite being the one who armed them. So how does he plan on doing that? Killing the immediate threats, which include both of us. As he says, to stop the disease, you must quarantine the patients. Everyone involved in the conflict, the APR, the UFLL, the Jackal, and us, all need to die. Every person's actions have made things worse, so the only solution is to cut it off at the root. If anyone is left behind, it leaves room for another war to start, so everyone needs to go. I personally think there is certainly room for atonement that doesn't involve death, mainly regarding the player character and the Jackal, but I can also see how his nihilistic view is telling him that everyone must die without any room for error. The Jackal then lets us in on the plan. We're to take his diamond briefcase and bring it to his safe house. Along the way, you'll run into the buddies who betray you and the last of the faction leaders. They have indeed honored the truce, but they all need to go. You remember what the second-in-command said? They wanted you to help jumpstart the war again? Without war, they won't get paid, so while a truce has been enacted, it's only temporary. They're going to find ways to keep the funds flowing, so we need to shut it down for good. Before this, you were actually told once again to kill the opposing faction leader, and then had to choose between one of the second-in-commands or one of the lieutenants to lead the faction in the wake of the leader's death. I've always found this interesting because at this point there is rarely even an identity to the factions anymore. The leaders from both the regions were dead and their ideology went with them. The only ones who can even be chosen by you to lead aren't even from here. They're all foreigners like you looking to make a quick buck, and I think that's a sick and twisted way for these factions to end up. In the hands of businessmen who start war for the sake of profit, using up all the resources and land they can, and then moving on when the money dries up. This was certainly still the case when the actual leaders were in power, but it feels even worse knowing that the African militia groups are led by people not even from Africa, nor have any stake in its actual condition. But that is why we must stop them. Next, the Jackal reveals his plan. One person will go up to the cliff and detonate the explosives, which will block the passage, and prevent the rest of the APR and UFLL from advancing on the refugees who are trying to escape the country. This seems to be a coordinated attack to keep things under control so that they could fight. They're also deporting journalists like Ruben. The refugees will clue people in on the conflict, and the journalists will report on it. And they need all of them where they want them, but we're going to prevent that. But the explosion will kill whoever pulls it, so they will have to sacrifice their life. While this happens, the other must take the briefcase full of diamonds to use it as bribe money to convince the border patrol to let the refugees in. Then that person is to shoot themselves to fully wipe the slate clean. Both of you will die, it just depends on how. It's not exactly ideal, but it's the only way to not only save the remaining refugees, but it's the only way to atone for what they've done. The Jackal has funded a dozen or so wars that have resulted in the displacement and deaths of thousands. And the player has committed numerous war crimes and atrocities in service of these factions, also that they could get closer to finding the Jackal. Both of them have blood on their hands, and there's no way to wash out the stains. In the end, both commit to the plan, although because they don't die on screen, their deaths are ambiguous. Conflict still brews within the country, with seemingly no end in sight. Ruben then attempted to publish his reports and interviews to hopefully bring some attention to the ongoing conflicts, but the international press never published it. However, the remaining 2 million refugees did make it across the border with minimal casualties thanks to their efforts. So in the end, both the player and the Jackal have completed their atonement, and even if the act is outweighed by the numerous horrible things they did leading up to this, they did at least do some good in their final moments. Assuming they died. Far Cry 2 absolutely surprised me. I expected to sing the praises of games like 3 and 4, which I still plan on doing, but nowhere during the production of this video did I think that Far Cry 2 would become a favorite of mine. It sits alongside games like Assassin's Creed 2 and Splinter Cell Chaos Theory as some of the finest games Ubisoft has ever produced. While there are certainly aspects of Far Cry 2 that I don't enjoy, some of which were fleshed out much better in the sequels, it's hard to deny the quality on display. By letting the player go, Far Cry 2 is able to give the player a chance to make their own story, like my Tales of Warren. But the actual narrative is just as good. I still would have preferred the Jackal to make much more of an appearance in-game, but it's undeniably a step up from Far Cry 1's villains. The narrative is a lot like Spec Ops: The Line, way before that game was even conceived of. a tale of a hero who ends up making things worse with their presence, only to contemplate the reality of that right at the end. Did the Jackal and the player character take their life? I'm not sure. Maybe both just disappeared and lived out the rest of their lives. Maybe Jackal was lying about his diagnosis and continued to arm people for the years to come. It certainly leaves a lot on the table. Looking at the past few games though, it's hard to imagine that this is the same series as some of the later titles. The series went through a major evolution when Far Cry 3 was released, and then has continued to ride that wave even today. It's a lot like the Persona series, where its third entry also transformed the series so much and was met with such critical acclaim that it became the blueprint for every game since. This makes the previous games before that feel very foreign, alien, almost. This also makes them hard to recommend, as you can't simply say that it's Far Cry but on a tropical island, or in an African country. For those who moved along with the series, this is seen as a natural evolution, but for those like myself who worked backwards, it can be a bit jarring. I started the series with Far Cry 3, continued all the way to 6, and then went back to the days before Far Cry 3 for this video. But even then, there are still elements of these games that would be familiar to a modern Far Cry player. The game is still a first-person shooter, and it throws the player onto an unknown island, a far cry from where players of the games would likely have traveled to. Speaking more specifically, the gradual emphasis on villains would be carried over into the rest of the series, becoming a part of the series' appeal. Outposts, while rudimentary in Far Cry 2, would serve as a prototype for what they would eventually become. The tropical setting for Far Cry 3 was basically ripped from Far Cry 1, and the buddy system of Far Cry 2 would continue to reappear in other games, mainly Far Cry 5, New Dawn, and 6. And while Far Cry 3 often gets credit for the game that introduced weed-burning missions to the series, something Far Cry 6 would copy a few years later, Instinct's evolution was actually the first to do it. So even though these games feel like they're in a different world, it's because of these games that Far Cry turned out the way it did. The lessons learned here were applied to future entries, eventually culminating in what would become the series' breakthrough hit. Because while Far Cry did first begin in 2004, to some, its legacy as a series actually began in 2012. Far Cry 3 was released a few years after development and blew the gaming industry away. Some of Far Cry 2 was brought over to Far Cry 3, but most of it was a complete overhaul, not just mechanically, but even narratively. Its overhaul was so successful that it ended up serving as the blueprint for the rest of the series. We've now entered more familiar territory. For better or worse, when people think of Far Cry, this is what they think of: towers, outposts, skinning for animal hides, drug trips, and complex villains. This, to many, is where Far Cry truly began. Far Cry 3 starts with protagonist Jason Brody, skydiving with some friends near a place called the Rook Islands. You can tell these guys have lived a pretty privileged life. One of the first lines is one of them thanking their dad for their black card, a credit card that is typically reserved for those with a high income. But the montage is a wonderful collage of their time together. They're seen partying on the island, jumping off rocks, and generally having a good time. Until the montage zooms out, to show us that Jason and his friends were kidnapped and are now being held for ransom by a pirate named Voss. Grant, Jason's brother, thankfully has some real combat experience, so he's able to guide Jason through the camp without issue. Right when they're about to leave though, Grant is shot through the neck. Jason tries to save his life. The sound deafens in the background, completely shutting out Voss's voice, showing us that Jason is fully focused on saving his brother. If not for Voss's brief ceasefire, Jason would have followed, but he's a madman, so he gives Jason a chance. He tells him to run like Forrest Gump, just to see if he can escape his men. Jason does actually succeed and jumps into the river, before passing out and waking up in a small village deep in the island. It's a great and iconic start for a good reason. It's one of the best in the series. It wastes no time establishing the tone of the story while also creating a personal vendetta between Voss and Jason. Their beef feels personal, more personal than any Far Cry game so far. It also shows how inexperienced Jason is. He stabs one of the pirates during this chase and he is visibly shaken up over it. He isn't his brother Grant. He's not a soldier, he's just a kid from California. He has no combat experience. But unfortunately, the jungle has other plans for him, ones that do involve some of that combat experience. When he awakes, he finds Dennis tattooing a mark on his skin. Following their brief exchange, Dennis teaches him the ways of the warrior. Dennis says that the dwellers of the island that fight against Voss and his pirates are the Rakyat. He says that he was accepted by them and that they called to him in his time of need. He sees great potential in Jason, having escaped Voss's camp with barely a scratch on him. So he wants to test his potential and teach him to be a warrior. Jason initially declines. He's never shot anyone before, but he also recognizes that he has to do this to survive. If he wants to get his friends back, he'll need to step up and do some rather unsavory things. This then leads into a series of Far Cry staples: shooting animals for hides, picking up flowers for medicine, reclaiming outposts, and scaling towers to unveil the map. As nostalgic as these are at times, I'm glad most of these mechanics are gone in future entries. From here on though, the game really starts to go down the rabbit hole. Jason meets with Dr. Earnhardt and uses his manor as a safe house for his friends. His successful attempts at rescuing them have drawn the eye of the Rocky Out leader, Citra. Jason is getting better. He's a lot more skilled with a rifle than he was a few hours ago, but Voss has always been one step ahead. He needs more power if he is to succeed. She laughs in his face when asked for help, because she doesn't see any semblance of a warrior within him, but does at least give him a chance to prove it. He drinks from a mysterious bottle which shows a vision of a decorated blade. If he can return this blade, then even she will have to acknowledge his power. To get this blade, he'll have to work with Buck. Buck shows a clear evolution in the side villains, and how Ubisoft has tried to take some of the lessons from previous games and rework them. While some of the lieutenants and commanders of Far Cry 2 could be counted as side villains, Crow was technically the last one to hold that title. Buck is a much better villain than Crow, and sits alongside some of the others in this series like Bembe for characters who I genuinely despise. He has much more personality than Crow ever did, and you could feel and relate to the frustration that Jason is feeling every time he talks with him. See, Buck knows about the blade, but he's basically stringing Jason along on his tour so he can give him a history lesson. He always shows up where Jason is meant to go, almost like he knew where it was the whole time. The only reason Jason is even playing along is because Buck has his friend Keith. And that is about the one thing I dislike about Buck as a character. It's heavily implied that he is sexually abusing Keith. It, unfortunately, only seems to be included for the sake of shock value and nothing more, as it is never mentioned again after this. And this event being portrayed as an afterthought is confusing. But once he finds the blade, he confronts Buck, kills him, and then returns the blade to Citra. Upon his return, Citra tells Jason of their history. She speaks of a giant who came to their lands back in ancient times and was stopped by a masked warrior. He painted the Tatau on him and took the power of the dead for himself, using that power to slay the giant. The head of the giant was then used as the basis for the island, and the warrior's descendants became the Rakyat, Citra's people. Jason is about to slay that giant, in a hallucination of course. While this hallucination is happening, you can hear faint moans in the background, only for it to show that the sounds came from Citra as she was riding Jason while he was under the effects of the visions. A consistent plot point throughout the game is that Jason and his friends, although mainly Jason, are being exploited by everyone. They're all being held for ransom, Keith is being sexually abused by his captor Buck, and Jason is being forced into the Rocky Out lifestyle because it benefits Citra. Jason, since the beginning of his journey, has started questioning his role in life. He is admittedly very good at killing. He feels like he has a purpose now. We don't know much about Jason's life prior to his kidnapping, but he clearly enjoys the adrenaline rush that comes from this. The game lets Jason become self-indulgent in this way too, as there are numerous missions that are so over the top, it's absurd. Take the most iconic mission in all of Far Cry. Jason meets with CIA agent Willis Huntley, who tells him how to get Hoyt's attention. Hoyt is the brains of the operation, despite what Voss may have you believe. He wants Jason to burn down his weed farms using a flamethrower. The mission is chaotic. Explosion and fire are going off everywhere, enemies are flooding in by the dozens, all while Make It Bun Dem by Skrillex is playing in the background. It's absurd even by Far Cry standards, but that's the point. The music and the mission make the player and Jason feel powerful. Far Cry 3 wants them both to experience the joys of the power fantasy, to be indulgent in being powerful, becoming the strongest possible warrior this island has ever seen. Jason has never experienced something like this before, but now that he has, he never wants to let it go. But this isn't just about Jason, it's also about the player as well. Video games are a unique medium due to their interactivity. You can't interact with a TV show or album the same way you do a game. Being able to control the character you play is what makes video games unique. Ubisoft recognized this and created a story that, as many people have said, only a game could tell. Jason's actions are the player's. How he interacts with the island, how he approaches an objective, all of that is dictated by the player. Jason, like the player, is new to the island and not familiar with Far Cry 3's gameplay. You may have some FPS experience, but you aren't experienced in how Far Cry 3 does it. So both Jason and the player start fresh. They aren't accustomed to the ways of the island yet. To further break down this barrier between the two, the game gives the player access to Jason's Tatau. More designs are added to it the more skills you unlock, showing a direct increase in skill and a connection to Jason through gameplay. Sometimes a game's gameplay can connect to its story. That's why I often don't just focus on the game's actual script in these videos, but also the other elements that surround it. Far Cry 3 is a game where ignoring the gameplay in a story video would be doing it a disservice, because its entire story lives and dies by the gameplay, and the team at Ubisoft knew this. There's an article by website VG247 that's titled Far Cry 3, Ignoring Motivation for Violence is a Mistake. In it, author Dave Cook interviews lead game designer Mark Thompson. Thompson discusses the violence saying, quote, One mistake that games can make is to simply not acknowledge the violence and pretend like it isn't important. That the protagonist is nonchalantly killing a ton of people. If you ignore what your core mechanics are asking players to do, if you pretend like players aren't being rewarded for killing, then it will undermine the narrative. If the characters in the game don't react to violence performed by the player, then you create a plot hole, one specific to the interactive nature of games. We addressed this head on and wrote a story about the core mechanic, about killing." End quote. What he's referring to is the concept of ludonarrative dissonance, the idea that a video game's narrative and gameplay are so separate and broken that it ruins the immersion of the story. This claim has been levied at games like Uncharted. Nathan Drake is by all accounts a mass murderer. He kills hundreds of people per game and the game never bats an eye to it. Thompson also directly responds to this claim from an interviewer at Polygon, who asked how he feels about the players questioning this dissonance of Nathan Drake. He says that he personally doesn't mind, but, quote, "It means that the audience is maturing, and we as developers, we have to respect the people who consume the content. We have to respect that the palates of people are becoming a little bit more sophisticated. This sophistication is part of what makes Far Cry 3 as good as it is. This entire article mentions this idea, that games and gamers are maturing. One way to adhere to that maturity was a lack of black and white morality. Taking inspiration from Far Cry 2, the third entry has no moral compass. The game never passes judgment on the player, as doing so would undermine the entire narrative. Jason's actions are just, in that he's doing what he needs to do to survive. But as the game goes on, the player may start to question how much of the original Jason is still left in there. I mean, Jason is really living his best life out here. He's working with an undercover CIA agent like it's some kind of spy movie. He's dismantling the pirate regime on an island all by himself like a war hero, and he's earned the respect of not only the rock yacht, but Citra, who he's obviously attracted to. It makes you wonder how far down he's fallen into the rabbit hole leading to Wonderland. Periodically throughout the game, you'll see quotes from Alice in Wonderland, and its inclusion in this game is no mere coincidence. The story itself and its impact on human culture did lead to Far Cry 3 creating many references to it. There are a set of pills that Jason could take in-game that say, "Eat me." When consumed, they let you experience a flashback prior to when Voss took all his friends. This is a reference to the tale where there are cakes that say, "Eat me" on them. The tale's popularity also helped coin the term Alice in Wonderland syndrome. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not entirely sure if this is the proper name for the diagnosis or just slang, but it's named as such when the brain has a condition that changes how one perceives the world around them. Symptoms include depersonalization, the feeling of having an out-of-body experience like you're viewing yourself in the third person, as well as derealization, where you disassociate from the world. Maybe this is what Jason is experiencing, his own version of Wonderland. He disassociates, letting the world crumble around him so that it's just him and his target. There's also a bit of a meta-commentary in there, in that Jason is briefly experiencing his life in the third person because the player is controlling his actions. Like Alice, Jason's perception of the world changes the more he goes into Wonderland, and this is explicitly seen in his friend's reaction to him. When rescuing his girlfriend Lisa, he has her drive while he shoots from the passenger seat. He's having an absolute blast, blowing up vehicles from the back and shooting out drivers while on a high-speed chase. He thinks this is all fun and games, while Lisa is worried about getting shot and almost dying. He also has a few talks with his friends, and it's clear something's changed within him.
I miss you. Okay? And you're carrying all these weapons, and you have all these weird tattoos, and... I'm not saying you shouldn't go rescue them. I'm just worried it's affecting you.
Lisa, don't worry. I'm taking control of my life for the first time.
I know, you're
That's
right.
a good
We've
thing.
been working really hard on that, and I have a studio job waiting for you. I helped Steve.
Oh, look, I don't want to talk about your exes right now. All right, this is my path. I've got to find it on my own. You know, I never thought I'd be able to kill someone. The first time it felt wrong. Which is good, right? But now, it feels like winning.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I also really love this line from Keith after he's rescued. He's obviously shaken up over the abuse at the hands of Buck, and he and Jason say this.
I thought I could handle my shit. And I can.
Look, you'll come back from this, all right?
None of us will.
That line, "none of us will," really stands out to me. Everyone's been affected by this in very different ways. Jason seems to be the only one who's not been affected. If anything, he's overcome the trials of the island and rose above them. But he might be the one who's affected most of all. All of this culminates in the final confrontation against Voss. Voss is to many the best antagonist in the series. As mentioned earlier, another staple of the Far Cry brand is recognizable and compelling villains, and a lot of that is thanks to Voss. He is the blueprint that would go on to shape the attitude of Far Cry villains yet to come. Far Cry 3 was where it clicked for Ubisoft that the villains are the selling point. We were starting to see this evolution from Dr. Krieger to the Jackal, but Voss is in a whole nother league. He is a maniac, plain and simple, but it's hard not to crack a smile when he's on screen. Whether it's something as simple as trying to nut-tap his fellow pirate or just the weird comedic tangents he goes on, there's something charismatic about him. This is thanks to a stellar performance by actor Michael Mondo, who you might know as Nacho Varga in Breaking Bad. As pointed out by IGN, it's actually thanks to Mondo that Voss even came to be at all. The team originally went for a totally different character named Bull, one who was 300 pounds and 6 feet tall. It was a cliche idea from the start, a big bad who is literally big and threatening. But after Mondo's auditioning, they changed the villain's attitude. They switched to a more volatile and explosive rage-filled character, paving the way for what would become Voss. As Thompson later said in the article, they always knew what they wanted Voss to be. They knew that he should be emotive and that he should be physical and yet charming, and they nailed that perfectly. Despite playing Far Cry 3 numerous times throughout my life, it's actually been a few years since I picked up the game, and I was surprised to learn just how little of an appearance he actually makes. It's rare for a character with such little screen time to be remembered this fondly, not just as a whole, but even specific lines and quotes of his are remembered by many. I think it just shows how impressive a performance Mondo put on. While the writing helped elevate him, without Mondo, I'm sure Voss wouldn't be nearly as iconic as he is today. The only thing that may feel off about Voss is his comedy. It may seem a little odd for him to be written as funny at times, but I think it highlights his insanity. He is so far gone that nothing really matters anymore. Life is just a big joke to him. He's not afraid of dying, but he also doesn't seem to be alive either. He is alive and present, but not living, if that makes sense. And all of that is thanks to Citra. All the villains of Far Cry have something that turned them into what they have become. Some out of obligation, others divine presence. For Voss, it was family. He's revealed to be the brother of Citra. He loved his sister, killed for her when she asked, but it was never enough. Citra wanted Voss to be a great warrior, a lot like Jason is to her now, but he constantly disappointed her at every turn. This created a rift between the two and is when Voss started becoming the man we know now. This is also why he is so angry at Jason. Citra is grooming him into another perfect warrior, the warrior he was meant to become, and she is showing more appreciation and affection to this foreigner than her own brother. Now while we're here, I should probably address the elephant in the room. Many of you are likely going to mention details about Voss that don't pertain to this game. If you aren't aware, Far Cry 6's DLC lets you play as the villains of Far Cry 3, 4, and 5. It lets us see a different side of the conflict between them and the protagonist, while also giving us a window into their minds. For some, it's about reflection and atonement. Some are more just about acknowledgement. I want to withhold on talking about these for a few reasons. One, it's in Far Cry 6, so we gotta give it its proper time in the spotlight, but mainly because it's all retroactive. Hot take, but I don't think Ubisoft made Far Cry 3 with the express purpose of revealing Voss's history in a DLC in a game that is unrelated to it 9 years later. That isn't to say the info is bad or poorly written, we'll discuss its intricacies later, but I just want to focus on what the games tell us first, then circle back around to them for the DLCs. Either way, this relationship of his with Citra has caused Voss to spiral, and seeing Jason hasn't made things better for him. When Jason confronts Voss at his compound, the two fight in a stylized 1v1. The walls break down and Jason enters his wonderland, only to kill Voss by the end. It's a quick fight with an expected outcome, but the framing has always been what's most important. Voss's final line is, quote, "Take me into your heart, accept me as your savior, nail me to the cross, and let me be reborn." I've always felt that this moment of rebirth was directed at Jason. This is where he goes from that unexperienced kid from California to a full-on killer. Some would argue that this happened hours ago, and I would agree, but if it wasn't clear then, it's certainly clear now. Voss also not only served as an obstacle for Jason to overcome, but I've always believed that he was a mirroring of Jason. That should Jason continue down the path and become the warrior Citra wants, he'll end up just like Voss. There's even a moment later where Citra will have Jason kill for her, just like she did Voss. That's why before his death he says that Jason is screwed, because he's going down the wrong path. But the question remains, has he gone too far, or is there still time to turn back? When he kills Voss, he calls out to Citra, telling her that he's won, before passing out. After the fight, he talks with Citra, who congratulates him, but Jason has other plans. He knows of a man named Hoyt, the ringleader behind this operation, and so to free the people of the island, he must kill Hoyt.
Good, because the boat's almost fixed. We get to go home.
I'm not going.
What?
What are you talking about?
I I found my place. It's here, on this island.
Jason, are you serious?
Hold on a minute, Jason. What happened to your friends? Wasn't the goal to save your friends? Jason has found his purpose in life, and he feels so deeply about this that he's willing to forsake the original mission just to stay. When talking with his friends in the cave, he frequently mentions feeling a sense of purpose. All this time, Jason has talked about belonging, and while his friends may have assumed he was joking, he was deadly serious. So while his friends get the boat ready to go home, Jason is going to stay and feel alive for the first time in his life. This last section of the game, though, has always been seen as controversial. Thanks to Mondo's star-studded performance, Voss is considered the main villain by many, which, technically isn't wrong. He's on the box, is the first guy you meet in the game, and Jason has a personal beef with him. All of that is true, but he isn't actually the main antagonist. That honor goes to Hoyt. Hoyt's presence is the controversial element. Some like his inclusion, but it seems like most see it as a rather strange addition. You spend the whole game fighting Voss, only to then pivot to another villain right after, that the player has seen a total of 2 times. It's certainly the weakest part of Far Cry 3 to me, but not even its weakest moments can bring it down. Hoyt's shtick is that he's a slave trader. He takes in people from all over the world, kidnaps, and then holds them for ransom, just like what happened with Jason and his friends. He just doesn't seem to have any kind of interesting motivation or charisma like Voss that makes him compelling. He's a slaver, plain and simple, and his charm is the same charm that most characters have in this game, and that slightly comedic moments doused between moments of insanity. But this last chapter of the game is still important to Jason's journey. I alluded to the Wonderland earlier. This chapter allows Jason and the player time to experience that. This last section pits Jason against Hoyt. No more worries about friends or getting off the island. It's complete unfettered access to an army of mercenaries all waiting to be killed. Jason wants to be an action hero, and now he has the chance to do it. He'll embark on a top-secret mission that involves posing as one of Hoyt's men, and then using an inside man by the name of Sam to destroy Hoyt's operations from the inside. This is the last step in his journey, but the last shot before the addiction. This will shape Jason and the player, as it will help them decide why they continue to play the game in the first place, to fight or to survive. Hoyt's chapter begins with Jason flying in on his island using a plane from Willis. Once on the ground, he begins working with Sam to undermine Hoyt. Jason overhears some mercs who are going to betray Hoyt. He thinks that if he can kill them and prove their betrayal to Hoyt, he can curry favor with him and get a meeting. This involves lots of espionage, sneaking, stealing, and killing. Even though Jason has turned into a one-man killing machine by this point, there is a semblance of the old him left. Dennis frequently tries to get Jason to forget about his past and his friends, telling him that he must only embrace the Rakyat and Citra, further saying that these ties to his old life, his family, make him weak, and that he and the Rakyat are his new family. But at the moment, he doesn't give a damn because he learns during his missions with Sam that his brother Riley, who he thought was dead, is actually alive. He has to act like the two don't know each other so Hoyt doesn't learn that he is Jason Brody and not Foster as his file claimed. But Hoyt already knew this. He set up the interrogation on purpose to see what Jason would do, and their poker night was meant to get the two alone with their guard down. That's when Jason goes into Wonderland once more. I think this scene is a great example of not just how deadly Jason has become, but what the effects of this syndrome have on him. The game goes from Jason getting his finger cut to a knife duel with Hoyt, only for the walls to come back showing that he killed the other guards in the building already. There was very clearly a skip in time between these two moments, and I think that skip is meant to show just how Jason's mind works in reality, where he sometimes just blacks out, so to speak, and goes to work. But with this, we've come to the end. After killing Hoyt and rescuing his brother Riley, Jason takes the helicopter back to the manor and meets his friends. Except when he returns, he learns that the Rakyat have taken them. As we discussed earlier, the Rakyat see Jason as the perfect warrior, but he is held back by his past, so Citra took it upon herself to cut that past from him. But she can't just do it herself. She needs to convince Jason to make his own decisions. He needs to break away from his own family. It needs to be authentic, otherwise Jason may take revenge on the Rakyat for killing his friends. So now Jason must choose his friends or the Rakyat. But Jason is also the player, so the player has to make their own decision. Do they continue to fight, or do they leave? Do they stay because they found a new purpose, or did they remember the goal? Again, why does Jason and the player fight? Survival, because one must do what they can to survive? Or for pleasure, because killing is fun and living in this power fantasy is something you mustn't let go of? You've gone down the rabbit hole, seen what it provides, and are now offered a way out. Should you escape, or does the Wonderland consume you? What will it be, Alice? If Jason saves his friends, then Citra begs him to reconsider. She says that he'll go on living a boring life where his friends will leave and have kids and a family, whereas if he stays here, he could be a warrior. He'll never have to leave and he can be a king. Dennis confronts Jason, furious at his decision. Citra saved him and the others, and his willingness to reject her love after all she did for him is unforgivable. In his rage, he attempts to stab Jason, but accidentally kills Citra. As the game ends, Jason reflects on his journey. He's killed so many people, turned himself into a monster, and he worries that he can't come back from this. But he knows that deep down there is some semblance of him that still remains, and that is enough to keep moving, to move forward, and to be better. If he kills Lisa, Jason is rewarded with some alone time with Citra. The two then have sex, but then after the deed is done, Jason is killed. Citra says their child will go on to lead the Rakyat, and that Jason got what he wanted, to live and die as a warrior. Safe to say, it's a betrayal that was both pretty obvious and yet unexpected. It's probably why they designed Citra this way. It's no secret that she's attractive, and her willingness to strip makes her even more alluring. I won't lie, the first time I played this game when I was 13, I picked Citra. She's got such a seductive attitude that it's hard not to. She's nice and very beautiful, but she's also the only one who truly understands Jason. She hypes him up, wanting him to be the warrior that he desperately desires to be, and uses her sexuality as another tool of deception, promising Jason complete access to her and the world. All he has to do is join her. But all of this was just a means to an end for her. She never cared about Jason, at least not as much as he may have cared for her. She might have respect for him, and maybe even loves him, but she only wants Jason because of what he can provide her with. A child. The perfect warrior. Jason has the genes of a warrior, and Citra the beauty and the status of a goddess. Their child will be the perfect warrior and the leader of the Rakyat. That's all she's ever wanted. But the game has no canonical ending, letting the player come to their own conclusions about Jason's choice. Given his hesitance throughout the story, especially in the latter half, it's hard to say what he would have chosen. I think regardless he's going to be giving something up. With Citra, it's his life and his friends, but if he leaves, then he misses out on his potential and purpose. There's something I've always been curious about, and that's soldiers that return to active duty. As someone who's never served, I can't imagine going to war, let alone coming back for another. Part of me has always wondered why. I'm sure there are numerous reasons specific to the individual, but it has always piqued my curiosity. Some claim that it's the unmatched camaraderie of you and your fellow soldiers. Others say it's the benefits. Some, however, claim that it's the adrenaline and the feelings of combat. And I think Jason would fall into that latter camp. Being in a life-or-death situation where one mistake could get you killed is a feeling of adrenaline you cannot experience anywhere else. As glad as I am to see Jason relinquish this life of his, I also can't imagine him working a 9-to-5. Sooner or later, he'll long for the days of Rook's Island. It's the one place where he feels the most alive. Although given his age and combat prowess, he could certainly enlist or join a merc outfit. So there is definitely some way for him to take the edge off, so to speak, but none of them would compare to his time in the jungle. Being outmatched and outgunned at every turn, having to use all your senses to survive. While he may experience that in the military, he'll be under strict orders and forced to work together with others in a squad. There is a certain degree of freedom, but not as much as the jungle offered. But maybe there is still a chance for him to change and better his life after all this. Or maybe Keith was right. Maybe none of them are coming back from this. Far Cry 3 is widely regarded as the best game in the series, and I think it's pretty clear to see why. It was mine and likely many other people's introductions to Far Cry, and blew people's expectations away almost immediately. A compelling story about the effects of combat and what that does to someone who has to do this to survive. A story only a game could tell, using gameplay mechanics and weaving that into the story so as to avoid a disconnect. And a story that puts the player in the shoes of the main character more than ever before, so as to have them confront their own actions on why they committed the acts of violence and why they continued to play the game. Voss is an excellent villain, both as a mirror to show us what Jason will become should he continue, and as a goal, a task to be overcome, to prove to himself that he could survive in the jungle. Hoyt certainly doesn't reach the same highs as Voss, but his mere existence gives Jason one last trip down the rabbit hole, so in that respect his presence is appreciated. It's a game with a level of quality that I seem to find more and more respect for as the years go on. But Far Cry 3 landed at the time when the gaming industry was changing, when multiplayer and post-launch support via DLC were the norm. Far Cry 3's multiplayer was very fun, and I had some very fond memories of it. It also had a co-op campaign, letting you complete a little side story with you and up to 3 other friends. But it did get something post-launch, something no one expected. Being too serious has its downsides. Sometimes you just gotta laugh a little and have some fun. And with Far Cry 3 being such a serious game with heavy subject matter, Ubisoft decided to take the edge off and make something that wasn't serious at all. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we got Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. Ubisoft wanted to experiment with how they created DLCs. They'd recently just published The Tyranny of King Washington, a DLC for Assassin's Creed. that shows an alternate timeline of history where George Washington relinquished his presidency and became a mad king instead. Ubisoft really liked this idea, as they weren't held back by any existing story beats and could go balls to the wall with ideas. This is what led to the creation of Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon is meant to be an 80s vision of the future, and the entire game is one big joke. It's heavily inspired by the many well-known action movies of the 80s and 90s, with a touch of the VHS aesthetic. And the game is incredibly self-aware about these details. The game literally begins with you gunning down soldiers in a helicopter listening to Long Tall Sally by Little Richard. Minus the shooting part, they ripped this directly from the first Predator movie. Rex's main weapon is the AJM-9, almost identical to the signature weapon of RoboCop. And they've got the same shotgun from Terminator 2. They committed to the bits so hard that they even thought of hiring Dolph Lundgren, aka Ivan Drago from Rocky, to voice the main character Rex Colt, although that never went through. Rex Power Colt is about as cheesy as it gets when it comes to protagonists. He's got so many cheesy one-liners that you just can't help but laugh. That's also not to mention the amount of quotes and lines directly taken from the same movies they were inspired by. Outside of that, there are just a few original moments that did get quite a good laugh out of me.
No, Doc. No way. I swore an oath to a special lady.
Your wife?
No. Lady Liberty. She taught me that winners don't use drugs.
The game also has tons of tongue-in-cheek references to pop culture and video games. Right at the beginning of the game, Rex is forced to sit through a tutorial on how to move, complaining about how long it's taking, only for all the tutorial pop-ups to appear back to back to back at the same time, forcing you to click through at least 10 of them just to continue playing. Rocks in Far Cry 3 were used to distract enemies so that you can move them away from their current position, to one more suitable for you. The rock in this game is a giant D20. And if you thought Blood Dragon was maybe jumping the shark a bit too much with the game, wait until you actually jump over a shark. It's a game that is not meant to be taken seriously, any attempt at doing so would be worthless. It's never trying to be serious, it just wants to get a good laugh out of you. The actual plot is honestly just as absurd as the references. Duo, Rex, and Spider are heading to a top-secret military base. Both of them served in Vietnam War II, before dying and being resurrected as cyber commandos. They're here to stop a missile strike from going off. It's then revealed that their old commanding officer Sloan was the one who was behind the strikes. Sloan believed that the US had lost its way. The country nuked Canada, invaded Australia, and is considered striking an alliance with Russia. He wants to readdress the balance of power, likely meaning that he will start another war. Sloan is allied with Dr. Darling, but she seems to be playing him. As once Rex is left for dead, she ends up being his eyes and ears for the operation as they work together to stop Sloan. Here's where we get introduced to John Blood Dragon. They are dinosaurs from back when they still roamed the Earth. They also shoot lasers out of their eyes because, of course, they do. Dr. Darling then instructs Rex to take down Sloan's operations. This is where Far Cry 3 sneaks back into the mix as we have some outposts we can clear out, or if you prefer, you can just head to the main quest. After shutting down his operations, Rex learns that the only way to defeat Sloan is to get the super secret ancient weapon called the Kill Star. Rex has to go through various trials in order to be deemed worthy of the Kill Star, meaning he'll have to kill hordes of the undead using numerous different weapons. The game then continues its hunt for the cliches by giving Rex a training arc montage. He's not strong enough to wield the Kill Star, so he needs to train in order to wield it properly. They also make Dr. Darling the love interest around this point. The two start to warm up to each other after a while, a lot like Jack and Valerie did back in Far Cry 1. But during the training montage, the two take a break and have a little R&R. Rex then wakes up the morning after to find Dr. Darling gone. She had been taken in the middle of the night. Rex then rushes to Sloan's compound, uses the Kill Star to blitz through its forces, rides a cyber battle dragon, and then confronts the man himself. Rex, however, finds that he cannot kill Sloan. According to Sloan, the real Rex Power Colt had died a long time ago back in Vietnam War II. His memories and life now are actually Sloan's.
Program you. I made you. I am your father. No!
But thanks to the memories of Spider and Dr. Darling, he's able to overcome the programming and take down Sloan for good. Rex Power Colt has saved the world and got the girl at the same time. But as the story comes to a close, we see that Dr. Darling has the same eyes as the Blood Dragons, fully committing to the bit of a cliffhanger ending, just in case the production was successful enough to greenlight a sequel. And you know what's funny? It actually did. Blood Dragon continues in 2016's Trials of the Blood Dragon, a game I discovered existed about 3 weeks ago. I made a community post here on the channel, as I often do, updating you on the status of the video. Among one of them was a comment that suggested I check out Trials of the Blood Dragon. Initially, I thought this was a side quest in Blood Dragon that I had missed. Come to find out, it's a collaboration between Ubisoft's Far Cry Blood Dragon and Red Lynx's Trials series. Now Trials, whew, man, that is a name I haven't heard of in a long time. Trials initially got its start with the self-titled game in 2000, but many likely know of the game from the HD remaster Trials HD in 2009. This was then followed up by arguably the best game in the series, Trials Evolution in 2012, Fusion in 2014, and Rising in 2019. In between Fusion and Rising is where Trials of the Blood Dragon fits in. Trials at its core is a pretty simple game. It's a racing game, where you must go from the start to the finish as fast as possible. You're given medals based on your performance, so it's intended that you keep going until you get the illustrious gold medal. The complexity of Trials was in competing for the fastest time on the leaderboards, while also using other techniques and routes to shave off time as much as possible. After enough successes, you'll then be asked to complete a license test, to prove you're skilled enough to handle the next set of tracks. This will then continue all the way to the final track that was the hardest of them all. Like I said, pretty simple. But it was that simplicity that made me fall in love with these games, on top of the thriving community that made some incredible custom maps back in the day. However, I started to fall off the series with Fusion. I played only a couple hours of it back when it came out, but never returned, and I still have yet to touch Rising. Well, it's been about 12 years since I played an actual Trials game, so I was quite excited. Except Trials of the Blood Dragon is not just a Trials game, sadly. The game mixes Blood Dragon's 80s aesthetic with Trials, which would have been enough if it just stopped there. But then the Far Cry part took over, and suffice to say I'm not a fan of it. On top of the bike sequences, Trials of the Blood Dragon also has combat sections, where you take out enemies while moving throughout the level. Sometimes you even shoot enemies while biking. It also has a couple of grapple hook sections where you have to swing across the track. That I didn't mind too much, but a lot of this felt really unnecessary. It reminds me a little bit of my feelings on Ghost Runner 2. Ghost Runner is a fantastic action game. You're tasked with going from room to room, clearing out enemies without getting hit. You die in one hit, and if you die, you have to reset to the start of the room that you're in. But the enemies also die in one hit as well. I loved playing it back in 2020, so in 2023 when they released Ghost Runner 2, I was extremely excited, only to be let down by one of its design decisions. Ghost Runner 2 implemented a motorcycle, which functions similarly to the combat levels, but now with a bike. It didn't take very long at all for me to feel displeased at its implementation. I didn't buy Ghost Runner for the bike. I liked Ghost Runner because of its combat. So frequently I would roll my eyes because I had to suffer through another bike sequence again, only to then be disappointed with the combat sections because I knew this euphoric feeling wouldn't last as I'd be back on the bike soon. Trials of the Blood Dragon invokes the same feeling. The game is primarily a Trials game, and when it sticks to that style, it's good. The moment it deviates to combat, I just hope that it's over with soon. Far Cry and Trials are just two completely different games that don't really mix all that well. And these levels always have a bit of everything. So unless you like everything that this game has to offer, you're likely going to get annoyed at some part of the track, hoping that your preferred playstyle comes back soon. The one thing Trials of the Blood Dragon has going for it though, is vibe. Trials has rarely, if ever, delved into this kind of style, and here we have levels on Mars, Vietnam, even Hell. They're extremely creative levels, and I did at least enjoy going through them just to see what more things the team cooked up. However, I'd still say that you're better off playing its inspirations. Blood Dragon has much better vibes, comedy, and self-awareness, and Trials is just a much better racing game. Now, I've talked long enough about the gameplay so far that you're probably questioning if this is still a story video. Fair enough, but I've done this for a couple of reasons. One, because this is probably the only time I'll ever be able to talk about Trials in a video like this, so I'm trying to take my chances while I have them. And two, because, well, the story isn't all that great. I mean, it's Trials. Anyone who's played Trials could tell you that the story is practically non-existent. The story is that we play as Rex and Dr. Darling's kids, Roxanne and Slater, who are soldiers in Vietnam War 4. Prior to the start of the game, Rex was killed in a war and Dr. Darling had mysteriously left her family, leaving the kids to fend for themselves. So the two of them, with the help of General Ryback, are tasked with defeating the Vietnamese forces that are attacking the US. Oddly enough though, it's the trial sections that actually bring down the story. For example, the gameplay you've been seeing so far is of the second mission. The objective for this mission is to rescue some POWs, but at no point do these prisoners ever show up. You just perform a trials course and then you've magically saved the day. The combat sections actually help assist the narrative more, as you have to sneak your way into bases and hack terminals, instead of just riding a bike through them. The big twist of the story though is that Dr. Darling is an actual blood dragon, which explains her eyes in the last game, and that Rex Colt is indeed still alive, but not under control of his body. The kill star from the original game was powerful, too powerful for normal people to use. You'll recall that training arc that Rex went through. Well, apparently the power of the kill star drove him mad after having it attached to his body for several years. So the plan is to kill Rex, then use the Holy Grail to revive him, and then just hope it works. Turns out, it worked. The Holy Grail did revive Rex. Even stranger, General Ryback is revealed to be Dr. Darling, who is just in costume. She reveals to her family that she is a blood dragon, and that after her species was being experimented on, she had to step up and save them, so she went off the grid. But she didn't just want to save them, she also wanted to rescue her species so that they could conquer the Earth. When she became General Ryback, she used it both as an opportunity to raise her kids, while also using it as a way for her to save her people under the guise of saving the Earth. All the objectives that you've been tasked with so far have not been to stop the communists. The mother tumor wasn't a communist energy source, but a source dedicated to harvesting the blood of the blood dragons. And going to the alien homeworld on Mars was about defeating the one race that could stop the blood dragons. She then gives her family a choice: join her and live together as a family again, or fight to save the Earth from the blood dragons, knowing that they will be her enemy. Although in classic blood dragon fashion, it leaves the decision on a cliffhanger. All in all, Blood Dragon is a very fun expansion, but I have wondered if its success created a slippery slope for the future Far Cry DLCs. Future games would have less expansive DLC like Blood Dragon, but would still get a host of post-launch content. A lot of them seem to follow the same trend, of Ubisoft asking themselves how many cool things we can fit into a game at one time. I prefer my DLCs to have some more narrative implications. Blood Dragon was an exception, as it was always designed to be nothing like the original experience. Some of the later Far Cry games have DLC that are just like Blood Dragon in terms of tone, but because they're made alongside the games and not separate, it feels like a wasted opportunity. That the time could have been better spent creating more narrative threads, but instead they went with what sounded coolest at the time. We'll talk about these later in the video, and then hopefully you'll see what I mean. But I've always been curious if Blood Dragon's success had anything to do with that. Ultimately though, Far Cry Blood Dragon at least was never meant to be anything more than a fun side project. The game took 6 months to make, so Far Cry 3 and Blood Dragon are like a shot and chaser combo. A game with a serious heart-wrenching story that makes you think about your actions, which is then washed down by a game that wouldn't care less if you turned your brain off while playing. Its cliché story, B-movie inspired action and humor, along with pop culture references, made for a game that doesn't last long in-game, but will certainly stick in your mind for the years to come. But the ride will have to come to an end at some point. Blood Dragon was a breath of fresh air, a nice break from the previous Far Cry games. But we do have to get back to our regularly scheduled programming, and continue on with the next entry that, like previous games, will also make you question whether what you did was right or wrong. In terms of design, Far Cry 4 continues with what Far Cry 3 had put forth, making it clear that 3's style worked, and that this was the status quo going forward. Like previous games though, Far Cry 4 is a standalone experience, which means a new land, protagonist, and most importantly, a new villain. It stars main character Ajay Ghale on his way to the fictional country of Kyrat. He's here to honor his mother's last wish, which is to take her back to Lakshmana. Unfortunately, he wasn't told who or what Lakshmana is, but he figured he could ask them when he got there. Except the country had other plans for him. While taking a bus back to its destination, it's stopped by the Royal Army of Kyrat. They go through a routine inspection before some men from a group called the Golden Path hop out the back and start a shootout. Once the dust settles, our antagonist arrives, Pagan Min.
Yes, stop the bus. Not shoot the bus. I'm very particular with my words. Stop. Shoot. Stop. Shoot. Do those words sound the same?
But it got out of control.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
It got out of control.
Got out of control. I hate when things get out of control. One shot, but you couldn't do that!
Despite his initial disappointment over what transpires, he is happy to see Ajay, and takes him and his guide Darpin to his palace for dinner. From there he makes some proper introductions and discusses with Ajay the nature of their business together. Pagan claims to know Ajay's mother Ashwari. While talking about his history with her, he interrupts Darpin, who was caught texting the Golden Path. Saddened to see that he had spoiled dinner, he instructs Paul to torture him, while Pagan attends to some other business, although he does tell Ajay to wait there as he will return shortly. Ajay decides to leave though, and meets with Sabal, a leader of the Golden Path, who helps him escape Pagan Min's palace. Sabal tells him that Mohan Ghale, Ajay's father, was the leader of the Golden Path, so it's their duty to make sure he's okay, just as it is Ajay's duty to join them, although he is initially hesitant to. Upon his rescue, Sabal introduces him to Amita, another leader of the faction, although she's less pleased with his arrival. Ajay naturally asks about Lakshmana, but neither of them know what that is, although they assume if it's important, it's likely in the north, which is under Pagan's control. meaning Ajay will have to fight back against Pagan if he is to find this Lakshmana. So once again, another game, another villain. Thanks to its similarities, Far Cry 4 was inevitably going to fall under the same umbrella as many of Ubisoft's other titles, that they are all the same game. By this point, Assassin's Creed Unity had released just a week prior, and that series was showing a real decline in originality. That's why after Syndicate, Assassin's Creed Origins had come along and essentially soft rebooted the franchise with the new RPG style. Far Cry often gets the same complaints, that all these games are the same, especially after the change in style starting with Far Cry 3. To be fair, they aren't wrong, but credit where it is due, Ubisoft has made some changes. They seem to excel at minor improvements, rather than grand sweeping changes. We can see this evolution using an example from the gameplay side of things. In Far Cry 3, to heal you had to find 2 herbs, craft the syringe, then use it. In Far Cry 4, you no longer need to craft the kit. If you have 2 herbs, the game will automatically craft it for you. Then in Far Cry Primal, they provided an option to remove the animation for the herbs. It's only a second or two, but given you'll be picking up hundreds of plants throughout the game, removing the animation helps the game flow better. See? Small improvements. I often don't see these details discussed when talking about these games, but it's easy to see why, as when upon zooming out you really have to squint sometimes to see the differences. Still, I think it's important to acknowledge that change, as they actually have some massive implications despite being so minor. Take Far Cry 4. The side villains have been altered to fit more in line with the narrative. Hoyt was the side villain when compared to Voss, which contrasted to his role as the ultimate villain of Far Cry 3. This created an imbalance. Hoyt cannot be the first guy killed as that would not fit narratively, but having him die last means the game doesn't end with Voss and seems like it's continuing on for no apparent reason. To fix this, Far Cry 4 switched things. Pagan Min is the villain of Far Cry 4. He gets the most screen time and attention in the script and is the last guy you meet before the credits roll. His underlings, Paul and Yuma, are then relegated to the side villain role. They don't get nearly as much screen time as Pagan, nor are they as important, but they do get some time, enough to sort of justify their presence. This is an example of Ubisoft implementing a change and then sticking with it. They've hit a terminal endpoint, so to speak, in terms of design. As every Far Cry game afterwards will end with the main villains being the last person the player interacts with. Then there are the changes like the antagonist relationship to both the player and the player character. This is actually a dynamic Ubisoft is still experimenting with, as the nature of the story will change the relationship of these two entities. Thanks to Far Cry 3, Ubisoft had learned that the player needs to have a personal connection to the villain. It makes for a much better narrative, so rather than them appearing in the intro to monologue like the Jackal, they need something to solidify that beef. For Voss, it was the killing and kidnapping of Jason's friends, while Pagan serves as a roadblock, blocking the path both literally and figuratively to their end goal of spreading Ajay's mother's ashes. But Voss, as great as he was, didn't get nearly enough screen time. He used up every single second of that time, of course, but there's nothing wrong with asking for seconds, right? So Ubisoft experimented with how they can add more screen time to these villains. You can't have the main character come into a building with them gun in hand, otherwise there'd be a major disconnect in the narrative, as the protagonist should shoot the villain the first chance they get. To solve this, they always had Voss interact with Jason when he was taken hostage, but then of course they had to figure out a way to get them both out of that situation, which sometimes leads to some contrived moments, like when Jason survives a shot to the chest because it hit the lighter Voss gave him. For Far Cry 4, they decided to give Pagan a radio. He's able to tap into the frequencies of Ajay's radio, letting him contact him whenever he pleases. This leaves so much more room on the table. It's not as personal or as evocative as a face-to-face confrontation, but at least gives Pagan a chance to throw a few one-liners or snarky comments every so often, rather than disappearing completely. And then to cap this off, we have to take a look at the biggest change, the overhaul of the secondary cast. We've already discussed the nature of Paul and Yuma and how they have more screen time and presence as opposed to Hoyt. But this also goes for the protagonist's allies as well. Dennis and Citra were really the only ones putting in the work, and even then their work was mainly just telling Jason what to do. Far Cry 4 expands on this greatly. There are many people that Ajay will meet during his time in Kyrat, characters like Longinus, Noor, and the duo Yogi and Reggie who briefly appear for a couple missions. Yogi and Reggie are potheads who find Ajay amusing enough to serve as their test dummy for their new concoctions. Hey, I never promised this stuff was going to be any good. Noor is the ringleader for the Kyrat arena. While coming off as a villain who riles the people up with her blood sports, she's actually being used by Pagan. They have her family, so she has to do what they say, otherwise they will kill her. Her mission also highlights Pagan's ego, as he tries to keep up appearances. In her final mission, you're supposed to disrupt the fighting by releasing all the animals they have on standby. The cage operators are to release them in waves, because they're supposed to portray the Royal Army as powerful and strong soldiers. But they still need to make the fight tense though, so they have them fight against strong predators, but not too many as they'll be overrun and die, and that would make the Royal Army look weak. It's learned during the main quest, however, that Paul had Noor's family killed ages ago, so her efforts have been fruitless. Learning of this, she takes her own life in the arena. Any cries of pain are snuffed out by the roars of the crowd, still itching for more blood. Longinus is a gun-touting priest who loves both guns and God equally. It's also heavily implied that he is actually Kawasi from Far Cry 2. His description from a now archived page on Ubisoft's website claims that he was a former warlord that found God when he nearly died during a civil war in his country. His description also references Pala and Goka Falls, places unique to Far Cry 2's fictional African country. Much of his dialogue also spells out the reveal. He is an arms merchant as instructed to him by God, but he is here to atone for his sins. He wants us to find his lost sheep and return them to him. These sheep are revealed to be blood diamonds. It's clear that he is bothered by his sinful past. He even remembers where the blood diamonds came from. He displays a feeling of sorrow for causing such a pain, but also acceptance in that, as many people try to kill him over these and yet he does not blame them. And I do think that's what makes Longinus one of the better side characters in this game. That knowledge of what went down there in the African country makes me appreciate his questline a lot more. Compared to other games, Far Cry is certainly lacking in meaningful side characters here. Longinus is certainly the best of the bunch, followed by Noor, and then Kirat's own Cheech and Chong. But it's through this that we can see an evolution. Future Far Cry games will continue to add more side quests, and more emphasis on the narratives of these quests than ever before. Again, they may not all be good, and a significant portion of them are not, but it's a step up from previous games. However, in talking about side characters, I've neglected to mention two of them, as they are in a league of their own. When it comes to side characters, none of them compare both in terms of quality, likability, and importance than Amita and Sabal. These two represent the Golden Path, as they are the ones who will instruct Ajay on what to do to help further each other's goal. But it's clear that right from the onset that they oppose each other's rule. Sabal is a traditionalist, adhering to the older ways of thinking. Kirat has a highly respected and long-standing culture. They have an ancient mythology that the god Banashor created the world and that their daughter Kira gave birth to Kirat. Nowadays, though, the once great country has fallen to ruin. Dialogue from a member of the US Embassy suggests that Kirat has no diplomatic ties to them and possibly other nations due to the civil unrest occurring here at the hands of the Golden Path. They basically feel isolated from the rest of the world. Their culture is all they have left, or so Sabal thinks. Being a traditionalist, he believes that Kirat should continue to believe in its customs and traditions, that it's what makes people Kirati. Amita disagrees with Sabal completely. She is less focused on the past and more on the future. She sees the old ways as the things holding them back, and also disagrees with many of its teachings. One of the customs within Kirat is the Tarun Matara, said to be a title bestowed upon a woman believed to be the living incarnation of Kira. Ajay's mother was actually considered the Tarun Matara back in her time. Amita hates this practice because she feels that it exploits women. Consider that Ishwari was born in 1968 as shown on her urn, and according to notes left behind by Mohan, he married her in 1981. That would make her 13 years old, and while we can only speculate on Mohan's age, it seems like they were a part of an arranged marriage set up by the parents. Amita hates this, believing that no one, let alone a child, should have their marriage decided for them. Bhadra, a girl often seen accompanying Amita, is said to be the next Tarun Matara, and Amita worries that Sabal will try to court her even though she's just 14. Amita was also one of the first women to join the Golden Path, so she cares deeply about the rights of women and how they're treated. And to her, the old religious ways of Kirat care little for women like her. Both of them are at least aligned in their dedication to the Golden Path, both believing that their rule is better than pagans, although even then they disagree on each other's methods quite frequently. In between many missions you'll do for the Golden Path, you'll frequently enter a mission that begins with the two arguing.
Amita.
Ajay, Longinus said this was from you. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. He also said the opium at the old tea factory was ready to ship. We need to wipe that poison out.
Wipe it out? Are you joking? We need to secure that shipment and those fields.
Amita, we talked about this. Turning Kirat into a drug state is not the answer.
Sabal, we have no natural resources. What happens when we're free? The mines have been stripped, the fields have been ruined for years. So we liberate our people, then what?
It's not our way. It never was. You do this, you're no better than pagan. It's morally bankrupt.
Better than being literally bankrupt.
After one or both of them storm off, you can then talk to them separately to hear their side of things. Ultimately, Ajay must choose who to side with during these missions, and oftentimes they aren't easily made choices. The first mission is a good example. Soldiers from the Royal Army are about to attack a nearby Golden Path camp. Sabal wants to save the fighters from the Royal Army by lending them reinforcements, however the info they stored away will be taken. While Amita believes that the info they carry is more important, however in doing so the soldiers will be overrun and killed. The second mission is the clip I played earlier regarding the opium fields, with the third mission being an opium factory. As you can see, their methods and views are extremely consistent. Sabal cares about his culture, history, and people, as without it, they are nothing. He would rather lose info that could win a war if it means saving his people, and he refuses to become a drug state because it's dirty money. Amita is more pragmatic. That info may come at the cost of lives now, but could save the lives of many later. And to her, drugs are an easy source of income, and no one cares where the money comes from when the economy is growing. As you can see, there really isn't an objectively good choice here, which makes these decisions hard to make, but that's always what's been fun about them. Having your morals pushed and questioned with morally gray decisions like this is what I always love to do in video games. It gets the mind racing and often leads to interesting discussions. And again, keep in mind there is no correct choice here. There is no golden ending where everyone gets what they want. You are inevitably going to have to step on people's toes, or at least a few corpses along the way. Something else consistent about these missions is their attitudes. They start off cordial in the beginning. Well, cordial by their standards. But by the end, they decide that enough is enough. The final mission involves the Jalindu Temple, a historic part of Kirat's culture. Sabal, being religious, wants to keep the temple, saying its mere existence means much to Kirat. Amita, however, wants to not only destroy the temple, but also use the riches that are located in the vault beneath so that they can sell it and jumpstart the economy. Whoever is chosen between the two will be the uncontested leader of the Golden Path. Regardless of your decisions made up until this point, whoever is chosen here wins. Ajay will either be thanked for preserving the culture of Kirat or for listening to reason. Whoever wins will then bring Ajay aside and ask him to do something, and that's carry out a decision they did not make lightly. They want you to kill the other leader. Their back and forth arguments have gone on long enough. Leaving them alive will just mean that the Golden Path will suffer in the end, and we can't be fractured if we are to defeat Pagan. The opposing leader will then sit in a cabin awaiting their fate. You're then asked to make one more decision, whether to kill or spare them. Regardless of what you choose to do, they won't show their face again. So what becomes of the Golden Path by the end? Well, depending on some choices made during the ending, Amita or Sabal will run the Golden Path and be the one most suitable to lead the country. If Sabal is chosen, he could be found at the Jalindu Temple, executing those who betrayed him, while it's overseen by Bhadra, who is the Tarun Matara. If Amita was chosen, you could find her taking children from their homes and enlisting them in the Golden Path. She claims that she needs more soldiers to finish off the rest of the royal army and to guard the opium fields. Like Sabal, she also shoots anyone who disagrees with her. And it's implied that Amita had killed Bhadra, as she says that Bhadra is not coming back to Kirat. So we have a religious zealot who will kill people who disagrees with him and seems to have no plan for Kirat's future other than retaining the old ways, and a pragmatist who will do whatever is necessary to save her people, peddling drugs to get money, and putting kids to work in both the fields and the army to carve out a future for the country. Interestingly, upon learning of these fates, you can choose to kill the leader you sided with. That means that no one is alive to rule the Golden Path and thus Kirat. So who becomes the leader then? Well, we'll talk about that very soon. All told though, none of the decisions made here are easy to make, but one must be made. And what's great about these decisions is the 50 different shades of gray painted over them. Arranged marriage is a highly debated topic, but your views on it are guaranteed to align with one of the leaders. Those who aren't religious may see Sabal's attempts to preserve the old ways at the cost of the country's future as meaningless, while those from a religious background could see the preservation of the old ways as saving the country. It can be a headache at times to deal with this, because none of them lead to a good outcome, but that's what makes it great. All the time you'll find yourself asking if there was truly a better way, and the unfortunate beauty of Far Cry 4 is that there isn't. You're rarely going to feel comfortable with your choice. It's almost expected for you to come out with a feeling of doubt, where you question if the other person was right the entire time. I think those choices are the best ones, the ones that make you question whether what you did was right or wrong. It's the core identity of Far Cry, and its fourth installment might be the best of them all when it comes to this inner struggle. The decisions made here mimic my thoughts on Far Cry 2. Amita is often compared to Pagan, and Sabal is often seen as the successor to Mohan, two men who fought each other in the previous war. So regardless of who wins, the war will just continue under different banners, and no matter who wins, Kirat will always lose. But saving the country comes second to the ultimate goal of spreading Ashwari's ashes. And as Sabal said, Pagan is the one in our way. Prior to meeting Pagan, Ajay will come to blows with both Paul and Yuma. When Pagan Min forced his way into power, he eventually delegated the roles of governor to them, so he no longer needed to watch over every inch of the country himself. Unfortunately, the series hasn't quite figured out just how to handle side villains. Paul and Yuma fall into the same trappings as Hoyt. The only difference is that they aren't the main villains, so this decision doesn't feel nearly as damning. Paul is first seen at the dinner table during the opening. He used to work in the US before coming to Kirat under Pagan's rule. He is an expert torturer. He loves nothing more than getting out information through pain. but his presence is lacking, and it's hard to consider him a proper villain alongside the likes of Voss or Pagan. The next time you see him is when he dies. Paul rules over much of southern Kyrat, so if the Golden Path wants to have any attempt at a push north, he will have to be dealt with. Oddly enough, Paul was actually thinking of leaving Kyrat and going back home. But we're going to stop him anyway because there's nothing saying he won't come back. This requires you to go through an admittedly cool mission where you must sneak through his entire compound. Then once at the office, Ajay gets the drop on him and takes him away. The only bit of characterization we get from Paul is that he's a girl dad. He loves his daughter Ashley and will always take a phone call from her even when it's inconvenient. It does humanize him a little bit, but given he's never showed any kind of remorse for his actions and only appears twice, it's hard to feel invested in his arc of the story, if we can even call it one at all. Yuma is much the same. Ajay first hears of Yuma through Willis, who is back once again helping the CIA monitor things here in Kyrat. Ajay was promised more info on Ashwari and Mohan should he help him, to which he reluctantly agrees to. To help, he is to take out Yuma's lieutenants who are stationed here at the Himalayan mountains. Willis then spills the truth about the operation here. Ajay has been killing CIA informants the whole time. They were initially here to spy on Kyrat, but the US government no longer deems Pagan or Kyrat as a threat, so they're pulling out, and thus need to erase their footprints here. Willis then betrays Ajay by kicking him out of the plane, putting him right inside the hands of Yuma. Where he wakes up is Durgash prison, a pretty horrific place that Yuma uses as a playground for her witchcraft. All the prisoners here are either going crazy or hallucinating, and Ajay is about to do the same. Yuma is incredibly loyal to Pagan, or she was. By the time we see her, they seem to just barely tolerate each other. Most of this is shown to us in the Far Cry 6 DLC, but it is told to us here in Far Cry 4 that Pagan's dedication to Ishwari and his reluctance to kill Ajay because of their familial ties has made him weak. As such, she has set her sights on a much bigger prize, Shangri-La. Shangri-La was coined by the British author James Hilton in his 1933 novel Lost Horizon. The place was described as a land cut off from the rest of the world, and was a source of happiness and immortality. Yuma wants to unlock the secrets of this mythological utopia to be reborn, just as Kalanag, a great warrior who traveled there, was also reborn. From there, she'll succeed where Pagan failed and build a great empire within Kyrat. She's been unable to find its artifacts, let alone discover their power though, so she seems to be grasping at straws. But Shangri-La is anything but a mystery. After finding certain historical paintings, the player can revisit the memories of Kalanag. He was told by the king to visit Shangri-La and then return to Kyrat. Many like Kalanag had struggled and failed to find its location, and just as many may have found it but never left alive. Kalanag was the only one to find and save it from the demons known as Rakshasas. None of this has to do with Yuma though, although it is an admittedly stunning location to visit, easily the highlight of any Far Cry 4 playthrough. After escaping from the prison, Ajay is then tasked with killing Pagan, and succeeds, or at least succeeds in killing his body double, Eric. Reports of his death were greatly exaggerated, as he tells the people on a broadcast. During that broadcast though, he says that assassination attempts won't be a problem, as Yuma, who oversees operations at the KEO facility, will always stand between him and any assassin. Basically, by broadcasting her position to the entire country, he's purposely pitting Ajay against Yuma with hope that Ajay will win. Yuma isn't loyal to him anymore and he still cares for Ajay, so he's hoping he'll come out on top. This then results in another drug sequence where Ajay kills Yuma, who he hallucinates as Kalanag. Her story has a bit more meat on its bones, but it's hardly a step up from Paul's. Her desire for Shangri-La is cool but has no connection to her specifically. Unlike with Paul, her presence is severely lacking. Where her first appearance is at the prison, with her second and last being her death. It's clear that simply switching roles didn't make them more interesting, even if you tempered your expectations. Yuma and Paul don't really rate in a tier list of villains, as their presence really prevents me from even considering them villains. To me, they are just obstacles, no different than the regular foot soldiers we faced thus far, with the added benefit that they do at least have a backstory. But backstory can only get you so far. The current story should pick up where it leaves off, and that's the part that's the weakest. Consider, though, that without Far Cry 4, we may have never had the changes we'll see presented in Far Cry 5, when we talk about its side villains. What Far Cry 4 also hasn't changed from its third entry was the quality of its main villain, and what a villain we have here in Pagan Min. Right out the gate, Pagan Min is a lot different when compared to Voss. Voss was raw, emotive, always willing to express emotions, whatever those emotions may be. His drug-filled benders and dedication to Hoyt had permanently altered him, creating a man who wouldn't care less if death had finally paid him a visit. Pagan Min, by contrast, is sophisticated, calm, and collected. As a leader of a nation, he must show these qualities or else risk his seat at the table. When learning about the attack on his life, Pagan comes on screen with a very authoritative and calm voice. He's not lashing out at the Golden Path for their attempts, but calmly addressing the people that everything is alright. To him, appearances are everything. We discussed earlier about the arena and how it's meant to make his fighters look good, but it's even in the way he dresses. A pink, well-tailored suit with equally impressive shoes. It's a damn fine outfit. Producer Dan Hay did an interview with Eurogamer back in 2014. The article outlined some of Hay's thoughts on Pagan by saying that Pagan wears a suit that's an homage to his mother. They also wanted to lean into his charm and sophistication a bit more than Voss, noting his takeover of Kyrat 20 years ago and how he's on the country's money, so he could do what he pleases without anyone saying no. That's ultimately what separates Pagan from Voss. Pagan is the leader of a country surrounded by yes-men. So what he lacks in raw emotion, he makes up for in ego. He knows he's the ruler, knows no one will say no to him, and always gets what he wants, so there's no reason to be anything but. This ego and sophistication of his comes out in his dialogue, which are some of the best moments in the series to me. Voss's iconic lines and delivery were driven by his insanity, whereas Pagan's quick one-liners and snarky comments bring an element of charm not seen in the series so far, making him yet another villain that you can't help take an interest in. Pagan Min was portrayed by famed voice actor Troy Baker. A lot like Mondo with Voss, it was Baker's uniqueness that got him the role. He details the time he auditioned for Pagan Min in an interview with GameSpot, and how an assistant came into the interview which he used as a part of the script, saying, quote, "And I just remember I was talking just like this and all of a sudden she walks in and I said, 'I'm sorry, who is this? Who is this walking into this room right now? No, don't leave, sit down.' And she's looking at me like, I don't know, what?" Back in Min's voice, Baker continued, quote, "Have a seat, please. Make yourself comfortable. Would you like some coffee that she brought in? It looks very delicious. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to murder her right in front of you." While the assistant looked bewildered, Baker recalled, quote, "Meanwhile, the team's going, 'This is it. This has got to be the one.'" He then follows this up with a more specific threat, saying as Min, "I'm going to peel your face off and put it on my own. It'll be the most glorious makeover I've ever had." End quote. So yeah, suffice to say he got the role. He goes on to credit a lot of his success behind the role to Ubisoft's willingness to let him explore the script. But he also recognizes that if it wasn't for his status and past accomplishments in the industry, that they likely wouldn't have allowed this. Still, this freedom allowed Baker and the team at Ubisoft to really nail down who Pagan was supposed to be, and that initial audition likely shaped the tone of Pagan. He's not nearly as vicious. I don't think he ever actually threatens to skin someone's face off, but he did mention that he killed the chef who made the crab rangoon at dinner earlier. So it's that impulsive attitude of his that stayed all the way to the final draft. But underneath that ego and charm is a man with a troubled past, one that would shape his and Kyrat's future into what it is today. Prior to his arrival in Kyrat, the country was embroiled in a civil war between the Nationalists and the Royalists. When Pagan arrived in Kyrat after recruiting Yuma, they sided with the Royalists, and even gifted them an heir to the throne. However, his loyalty was just smoke and mirrors. When the Royalists won and attempted to crown their new heir, Pagan killed them and took the throne for himself. This then led to the Second Civil War and the formation of the Golden Path. The Golden Path was formed by Mohan Ghale and his wife Ishwari. Mohan had actually been loyal to Pagan prior to his betrayal as outlined in his journals, so he was quite hurt over the betrayal. But the stress of fighting this war had taken a toll on the two's relationship. Ishwari was installed as the Tarun Matara, meaning she would serve as the head of state. He had also planned to submit a petition to be submitted into the UN, and wanted to abolish child labor and make education free. Later that year though, the two got into an argument over women's roles in the faction. Ishwari wanted all the women to be accepted and to fight just like the men. Mohan, however, felt that their roles as workers in both kitchens, hospitals, and drivers was more than enough. Further solidifying his stance by saying that while we need more fighters, this is not the time for such radical ideas. Eventually, in the year 1989, Ishwari had given birth to Ajay. This renewed his sense of justice. He was fighting for a free Kyrat, and now hopes that his efforts can bear fruit so that his son can witness a free country in his lifetime. After months of fighting with Ishwari over many disagreements, Mohan finally conceded, telling Ishwari that if she really wants to see how bad things have gotten, then she could see it for herself. He then sent her to the royal palace under Pagan's wing, and to his surprise, it was working. Pagan loved Ishwari, so Mohan hoped that she could keep this up, hoping that her efforts could supply them with information. However, Ishwari started taking a real liking to Pagan, so much so that the two would have a child. After Mohan got wind of the news, he was furious, claiming that he was going to come see her and correct her mistake. This was the origin of his current wrath. Pagan has always been maniacal, but his recent endeavors all lead back to the death of his daughter, Lakshmana. Ajay's mother had wished to be taken back to Lakshmana, but she had never told him who this was or why. Following the death of her daughter, it's reported that Ishwari may have killed Mohan for this, or acted in self-defense when Mohan had tried to kill her. Either way, his fate was sealed. The leader of the Golden Path was no more. Ishwari then took Ajay, no older than 3 at this stage, and fled to the United States, where she lived until her death. This is why Pagan is overjoyed to see Ajay. They are partially related. Not by blood, but through Ishwari. Lakshmana would have been his half-sister had she survived past the age of 2. What I've always found most fascinating about this history is how Kyrat feels like it's in a loop. Mohan and Ishwari were both leaders of the Golden Path, and both advocated for different ideals. Many of those same ideals are likely what inspired Amita and Sabal to join. Both women wanted other women to participate in the war effort, while both men disagreed. To get a little deeper, both the parents also had differing views on Ajay's future. Mohan's last journal entry states that everything he has done has been for Ajay's benefit. He wants him to live in a free Kyrat, but should the war outlive him, it is to be his war. He wants Ajay to succeed him. However, Ishwari felt differently. When meeting with Yuma for the final time, there is a note that Ajay can read. It's mostly gibberish, but if you only read the lines in all caps, it reads, quote, "The truth is that Kyrat was always going to change you. That's why we never discussed home." Now, we can certainly question the validity of this note, given Ajay is hallucinating at this moment, but it does connect with her insistence on leaving the country and fleeing to the United States. Mohan wants Ajay to take up the mantle and defeat Pagan for the Golden Path, while Ishwari wants him to forsake his duty. While Amita and Sabal want him to assist the Golden Path, but only help in their efforts and not the others. A lot of this is focused on the other people telling Ajay what to do, mainly his allies and those closest to him. But what about Pagan? Does he have a say in all this? Before long, a Golden Path leader will be chosen and Paul and Yuma will both be dead, which brings us to the finale. The leader of the Golden Path works with Ajay to make one final push up the mountain towards the royal palace. Upon a successful battle, Ajay gets a one-on-one meeting with Pagan.
Come in. I apologize for the austerity I sent to help home. Chances are you shot them on your way in. Now, before we begin, to whom am I speaking? The son who returned to scatter his mother's ashes, or the lunatic who has murdered his way to the top of my mountain? If I was speaking to the first guy, then I would say, sit down. Let's be civilized. Enjoy some food. But we tried that before, didn't we? At our first meeting? You sat right here. Paul was off applying voltage to the nipples of your rude little +1. I stood just like this. And what were my exact words? Stay here, enjoy the crab rangoon, don't move, I'll be right back. Now, if you had just listened, just waited for me, then we would have come back here straight away, together, and scattered your mother's ashes.
What Pagan says is actually correct. Alex Hutchinson, director of Far Cry 4, has stated that it was difficult to make a villain who wasn't paper-thin or artificial. Part of their attempt to prevent that was giving the player choices. We've seen this already, both in how Ajay can choose one of the leaders for the Golden Path, kill or spare the opposing leader, and then kill the one they sided with at the end. But they also wanted to give the players who think outside the box another choice. To do this, they created an alternate ending. Pagan explicitly stated to wait at the dinner table. If you do and sit there for over 15 minutes, he will come back and the final cutscene that would play following the choice to spare Pagan here would play instead. You could essentially skip 30 to 40 hours of gameplay and end the game right there. It would give you the whole twist about Lakshmana and allow Ajay to complete his quest without ever killing a single person. It's a wonderful subversion of expectations. Video games are artificial. Sometimes the game does not progress without the player's input. So most players likely assume Pagan wouldn't return because the game was scripted and not have him do so the player could escape and start the game. But Hutchinson and the team at Ubisoft wanted to honor Pagan's words. As he says himself, he's very particular about his words. Stop the bus, not shoot it. Wait and enjoy dinner, not leave. All you had to do was listen. Instead, Ajay left and went through a completely unnecessary war just to get where he would have been ages ago. Even better, Pagan had plans to give Ajay the country. In fact, he still plans on doing so. If you spare Pagan and hear him out, he will let you take Ishwari to Lakshmana, and this line here at the end is one of the best lines in the series for me.
You do realize that urn represents all that's left of the old Ajay. The pre-Kyrat Ajay. Once you spread those ashes, all the ties you have to that previous life are gone. And then what happens? Well, I suppose you could do what I did after Mohan killed Lakshmana. didn't know that, did you? Huh. Yes, your father killed your half-sister, and then your mother killed him in return. I simply continued where she left off. I killed so many people for them. But then I realized I was only using Lakshmana's death as an excuse to do whatever I wanted to do. Just as you use those ashes as an excuse to do whatever you want to do. God damn if it isn't fun.
That last line has stuck with me for over a decade. Ajay makes it clear in the beginning that he only wants to find Lakshmana, and that he has no plans to join a war. But as the game continues, both Ajay and the player are using the ashes as justification for their actions, that all of this was in service to that singular goal. Pagan used the trauma and pain from the death of his daughter as justification for killing, just as Ajay used Ishwari to do the same. It makes you think about your journey here, all the countless deaths at your hands, and if it was all worth it. Like Jason, Ajay has found himself on the front lines of a war that doesn't involve them, and both decided to join for entirely different reasons. That's what makes the alternate ending such a unique addition to the narrative. The idea that all of this could have been prevented had Ajay just listened. But instead, with his mother on his hip, he killed with reckless abandon. Even better, when choosing whether to kill Pagan or not, if you do kill him, you'll never find Lakshmana. Ajay gets a call from the leader of the Golden Path, and then the cutscene of Amita or Sabal will play. This other cutscene never plays if you spare Pagan. It further proves his point, that Ajay has become so justified and dedicated in his goal that he has lost the plot entirely. His goal went from honoring his mother to killing Pagan, and neither he nor the player realized it. Following the placing of the urn, Pagan will leave. Once again, you can choose to kill Pagan here if you had a rocket launcher, but you can also just let him live. Regardless of the outcome, the country of Kyrat is in Ajay's hands. Reinforcing the breadth of choice, if you disagree with both Amita and Sabal's actions, Ajay could just usurp them himself. The question then becomes whether that is the right choice. Had Ajay taken the alternate ending, I always felt like Pagan would have groomed him into a leader much like him. He's family after all, so he's got his best intentions at heart. Part of me also likes this ending though, where Ajay declines to stay, battles through Kyrat, but usurps the power for himself. He's been hardened by the battles and understands the suffering of the country's people, and his questioning of both Amita and Sabal's methods at the end suggests that he would do the opposite of them, which would likely lead to a better Kyrat. But as games go, the ramifications of these decisions are left up to interpretation. But it does leave you with that lingering question. Who would rule Kyrat better? Amita, Sabal, or Ajay? And are the people of Kyrat going to be caught in the crossfire, regardless? Far Cry 4 to me has always been the best Far Cry game in the series. From its narrative to its villain, supporting cast, and even gameplay, it shows how Ubisoft is able to take a tried and true formula, then evolve it into something greater, better than even its first iteration was. Far Cry is a game all about iterating, and we've seen what this can do when the right lessons are learned and newer coats of paint are applied with a fine touch. It is easily one of my favorite games of all time, a game I return to time and time again. And in an effort to really solidify its legacy, they added a couple of DLCs to sweeten the deal. Far Cry 4 has two DLCs, Escape from Durgesh and the Valley of the Yetis. Choosing to do a story DLC is a strange one though, as Far Cry 4 was so tightly packed together that it's hard to find out where to put the DLCs and how to justify it. However, there was one spot that was missing. After escaping from Durgesh prison, Ajay flees to the snowy mountains and passes out, only to wake up in his home. Despite seeming like the Golden Path picked him up while he was knocked out, there was actually a substantial amount of time in between where Ajay was completely conscious, and that's where these two DLCs are placed. However, if you're expecting an interesting narrative, then you may want to temper your expectations. The DLCs do not add anything to the existing story, and much of the new story beats it offers are uninteresting. But what it lacks in narrative, it does make up for in creative game design. It seems like the explicit purpose of the DLCs was to experiment with Far Cry's gameplay, evolving what they had already created while also seeing what new creations they could cook up. In Escape from Durgesh, Ajay was actually saved thanks to Pagan. He was happy to assist, of course, but he's not going to just let him off the hook that easily. Where Ajay was placed was northern Kyrat. Towards the far end of the map is a helicopter that will take Ajay out of this place and back to the Golden Path. All he has to do is reach it. The issue is that he is on a time limit, and once he calls for the helicopter, the Royal Army will attack, so he has to make sure he's stocked up in the meantime. To achieve this, the game encourages you to explore, as every activity will add time to your overall time limit, extending the time you have to explore before you need to leave. So the strategy is to keep finding things to do and kill, level up, get the appropriate skills, get enough weapons, and then commence the defense. Issue: you've only got one life. Any simple mistake could cost you your life, and dying means resetting back to the beginning. The only thing that remains are the skill points you unlocked and the equipment you had on you. You're expected to die numerous times during this, so don't be too stressed out about failure. It's a fine DLC, especially if you enjoy Far Cry 4's gameplay, but if this kind of gameplay style doesn't really appeal to you, it's definitely not going to get better by the 3rd or 4th retry. It does, however, serve as an early look at what would become Far Cry 6's DLC. Those DLCs don't have timers, but the concepts of death and retries is ever present there as well. Plus, they also learned how to incorporate narrative into this style, by letting you explore the minds of previous Far Cry villains. Escape from Durgesh wasn't the moment they learned of this, however, so the narrative does suffer. All that was given was a basic hook to set the scene, and that's it. Story moments or interesting lore drops start and end here, only coming back once Ajay reaches the chopper, and that's only because the next DLC picks up right where it leaves off. Valley of the Yeti starts with Ajay's chopper crashing in the Himalayan mountains. Upon regaining consciousness, he can hear his pilot being interrogated by the people of the mountain. The people of this place are called the Disciples. They were initially employed by Yuma to find artifacts related to Shangri-La. They explored this lost valley in search of a relic known to be in the possession of Yalu, an ancient demonic entity in Kirati religion. It didn't take very long for the people to go mad though, having been exposed to its power for such a long time. Notes around the valley say that they started hearing noises and visions just out of the corner of their eye. Eventually, the Disciples began processing this relic into an elixir, which when consumed, and I'm not joking, turns you into a Yeti. All the Yetis within the valley are former humans who have been corrupted by the relic's power. Is it a little fantastical for the series? Well, sort of, depends on how you view the numerous drug trips these protagonists take, but given the last DLC had absolutely nothing, this is a much better start. Like the last DLC though, the gameplay was the real selling point. Valley of the Yeti is not much different from base game Far Cry 4. The only unique addition is in the form of these nightly wave defenses. After Ajay finds himself trapped in the valley, he must find a radio and call for backup. The operator on the other side says that a chopper will be en route but will take some time. In the meantime, Ajay must stay put and survive. During the day, the player can explore the valley, do side quests, pick up weapons, and complete main missions. Once the player is satisfied, they can hit the hay and begin the night raid. You'll then have to defend the base from incoming waves of Disciples, with each wave getting stronger and stronger each night. The enemies include all your standard Far Cry enemies, melee users, soldiers, heavies, snipers, but soon the Yetis will start to come out, and that's when it really gets tough. To assist with this, objects strewn throughout the map can reward you with defenses. Barricades, minefields, ammo, machine guns, all things that'll help the wave defense go by a lot smoother. Unlike the previous DLC though, death is not permanent, it works just like in the base game, so there is no need to stress about completing all this in one take. To end the journey, Ajay destroys the elixir supplies, kills the leader of the Disciples, Master Sandesh, and fends off the final wave defense. The following morning, he goes to track down the cave that houses the relic, fights through many hallucinations and just as many Yetis, and officially puts a stop to its destructive power for good. But as he finishes, Ajay looks down and sees himself become a Yeti, only for him to pass out. We aren't sure how he got back, but it's clear that he did, as the base game continues from the Gale homestead. Did Ajay turn into a Yeti? Was his mind just making it up? Can he transform at will? Many questions that will sadly never have an answer. Far Cry 4's DLCs are hard to talk about, honestly. I find it difficult to hate them. They don't do anything wrong per se, but I have no desire to replay them. I enjoyed their novelty like any other first playthrough, but I think one was enough. The gameplay changes were interesting, but it's not what I'm here for, although I do appreciate them taking the opportunity to try something new. It's also very clear what the main driver of this piece of content was. Far Cry 4 adds co-op, letting you take down Pagan and these DLCs with a buddy. So while the DLCs might be a chore or rather boring, bringing a friend along can make the experience much better. Narratively though, it's clear that much of this was supposed to be self-contained. Discussing the potential of the Yetis and Ajay's possible Yeti powers would retcon so much of the base game. So it's clear that the ending of the second DLC was meant to cap off the journey on a surprise twist, knowing that Ubisoft would never have to ever explain it. But the quality of these DLCs did very little to move the needle on Far Cry 4. They didn't push it any further, but it also didn't take away from the game's experience. Hell, I'd reckon very few people even played them. So now they exist as just extra content, things to do when you want to keep playing Far Cry 4, and really that's not so bad. All in all though, Far Cry 4 was seen by many as a game that continued the legacy of Far Cry 3. Continuing to do exactly what that game did with very little change, keeping many of the previous game's iconography and identity, even to a fault in some cases. But it wasn't just the systems of these games that carried over game after game, it was even their lineup. Ubisoft had created a main game, Far Cry 3, and then a spin-off, Blood Dragon. This release schedule was something they seemed to like, as before Far Cry 5, the next entry in the series would once again be a spin-off, that would take us to yet another strange land, one more familiar to our ancient ancestors. Far Cry Primal is the most bizarre game in the Far Cry universe by a large margin. Even the basic concept is peculiar, a Far Cry game set in the BC era, back when our ancestors were cavemen and woolly mammoths still roamed the earth. Before the release of Primal, Ubisoft had polled fans on future ideas for the series. This was sent out to some players who played Far Cry 4, who then forwarded the message to Eurogamer. The list goes as follows: real-world locations in Peru and Alaska, a spaghetti western in 19th century America, the Vietnam War, a Mad Max-style post-apocalypse, a game where you fight vampires, another against zombies, a Jurassic Park-style island with dinosaurs, a sequel to Blood Dragon, and one in the world of Shangri-La from Far Cry 4. Oddly enough, a lot of these ideas did make it past the drawing board. The Vietnam War and zombie outbreak concepts made their way to Far Cry 5's DLCs. The Mad Max game likely ended up becoming Far Cry New Dawn, as that too is set in a post-apocalypse. The sequel to Blood Dragon would become Trials of the Blood Dragon, and while not actually a game, the Dinosaur Island was at least a nice reference to Exile Dinosaur Island. None of them mentioned a prehistoric game though. However, consider this. Primal has you mainly running around with a bow alongside an animal companion. One of the factions, the Azila, are skinny beings covered in blue paint, unlike the Udam who are much more muscular. This is eerily similar to the Shangri-La mission of Far Cry 4. So while we never got the specific Shangri-La mission turned into a Far Cry game, as mentioned by the poll, its obvious connections meant that either Primal was in development during Far Cry 4, or Shangri-La served as a blueprint for the game's design. But creating a setting such as the one in Far Cry Primal is no easy feat. Far Cry has never been historically accurate, and most it's taken influence from locations near the location of their games. Far Cry 2 is a fictional African country, but was most inspired by Kenya and the other countries that surrounded it like Uganda and Ethiopia, while Far Cry 4 had influences from Nepal and Tibet. But these locations already exist. They sent employees to scout these countries and learn their culture. It's a bit harder to do that with a civilization that died over a dozen millenniums ago. To assist them, they hired the likes of many anthropologists and linguists to nail down what Far Cry Primal was supposed to be. The team behind Primal noted that 10,000 BC, the year in which the game is set, was right when the Ice Age receded. This led to them creating bigger trees and deeper forests. The megafauna is also something we don't have in our world anymore, but was prevalent during those times. But the game was still a spin-off, so Primal had some limitations, such as how it shares the same map as Far Cry 4. That said, I only knew this was the case once it was pointed out to me, as the team did an incredible job making them feel completely different. Far Cry 4 and Primal may be structured the same, but they certainly don't look the same. They really wanted to craft a world that was not only unique, but one where humanity was on the bottom of the food chain, just like our ancestors were back then. So, on top of making the sense of scale larger, they also added many predators and animals into the mix. Far Cry Primal is probably the only game in the series where hunting animals and skinning them for upgrades actually makes sense. I'm barely willing to forgive Far Cry 3 for this, since the whole game was designed around Jason surviving on his own, and thus having to resort to the ways of the jungle to survive, but it had no place in Far Cry 4. Here in Primal, you'll be collecting plants, rocks, and animal hides all the time, but some of the animals of Primal will fight back. Mammoths, saber-tooths, wolves. I still remember the time I saw an eagle lift a goat off the ground and take it away. I almost wished to become a part of the earth at that point, as how were you meant to survive in a world like this? Adding to the game's historical setting, they also applied this way of thinking to the tribes. Primal's 3 tribes are the Wenja, Udam, and Azila, each one just as distinct as the last, with their own beliefs, ideals, and designs. As noted in numerous interviews, a key design decision for Primal was to keep things accurate for the time. They were still willing to flex their creative muscles, so to speak, but they wanted to ground the experience to make it reflective of the time. An example would be Tinsei, a member of the Wenja clan who deals in mystical arts, magic, and spirits. One could say he's like a prehistoric Regian yogi, but making Tinsei a pot smoker wouldn't fit in the time, so they made him a shaman. One who uses not just herbs, but blood, skulls, and flesh in their concoctions. This visual language is key to Primal, both in its environment and its characters. The Wenja are more in tune with nature and spirits, so they wear lots of pelts. The Udam are barbarous, so they have thicker builds and enlarged skulls, but they're also the most primitive of the groups, as they're often seen resorting to cannibalism. They also dress in more brutish ways, using bones and skulls and crudely placing them where they can. While the Azila are the most advanced of the 3. They are the only ones to have mastered agriculture, while the others still hunt for game. They also make others work for them by enslaving people they capture, further putting them ahead of the other factions. The Azila are also quite religious, so they adorn themselves in masks and colorful paint. In identifying these aspects, they were able to make 3 distinct tribes. This not only helps to immediately determine who is involved in any given conflict, but their differences characterize them more than any cutscene ever could. Their differences in culture and beliefs already set them apart. Anything that's a part of the game's script is just the cherry on top. But more important than visual language is language itself. When making Primal, the initial draft had all the characters speaking English. They learned very quickly that this wouldn't work, it just didn't sound right at all. So, they decided, rather than letting it be, they would take the extra time to create a whole new language completely unique to Primal. But getting this to work was a pain. As you would expect, not many people are knowledgeable about topics regarding ancient languages. Even then, their time period was particularly challenging. One of the oldest known languages is PIE, or Proto-Indo-European, but this was spoken around 5000 to 2500 BC, way after the setting of Primal. But eventually, they found a solution. After extensive searching, they came across UK linguist Andrew Bird, who was familiar with the Proto-Indo-European language. As fate would have it, his wife Brianna was an expert on teaching foreign languages, so Ubisoft had hired them both to work alongside the Primal team to create the game's language. They realized very quickly that to make a language accurate to the time period, they would have to get creative. Because Primal took place before PIE was used, they had to go backwards. As Andrew said in an interview with website Gaming Respawn, they had to make a Proto-Indo-European language, one that's even more simpler than the already simple language. Andrew explained some of the thought process behind it with website Vice, saying, quote, "Just as archaeologists can dig up pottery shards and bones and make inferences about ancient cultures, so can linguists analyze the words of ancient languages and make inferences about even older languages. If you know both Spanish and French, you might already realize that the languages are related through how similar they sound. For example, the word for who in Spanish is quien, and in French, qui. And if you then compare those with the Italian chi and Portuguese came, you can imagine that, at some point, all of these languages descended from a language that had a word for who, that looks somewhat like qui, or the Latin quis. The more Indo-European languages you add, the more patterns you see that can't be explained through borrowings or coincidences. We are also mindful of how human languages generally behave, which guides us in our choices of the types of changes that may occur in the creation of the Wenja and Azila languages." He then goes on to say that the word for yes in Wenja is shrash, and torch is pershazda. How they came to create these words was borrowing from PIE. In that language, shrash comes from the PIE expression "it is correct," with pershazda meaning fire stick. Through this, they were able to create a 1,250-word dictionary for the languages, all with specific grammar, syntax, and structure. Ubisoft, Brianna, and Andrew had just created a whole new language. It's widely regarded as the first time Proto-Indo-European has been used in thousands of years, and the first video game to ever include it. To further immerse players in the language, a phrasebook was included with copies of Far Cry Primal to help you understand the phonetics of the language. Frankly, it made my head spin just looking at it, so if you prefer, you could just do it my way, which is just play the game and then pick up a few words here and there. But this is a core part of the game's charm. The depths of research that went into this game are almost unheard of, and this was still just a spin-off. Ubisoft likely realized that there wouldn't be another opportunity to make such a thing again, so they wanted to make sure they nailed it when they had the chance. It may have taken a lot longer to come out and was likely very stressful on the team, but for what it's worth, I'll always at least appreciate just how dedicated they were to crafting the perfect prehistoric setting. But this then leads us to, unfortunately, my least favorite part about Primal, the game's actual story. The story of Primal begins with our main character, Takar. He's a part of the Wenja tribe, although notably from a sect that isn't from here. He's come to the land of Oros to meet with others from the Wenja tribe, but as expected, their meeting goes south fast. They are first seen hunting a mammoth. I will admit, it is a standout moment from the game, and putting it in the intro gets the player immediately accustomed to the kind of vibe Primal is going for. The world of Oros is deadly. Humans are not apex predators. Just hunting for food is going to cost lives. But it shows the collaborative nature of the tribes, that they all need to pull their weight if they're going to take down the beast. They do succeed in taking it down, but this is the jungle. There is no honor among thieves. So right when they're about to skin the beast, a saber-tooth appears and kills the rest of the group. I also think this scene specifically highlights the beauty of the first-person cutscenes. Seeing these animals up close like this really shows their ferocity. Ever since Far Cry Instincts, the series has included first-person interactions and cutscenes, and it certainly makes things feel more personal. Like these events are directly happening to you right in front of your eyes, unlike seeing them from a distance. And I think especially Primal highlights why this design feature is so important to the identity of Far Cry. Once Takar escapes, he meets with Sila, one of the Wenja native to this land. Only issue is that there isn't many people like her left. As alluded to earlier, the land of Oros is claimed by the three tribes, Azila, Udam, and Wenja. And in typical Far Cry fashion, our faction is the worst off. They are hunted, taken, and persecuted in larger numbers than the other factions, so we're on the back foot here. Around this time, through the non-FDA approved concoctions made by Teensei, Takar learns that he's a Beastmaster. Like Shangri-La, you can explore the land of Oros with a pet companion by your side, practically setting the stage for the many animal companions yet to come for the series. Teensei will then offer to join the group, also setting the stage for the central focus of the game's narrative. Takar is to establish a foothold in Oros for the Wenja. In doing so, he'll meet many other characters along the way who offer their services to the cause. Unfortunately, they are all very basic, and their potential doesn't even surpass the likes of Far Cry 4's secondary cast. They start off quite strong, at least with Teensei, whose drug-filled missions add some unique variety to the game, and is almost certainly the fastest the player gets drugged in one of these games. It took 50 minutes, by the way. His mission also cues the player into the plights and struggles of the other tribes. For the Udam, it's the cold winter. They seek aid from the Stone Woman, but she won't listen to their demands, so their people continue to freeze to death. Well, the Azila are attacked by Krati, implying here that they fear their judgment. You also use a bow to blow up the sun and destroy all life on Earth, so yeah, I guess I can understand the fear. Far Cry has never had cutscenes outside the player's point of view, likely to keep immersion, and that won't change for another few more entries. So this seems like an attempt to show off the many tribes of the game and establish connections and antagonistic relationships without having us get kidnapped or captured again. When it comes to the quality of the quest, Teensei is a great example of Primal's level of quality, but he does, unfortunately, stand out amongst them, as the rest of the cast leaves a lot to be desired. Jaima is a hunter, and is responsible for handing out many of the exotic hunt quests that the series has had since Far Cry 3. Sila's missions are mainly about helping others around the village, which introduces many different Radiant quests. Woga works well with tools. He's the one who crafts the player's grappling hook. His final quest is to kill the Udam who broke his totems, then return them to him. He then creates a spirit totem for the village to honor. The one who disappointed me the most was Karush, only because he began to show some real promise. Karush is a warrior. He loves killing, and he's damn good at it. He's been meaning to kill this Udam named Mog, because he killed his son and gave him the scar on his eye. Once you start the mission though, you'll learn that Karush left and went ahead. Fearing the worst, Takar rushes over only to find him barely alive next to Mog, who's dead. Now, someone swearing revenge on another, only to go ahead and die, forcing the player to take revenge for them is a tale as old as time, and somehow Primal didn't even do that. All you're meant to do is to find some leaves to heal him and then protect him while he escapes the cave. So no grand boss fight or team up between the village's best warriors. The last two members though actually start off pretty interesting, as Da and Roshani are actually from the other tribes. Both of them are recruited before attacking the home base of each faction, as both are commanders in their respective tribes. I like the initial reactions of the villagers. It's only natural to see these two as their enemies, especially given what they've done to the Wenja up until this point. But Takar is willing to see the humanity in them and provide them with a second chance should they take it. Though their missions do little to evolve from this initial starting point. Daz does at least start with the Wenja attempting to murder him, which leads to some arguments between Takar and the rest of the tribe. Afterwards, he asks for some bone dust to cure his skullfire, then will ask Takar to kill some Azila's sisters as they're a threat to both tribes. Upon returning, he says that the skullfire is too much to bear, and that soon he will die, asking Takar to finish him off, which he does. Roshani, on the other hand, shares his agricultural secrets in exchange for being freed from his cage. He'll then ask for Takar to deal with some of his tribesmen, because while they were taking a Wenja hostage, they spotted him amongst the others, so he fears that he will be next. As you can see, not too much evolution on this front. The reason for the companions' inclusions is twofold. Mechanically, once a part of the team, you can access more skills to invest into. But narratively, each one's contribution helps the village. Fighters, hunters, toolsmiths, farmers, each one helps contribute to the well-being of the village and the Wenja. So it does at least make sense why they joined the tribe and why we continue to look to them for missions. I just wish there was a bit more here. More missions that didn't just feel like fetch quests would have been nice. I'm still bent out of shape over Karush's quest, but him even having some kind of dilemma is a far cry from the rest of the cast. Worse, this level of quality seems to have found its way to the villains of Primal as well. The first tribe you'll come to blows with is the Udam. As mentioned earlier, they're the most ferocious but primitive of the three tribes. They're more of an eat first, ask questions never kind of people, as evident by their frequent displays of bones and blood, both human and animal. They're led by a man named Ul, who is just as fearsome as, if not more so, than his tribesmen. His attack on the Wenja village is actually what kicks off the hunt for the other companions we've discussed so far. At one point, Takar is kidnapped and taken prisoner by Ul. He reveals that they deal with a totally separate issue unrelated to the cold. He claims that all Udam are inflicted with skullfire, the same thing Da was afflicted with. It seems like the early signs of a real illness, but given this is 10,000 BC, they don't have the modern medical name for it. It also seems to be related to their genetics, because all Udam have it. Well then after this, he questions if he should feed Takar to the rest of the tribe before disappearing, giving Takar enough alone time to figure out an escape plan. Then, after enough preparing, Takar mounts an attack on Ul's homeland. While dying, Ul, as a final act of vengeance, tries to take his own child with him, before his other child stops him. He realizes right at this moment how much the children mean to him, so he asks Takar if he could bring him to his village instead. raising them in a place that will treat them better. It oddly enough serves to characterize Takar more than it does Ul. Takar seems to be defined by a sense of justice and protection. He does what he must to keep his people safe, but he's not below second chances and surrenders. Anyone else would kill the two just for being Udam, but Takar sees them as just kids. Children who are not a part of the war, and thus should be spared its effects. He's got a kind soul, a rarity in this place to be sure. Although ultimately he does what he has to do to protect the village, such as in his conflict with the Azila. Takar meets with Batari, the leader of the Azila, who captures him. She and the other Azila sacrifice Wenja to their sun god, because the Azila believe it pleases them. Thanks to the vision Takar experienced earlier with Teensei, they were able to track down the mask of Krati. Takar then dons the mask when raiding their camp, striking fear into the hearts and minds of all Azila. It's a pretty cool section, and that vision earlier was likely a foreshadowing of things yet to come. It then culminates like before with the boss fight against the leader. This time it ends with Takar exacting revenge on her by burning the same way she burned the Wenja for their sacrifices. As you can see, it's pretty standard. You meet the villain, they give you a reason to hate them, you kill them, and the day is saved. It's likely a result of the non-linear storytelling. This is a kind of style that Ubisoft seems to love, as every Far Cry game would have this going forward, and even games like Assassin's Creed have implemented it. Because you could find each companion at any time, they don't interfere with each other, because there is a chance that a cutscene would play that has a companion you haven't met yet. So it generalizes the script. You could defeat Batari before Ul and vice versa, so there can't be cutscenes that acknowledge this, as some players may not have killed the other leader by the time you get to the end. Everything ends not with a bang, but with a whimper, as it has to account for everyone's playthroughs. It's where the actual end of the game starts when all the quests have been completed and all the leaders have been killed, which itself is just a celebration for Takar to thank them for helping the Wenja live on to see another day. It feels lackluster. There is very little fanfare in most of what you do because the game isn't designed a specific way. It must account for the inevitability that each player will be at different points throughout the journey. But the game does at least come to a close once all the content has been completed. Although in true Far Cry fashion, it's got an after-credit cutscene, which shows the child of Ul's taming a beast, something only thought possible by Takar, implying that she is a Beastmaster too, and could be more relevant in a sequel. But it's been over 8 years since its release, so I have my doubts. Far Cry Primal is still an anomaly to me. I really love the amount of detail that went into creating the land of Oros. From the environment to the fauna to the flora, it's a breathtaking place to walk through. The fact that they spend months working on a whole new language just for this game is still bewildering to me. They went above and beyond for this game when they didn't have to, but I'll always appreciate them for that. It's just that the story didn't interest me at any point. But I think I've come to realize why this strange feeling of mine exists. I've already mentioned how hunting and skinning is a huge proponent of Primal's gameplay, but alongside this are unique difficulty modes. There is your standard easy, normal, hard, and expert, but survival mode adds a stamina bar that can only be replenished by eating or sleeping. You can also then pair these with permadeath, meaning you'll have to beat the game in one life or your whole save is deleted. Given that a single predator can kill you even on normal, nights are particularly filled with deadlier predators, and you have a stamina system, well, it's certainly not for the faint of heart. But these difficulty modes highlighted to me that Primal was a game more focused on immersion than ever before. It wasn't looking for a complex, morally driven story. It wanted you to enjoy being in the shoes of our ancestors, and experience their life vicariously through a fictionalized setting. That's frankly what I've come to appreciate the most about Primal. If you're coming to Primal because of the narratives of past games, then you'll be left disappointed. But if you want to briefly transport yourself to a different era and then live out that fantasy, Primal will exceed far beyond your wildest expectations. Far Cry 5 released a couple of years later and takes place in the good old US of A, specifically Montana. When creating the game's concept, director Dan Hayes said that the main tone of Far Cry 5 was going to be one based on separatism. In a few interviews prior to the release, he discussed how he grew up during the Cold War. He said that he felt scared as a kid, and it wasn't until the fall of the Berlin Wall when he finally felt safe. But this feeling came back around the mid-2000s with things like the attacks on 9/11 and the subprime mortgage crisis. He began questioning the government, wondering what they were doing and whose hands were on the wheel, so to speak. He also noticed a frequent message of us versus them among the population, which further divided the world and the country. Dan Hay then referenced the Oregon Wildlife Refuge takeover in 2016. This is a gross oversimplification of the events, but the leader of the takeover, Ammon Bundy, was involved in two events. He was witness to a land dispute between his father and the federal government, in which his father felt that they were encroaching on his land. In 2012, a father and son, Dwight and Stephen Hammond, were arrested for arson on federal land. They both got an abnormally low sentence, 3 months and a year respectively, as the crime is usually a minimum of 5 years. The judge claimed that the sentence was too high and was considered cruel and unusual punishment. But in 2015, the Circuit Court of Appeals reviewed the case and felt that the judge's decision was incorrect. so they retried the Hammonds and had them serve the 5 years they were supposed to. Hammond felt this was a complete overstep, so at the very beginning of 2016, he and a few others took over the wildlife refuge. In a video posted right here on this platform the day before the takeover, Ammon Bundy claimed that he received a divine message from God, that God requested he help the Hammonds, otherwise what happened to them would happen to everyone in the country. This entire takeover became a core part of Far Cry 5. Like previous games, Ubisoft sent over some employees to investigate the region. They were to take pictures and interview locals in order to make things more authentic. What they found was a large swath of people who didn't want to be disturbed by the government. As Hay puts it was faith, freedom, and firearms over there. This felt perfect for his theme of separatism and why Montana was chosen. The initial draft for the script was started in 2014, but that takeover in 2016 seems to have been a major focal point for the later drafts. As in Far Cry 5, the land of Hope County, Montana is being overtaken by a religious cult known as the Project to Eden's Gate. Their leader, Joseph Seed, along with his brothers Jacob and John, and their adoptive sister Faith, all believe that a world-ending event called the Collapse is upon us. Joseph claims that he received a divine message from God to save the people from the impending doom that was certain to happen. For many people in Hope County, the Project to Eden's Gate members, or Peggies as they've called them, were nothing more than crazed psychos. I mean, talking about the end of times is something people roll their eyes at even today, so it's not crazy to assume the same sentiment was applied here too. However, their influence over the county was starting to grow. Numerous notes around the game show that the Peggies were buying and or forcing people to give up their land. They'd even managed to buy the favor of the local police department. This reached a tipping point when numerous videos were uploaded to the internet showing blatant criminal activity. The intro of the game shows a member sneaking in a phone recording only to be caught and attacked right in front of the crowd. Videos like this started cropping up all over the internet, which finally got the government to act. Far Cry 5 starts with the main character, the deputy, in a helicopter with the sheriff and the US Marshal, who all plan to finally arrest Joseph Seed for his crimes. It's not even 2 minutes into the game, but already we can see the tensions are high. Joseph clearly has a lot of influence here. They even built him a statue. The sheriff asks the marshal if he wants to reconsider. He's had run-ins with Joseph before and none of it went well, and he expects this time won't be different. You can almost feel the energy on the ride there. The marshal asks the sheriff if he's scared. He doesn't respond, but his silence speaks volumes. Just the mere mention of Joseph's name troubles these people. Getting inside the compound isn't much better. All the Peggies come out with guns in hand, watching, waiting, wondering what move we'll make. Then comes the man of the hour.
Joseph C. I have a warrant issued for your arrest on the suspicion of kidnapping with the intent to harm. Now, I want you to step forward and keep your hands where I can see them.
There they are, the locusts in our garden. See, they've come for me. They've come to take me away from you. They've come to destroy all that we've built.
Do not touch that service weapon! Hold on and don't stand down! Stand down! Everyone calm down!
We knew this moment would come. We've prepared for it. Go. Go. God will not let them take me.
You're then given the choice of arresting Joseph or letting him go. This is yet another example of Far Cry establishing its identity. As like in Far Cry 4, you can refuse, which gives you an alternate ending where you go home and live to see another day. Assuming you continue, you handcuff Joseph and take him. But you heard the man, God won't let us take him. The Peggies attack the helicopter, jumping on the doors, with one even throwing themselves into the propellers, which causes the helicopter to crash. As we awake, we realize that we are way out of our element, as even the dispatcher Nancy was a part of the cult. The Peggies then take our crew. We manage to escape and run for our lives. We then meet with the marshal and try to use a truck to escape the county to try and radio for help. But the roads are all cut off. The cult has cut off all access into and out of Hope County. As the Peggies take the marshal and leave you for dead, you may start to remember what Joseph said earlier. That no one is coming to save you. Far Cry is known for having some incredible introductory chapters, and Far Cry 5 is part of the reason why that conversation continues to prop up. Each of these modern Far Cries has always tried to portray their villains as evil, sinister. This has completely changed with Far Cry 5. Joseph is not a killer, he is God's messenger and thus has to do right by God. Most Far Cry villains are reprehensibly evil. Joseph is one of the few times where that line between good and evil is blurred. I keep mentioning it, but the energy in the intro is unmatched. It's one of the few times I've actually felt nervous when meeting the villain. Joseph is able to command a flock of believers who are willing to die for him, all without lifting a finger. I mean, what are you supposed to do against that? It's why the sheriff is hesitant to even go inside. About the only one who's not scared is the deputy, but not for the right reasons. The deputy in Far Cry 5 is silent, marking the first time since Far Cry 2 that we've played as a silent protagonist. The reason for this change was so that the player could become the deputy. This style worked for the earlier titles because of how they were designed. Modern Far Cries, with their emphasis on villains and dialogue, need that back and forth that Far Cry 5 sorely lacks. The deputy can't build a deep connection with Joseph or the Seed family, nor can they push back against their ideals. Credit where it's due though, this is a great example of Ubisoft making a change, realizing their mistake, and then reverting it in the future. As while New Dawn was not spared, Far Cry 6 went back to a voiced protagonist, seemingly proving that these characters need to be voiced, otherwise lots of Far Cry's charm is lost in the process. But despite that, while the deputy wasn't scared, everyone else and the player were likely very nervous when heading into the Seed compound. That's what makes Far Cry 5's intro more terrifying than any intro in the series. The hesitancy amongst the crew, the walk through the compound, being face to face with the man himself, and his people who are willing to die for him. Maybe the sheriff was right. Maybe it was best to leave things well enough alone. But we never did, so now we're stuck in Hope County and must take down Joseph Seed and the rest of the Seed family. Unlike the marshal who was taken by the Peggies, the deputy was taken by Dutch, a resident of Hope County who's been trying to fight back against Joseph and his cult. Dutch gets the deputy up to speed on the Seed family and what they contribute to the cult. He says that the deputy must build a resistance, filled with people willing to take the fight to Joseph. And it's this mechanic here that changes everything. Not just the gameplay or the story, but Far Cry itself. Previous games have attempted to create believable and interesting secondary villains, but most of their attempts have not been met with positivity. Hoyt, Paul, and Yuma felt lacking in all aspects. Ubisoft had tried to correct these mistakes with a radical change. Hope County has been sectioned off into 3 regions, each one owned by one member of the Seed family, John, Jacob, and Faith. Taking some notes from Primal, Far Cry 5 is also non-linear. You can tackle any of these regions as you please. You can dedicate yourself to one region until it's complete, or flip-flop between them at will. This itself comes with some positives and negatives. Far Cry 5 runs into the same trappings as Primal. Because the player could be at any point in the story at any given time, things have been narrowed down more. Jacob, John, and Faith never appear in any of the others' regions, ever. Not in cutscene, nor in gameplay will they cross. This also means that their presence is completely separate even in dialogue. Because you can kill John both first and last, the dialogue does not mention the state of John's being through the other characters, as players will be at different points in the story. The only one who does cross over into each region and does comment on the state of his family is Joseph, but that's because he cannot be killed until all the others have been dealt with. Like Primal, this once again makes things feel less personal. The antagonists are meant to be a family, and yet they never feel like one. Everything they say always goes back to Joseph. It's rare to ever hear John's thoughts on the rest of the family, or how Faith feels about her adopted brothers. Despite this, there are some great moments that they have separately, and some even better moments that involve Joseph, but they don't always feel like the family they claim to be. This is ultimately the problem with non-linear storytelling like this. We can't have the family interact with each other because every player's playthrough will be different. So instead the content is streamlined so as to not screw with the playthrough, designing cutscenes around the bare minimum so that all the players can experience the same content while still letting them choose how to proceed with their own story. And yet, in spite of that, the non-linear storytelling for the player is the best it will ever be. Historically, side content and main quests have been separate. Clearing outposts and rescuing hostages doesn't contribute to the main story. As such, it may feel like you aren't making progress in the game because you're doing something extra. Ubisoft also corrected for this by making everything worthwhile. The way the narrative progresses is you go around doing missions and side objectives which add resistance points. After enough resistance points, you'll get a mission with the antagonist of the region, then rinse and repeat 3 or so times until the finale. These resistance points can be acquired by doing just about everything. Main and side missions usually offer the most, but clearing out outposts, rescuing prisoners from vans, stealing ammo trucks, blowing up silos and bliss machines, all of it adds points. This allows the player to create their own narrative of Far Cry 5, while also not discouraging the player from stepping off the beaten path for a while. Oftentimes I found myself just passing by side content because I just wanted to get the main quest over with, and I knew that I would just be wasting my time otherwise. Far Cry 5 is a lot more freeform in its design. It wants you to do what you want when you want it, while still making you feel like you're progressing towards the ultimate goal. But that still doesn't take away how dull some of these side quests are. Far Cry 5 side quests are an anomaly that I can't quite explain my feelings on. Lots of the 5th game side quests feel like they were made for the sake of comedy. Zip Kupka is a government conspiracy theorist. Lenny Parker believes aliens are watching us, and one of the chefs in Falls End wants you to help him prepare for the annual Testy Festy. I'm conflicted because this is very clearly meant to satirize American culture, but this idea of comedy being placed ahead of meaningful story is seen more and more as the series goes on, with whole characters dedicated to being vessels for comedy. Far Cry 5 even makes seemingly regular missions more action-packed and quirky for no reason. There's a time when Nick Ryan needs your assistance because his wife is giving birth, but on the road are numerous hazards, like animals, people, and even a plane that explodes in the background. It's just completely unnecessary. But that isn't to say these missions don't have heart. At the very end of the race, you get to see the happy couple celebrating the birth. Nick even offers to hand down the family business to his daughter once she's ready. And the Testy Festy, as dumb and real as it is, does at least showcase an element of community. It's an annual festival, so by continuing to honor local traditions, we can show that even in the darkest of times, Hope County still remains as strong as ever. But not all the missions are like that. Some start great, but have no payoff. There's a mission in John's region where we rescue a cultist breaking off from Eden's Gate. We successfully rescue him, but unfortunately, despite his alliance being a boon for us, his existence means nothing. He doesn't do anything for us, nor provides us with any unique info on the cult's inner workings. About the only mission that felt important was Jess Black's introduction. She's been trying to hunt this Peggy named the Cook and needs your help. Along the way, you get to see the death and destruction he leaves in his path. Burned bodies are everywhere, put in mass dumping piles, thrown away like they're nothing. All while Jess is retelling a gut-wrenching story about her experience with the Cook. You come across a few people who are captured and are soon to be victims of the Cook, and it's one of the rare times where it feels like rescuing them matters, as Jess has explicitly explained what their fates would be if we failed. You do, in the end, help Jess kill the Cook, but like all stories of revenge, it did give her the peace to move on, as the memories still haunt her. But again, most of these quests are rare. Far Cry over the years has drifted more into the realm of power fantasy and fun. We're once a threatening villain in conflict, but it also wants you to have fun blowing stuff up. So I think the real issue at hand is that so many of these missions seem to ignore the severity of the threat, as it feels like no one is actually taking this conflict seriously. But all this freeform expression and agency is going to lead to an unpredictable amount of outcomes, as each player will be at different points throughout the journey. So there needs to be a way to streamline the players down the correct path without removing their freedom. This leads to Far Cry 5's best and worst mechanic, and most of you likely already know what I'm talking about. When browsing the regions, you'll see certain markings on the resistance bar. These usually signify a visit from the antagonist. The first time this happens, it's fantastic. You'll get a call from whatever member of the Seed family you're currently encroaching on before being marked. From here on, that family member is out to get you. Cultists under their command will chase you down. Faith just brainwashes you with her bliss, but Jacob and John send hit squads after you. They will then chase you to the ends of the earth, always appear where you are, and always manage to track you down. If you manage to win, then you live to fight another day, but if you fail, you will be knocked out, taken, and then interrogated by that same family member. Far Cry has always struggled with getting the protagonist and antagonist together. We saw Far Cry 4 evolve this by adding a radio for Pagan Min to use, something the Seed family also uses, but ultimately you are still taken against your will. This puts the fate of the deputy in the hands of the player. It tests your skill as a player and actively gives you a chance to escape. At least that's what it seems like on the surface. I said being marked was one of the best mechanics, and that is still true, but only the first few times around. See, this style of kidnapping happens every time. 3 times per family member, 3 family members. That's 9 times you will have to do this little song and dance. On the surface, it's another example of the team overusing a good idea, but the consistency of this mechanic is also what helps the player figure out its failures. Here's the issue. The game has to streamline this somehow, otherwise skilled enough players could just skip important missions. Take John, for instance. For his 3 missions, you are first taken and baptized by John, then you're taken to John's bunker, which is when you get to meet one of your lost crew, then John will take the church hostage in the 3rd encounter, which then leads to a fight in the air, then a short rescue mission to save Deputy Hudson. If the player is skilled enough to escape the hit squads, nothing is stopping them from continuing their resistance. In fact, there was a time while I was waiting for John to send his men after me, where I just rode around the countryside blowing up the silos. Spend enough time doing this and the player could possibly skip one of those missions. So what then? You can't skip the mission or start from one at the next available time, otherwise the player will miss a critical mission. Some would say this is perfectly in line with Far Cry 5's design, and that's true, but Ubisoft didn't seem to think so. So while I did say you could escape from the cult, I wasn't really telling the full truth. The cult uses bliss, a sort of MacGuffin drug. They use bliss arrows, which is really contrived, and even bliss bullets, somehow more contrived, to take you down. Once one of these hits you, that's it. You can't escape the bliss once it's taken effect. So if it only takes 1 hit for you to go down, doesn't that make these hunts meaningless? Exactly. And once you figure that out, the entire mechanic crumbles. The moment you learn how it works, you'll likely, like me, just wait. There is no reason to run because the main missions have to be played, so the squads will never stop coming after you, and 1 bullet or arrow is all it takes, so there's no point in trying to put up a fight. Just set the controller down, crack open a cold one, and get ready for a cutscene. This is when it turns into the game's worst mechanic. On paper, it's genius. Letting the fate of the player be dictated by their own skill is a wonderful decision. But in practice, it's overused and hard-coded for you to fail, removing that organic semblance of failure. And it really does sadden me to talk about this, because it seems as though, rather than experimenting more, Ubisoft canned the thing entirely. Far Cry New Dawn and 6 all go back to the older style, where kidnappings are done via a scripted event, not something organic. Now, I don't want to get up here and preach like I'm some arbiter of the truth. Ultimately, I'm just a guy with opinions, so I won't claim to know Far Cry better than Ubisoft. But personally, I've always wished that this mechanic came back, just tweaked a little. Less streamlining and less occurrences. I imagine a defense mission, where you have to defend an area against the enemy. Surviving the defense continues the mission, whereas failure does not result in a game over, but a separate cutscene where you're taken by the villain. The ending will still result in the same outcome, you will escape and be allowed to roam the open world again, but it would feel more organic. It would give the player a chance to overcome the trial in front of them, or fail, but not immediately reset them to the beginning to try again. It would instead have you live with your failure, which could fundamentally change how the player's own story of that game goes from there. Ultimately though, despite my grievances, I do respect the decision to add this mechanic. Again, it's a wonderful idea on paper. Trying to evolve series traditions to breathe new life into things is commendable, but I think I've had enough bliss to last me a lifetime. But with all this discussion surrounding the Seed family, it's about time we finally talk about them. While the game does let you tackle them in any order you wish, Ubisoft recommends you hit John first. To try and create a meaningful cast of villains, Ubisoft set out with the express purpose of making distinct identities for each of them. The Seed family is united in their shared goal, but each one came to the aid of Joseph in different ways. And their methods, both in and out of the cult, are what truly set them apart. This isn't immediately conveyed upon hearing of John, however. John is first introduced to the player through his televangelist special. He preaches about the power of yes, and that people should be saying yes to things more. Initially, he doesn't seem any different than Joseph, but there was a lot more to John than what's on the surface. John captures the deputy numerous times, and each time he tries to convince him to confess his sins. He does this at the baptism, believing that the cleansing will clear his mind, and then later again at the bunker. This boils over to the final confrontation with him, where he raids the main church within the region and takes some of the people hostage, including the likes of Nick, a gun-for-hire you recruit here, and Pastor Jerome. Ever since he's met the deputy, he's wanted to make him confess his sins, so that he may be cleansed and then atone for his mistakes. All he has to do is accept it. All he has to do is say yes. Another way of making these villains within the family distinct from one another is by taking what troubles them and then twisting it into their message. John Seed's power of yes gimmick relates to something in his childhood. John, Jacob, and Joseph are all brothers of the Seed family. While their parents were not on good terms and the family split, John was later adopted by a pair of parents called the Duncans. They, however, beat John constantly, claiming that his soul was tainted, and it was in that moment that he learned the power of yes. I'll quote a part from the Book of Joseph, which was a rare pre-order bonus from the collector's edition. Quote, "To them, a child's silence can mean only that he was thinking impure thoughts. Every abstinence meant mischief, every moment meant temptation. They were convinced that John's soul was tainted and that it must be cleansed, purified by any means necessary. John's childhood and teenage years were no more than one lone elaborate exorcism. The evil within him had to be exterminated. John was encouraged to confess his sins at all hours of the day and night, and he quickly came to understand that if he had nothing to confess, he should make something up. This is where his yes comes from. John was continually beaten by his family, so much so that he had to make up sins in order for them to stop. In his mind, as long as he confessed, it would stop. As long as he said yes, he would be spared. When he got older, he started taking part in all kinds of vices. He became addicted to drugs and sex usually involved lots of pain mixed in with the pleasure. This fascination with sins and pain is what led to the John we see today. Mixing both parts of his past, he requests that the sinner come forward and confess their sins. He then tattoos the name of that sin on their body as a reminder. Once they've repented and seen the error of their ways though, John cuts it out, believing that he is physically removing the sin from the sinner, and that they now have been cleansed. This is what I meant by the Seed family twisting their trauma. John Seed's horrible childhood had convinced him that people need to say yes more, and that people should confess their sins. This horrible time in his life had altered his perception on life, and has affected the way he preaches about sin and goes about removing people of their sins. It's something that affects every member of the family. Each one of them may be different, but they all suffer from something traumatic, and each one's struggle can usually be surmised by untwisting the harmful things that they do to the people of Hope County. What makes John specifically so interesting is that his opposition is in direct contrast to him. While Joseph has his own flock of people, the deputy has some too. All across Hope County are people willing to fight the good fight, to push back against the Seed family and reclaim their home. Each section also has a kind of main character amongst the group, and Pastor Jerome is this region's. Pastor Jerome and John Seed aren't too different. Both preachers, teachers of God's will, but one is truly a believer in the Lord. Pastor Jerome is what a priest should be, someone who adheres to the Word of God and follows his teachings. John, like his brother Joseph, only uses it when it benefits him. His televangelist special in the intro was clearly an inspired choice meant to convey this. Televangelists are preachers who mainly broadcast their sermons on live TV. There's been lots of pushback against these types, claiming that they only use the Word of God for financial gain, and that they hook desperate people into a scheme. Much of this is attributed to how you don't technically have to be an official minister to preach about God on TV, at least here in the States, and how many of them are likely to put on a show when they preach. To some, real priests would not do this. They would be at a church among the people and discuss the Word of God within a holy place. The difference between priests and televangelists is similar to the differences seen between Jerome and John. There's such a stark difference between the two. Jerome offers prayers and guidance for those in these trying times, and stays faithful at all times. John perverts the words of God, seeing Joseph as the one true leader. I mean, he literally smacks the Bible out of Jerome's hand so he can give him Joseph's Bible. While one is out brandishing people with scars, naming their sins, and forcefully baptizing others, Jerome sits here patiently, quietly, ready to read the next selected sermon. I've mentioned this in previous videos before, but I'm not a religious person. Religion was never a part of my upbringing, so it was never something I took part in. But when I think of religion, I always think of someone like Jerome, not John. Someone who lets the people talk while he listens, not gathering a crowd so he can be the center of attention. One who confides in those who sin, instructing them on their path ahead. Someone who sympathizes, not punishes. John Seed serves as a great tone setter. He shows off just how terrifying and powerful the Seed family is, and how dedicated they are to their cause. It's through him that the cult was able to gain so much land and property within Hope County, and it's his baptisms that led the people onto a different path, one shrouded in bliss and comforting words. But it also shows just how deep his own pain goes, that he too is someone who has sinned and continues to do so even while preaching the Word of God. This I came to expect, a Far Cry villain with a broken past and villainous present. What I did not expect was for the quality to rise even higher when I met the next member of the family. When it comes to our first three villains, Jacob Seed is counted amongst the best, often the best, and for good reason. Jacob is the soldier, the warrior among the cult. He trains the members in the ways of combat. Lots of the outposts in his region have training courses built for the cult to train. This is thanks to his formal US Army training, but he also has that training to thank for his current trauma. Jacob Seed is the oldest of the three Seed brothers. As the older brother, he felt that he needed to protect them when he could, even when up against their father. See, Jacob, he was strong and tough. He could handle the lashings, and Joseph could disassociate until it was over. But John, he was the youngest. He was delicate, as Joseph put it. Hearing his little brother scream day and night drove Jacob into a rage. He wanted to do something violent, but Joseph had calmed him down. This worked out in the boys' favor as the family would split up thanks to John's teacher noticing these scars from his dad's belt. That's when they all went into the foster care system. They'd been adopted by a family, but the family never wanted kids, just free labor. They were just as bad as their biological parents, so one night Jacob set fire to their barn. He let the animals loose, burned the stables, and then when the father came to check out the commotion, Jacob killed them with an axe. That's when the Seed brothers would be brought back into the system, but forced to stay apart. John went to the Duncans and was beat by them just like his father did to him. But Jacob went to a juvenile center because of his reckless actions. He was just as reckless there as he was back in the real world, but he did serve his sentence to completion. However, like others from the center, their life only had two paths it could go, the army or a life of crime. Jacob felt that life as a soldier was preferable. He served his country well and did as he was told, but the effects of the war had taken a toll on him. He had driven over foxholes, crushing all those who lay underneath. He himself was shot and stabbed numerous times, and he saw soldiers die in his arms. What really drove him over the edge, though, was when he was brought to the brink. He and his squad mate Miller were in an ambush along with the rest of the unit. During the fight, they got separated, leaving just Miller and Jacob. They didn't have any food or a radio to call for help, and the nearest base was miles away to the south. Without much of a choice, they started walking. By day 3, Jacob knew they were lost. By day 6, the water ran out. Miller reported feeling off around day 7. Because his body hadn't consumed any form of energy in a week, it started taking away his muscles and fat that he had stored. But it was on the 8th day where Jacob found clarity. He knew he and Miller were as good as dead, so he killed Miller and ate him. Jacob later believed that this was a message from God. He realized that his sacrifice was what brought him here to Hope County and to Joseph, and that the weak will serve a purpose to the strong. Miller's weakness served to keep Jacob alive long enough to survive. War turned Jacob into a monster. He overtook and defended palaces that weren't his and stole food from families. But there was still a semblance of humanity in him. He often gave his food to orphans, and by the end of his tour he realized that this fight meant nothing. As the Book of Joseph puts it, quote, he knew instinctively that he was liberating nobody and nothing. He was merely accelerating a change in ownership. Nothing more than a process server hastening the eviction, using bullets and grenades instead of rubber stamps. Eventually he was discharged, as he was declared unfit to serve because of his mental well-being. He then spent some time in a military hospital to recover, but he barely had any money. Once that money well ran dry, he was kicked out and lived down the street, still seeing visions of those days in Iraq all day and night. Joseph's words really highlight these troubles best. Quote, once his funds ran dry, he was simply tossed out onto the street. That's the way used-up soldiers have always been treated. They are decorated with medals, then told to take a long walk over a short pier. Maybe that's what the medals were for, so that they'll sink and drown. But it was here that John and Joseph had found him, curled up in the fetal position inside a homeless shelter. Joseph was awestruck to find him here. Had Jacob not called out to them, he would have passed him right by. The memories of what he looked like as a kid and the photo he had taken when he served were completely unlike him. Sometimes, even when you leave war, war never leaves you. But through Joseph, Jacob was given another purpose. He was tasked with training the Peggies, building them up to be strong soldiers. And as we can see, even as he is retelling these memories, none of it haunts him. In fact, it seems to have brought him enlightenment. Part of this seems to be because Joseph had convinced him that all their struggles were tests, and that they had a higher, more divine purpose in life. He's never seen struggling with the effects of the war or the trauma. I'm sure it troubles him at times, but even as he's recalling the day he ate his friend, he's still calm about it. I think he's gone past the point of insanity and yet doesn't even realize it. And this takeover of Hope County in some ways has given him an outlet. He can return to the days of the war and revel in it. But like with John, Jacob too is inflicting the same pain he felt on his victims. Jacob first captures the deputy and straps him to a chair. In the same way John preaches about the power of yes, Jacob preaches about the strong, and how the strong must call the weak. He then plays a music box which hypnotizes the deputy while they go through the training exercise. He uses this technique to create strong soldiers. The music box is meant to be an activation code in some ways. It's a form of classical conditioning. Ivan Pavlov famously did a test like this on his dogs. Every time he rang a bell, he would offer them food. He kept doing this enough times to where he observed that the dogs would salivate only after hearing the bell, despite no food being present. They were conditioned to expect it when the bell rang. Jacob is doing the same thing with the music box. When the song plays, you're taken to the training exercise. What makes Jacob one of the more memorable villains within the series is how this song even affects the player. Unlike John, whose missions were all different, Jacob's missions have you running the same course every time. The objective is to get to the end before time runs out. You'll be given a gun at the beginning, but there isn't too much ammo in it, so it's expected that you pick up the new weapons as they come along. Your first time is likely going to be chaotic. You won't have the routes down just yet as it's your first time going through it. Once that's complete, the Whitetail Militia will pick you up. They are your allies for this region. But sooner or later, Jacob will come back to collect you. Once he's got you the second time, you're forced to do the course again, but faster. There is also an additional section making the course a bit harder. Then once more for a third time, and by then you start to get into a groove. You know the routes, the angles, the enemy placements, the weapons, all of it down to a science. It becomes like a system, a set of operations. 2 guys with the revolver, 5 guys with the MAC-10, then the shotgun. Make sure to do some knockouts here as it extends the timer. Then comes the AR-15, then the MP5. Slide down the ramp and pick up the heavy machine gun. Take out all the guys in this order and do not forget the final target at the end. Then just make sure to do this quicker and faster every time, and don't worry about mistakes because none of this is real, right? Right?
Well done.
You're no hero!
Yes, sacrifice the weak.
No, don't shoot!
Only you could make this world seem right. Only you can make the darkness bright. Only you. Hey, only you could have gotten this close. Only you could have earned his trust. It was always only ever you. Good work. You did it. You passed your test. You made your sacrifice. But now, you're alone.
And you're weak. And we know what happens to the weak.
You've been training to kill your allies the whole time. All the previous runs were in a fictional environment, and by using that, it was able to trick the player into assuming this was the same yet again, not knowing that this time, it was for real. You might have been wondering why Jacob keeps letting you go. Each time you complete these courses, you always end up somewhere else, with Jacob nowhere to be found. It's because that he knows that a simple tune can bring you right back to him. That's how he captures you the third time. Your captors previously were his hired hit squads, but this time just the song brought you here. You came back to him, willingly. The song played in the music box is Only You by the Platters. I can't play the song itself as I can already feel the copyright claim breathing down my neck, but oddly enough, I don't have to. Any one of you who have played Far Cry 5 already know the song and might have even started humming it to yourself. In the same way that the deputy was being classically conditioned to attack the Whitetail militia, Ubisoft is classically conditioning you to never forget this moment. It's to a point where anytime I hear this song, I always think of Jacob Seed and his training course. It really did become like a Pavlovian response. For instance, did you know that this song is also heard in the beginning of Batman Arkham Knight? I played that game on release and thought nothing of it, but the first time I replayed it after Far Cry 5, it hit me like a sack of bricks. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I started questioning if the song was always here. Strangely, this game's opening also highlights the dangers of Scarecrow's fear toxin as the entire diner were under its effects. This game came out 3 years before Far Cry 5, so something must have been in the water back then. Maybe it was Bliss. Back then, this song was a nice doo-wop tune to add some life to the scene, but now even in a different game, I still find myself returning to this moment. You may leave the war, but the war never leaves you. In a way, through Jacob, we can almost see what Jason Brody would have experienced after Rook's Island. Every veteran's story is different, so it's not entirely accurate, but both men were trained killers, now forced into civilian life. Jason would likely feel that his life had no purpose anymore, and Jacob was tossed aside by the country he fought for. This war between the Peggies and Hope County has reinvigorated him. He's really living his best life out here. He's back on the front lines of a war, one with an actual cause that he believes in, alongside both of his brothers who he hasn't seen in years. Jacob needs some serious help, both counseling and medications if he's going to recover, but he's tried that already. At least here he has a purpose, his family, and his friends. At least here he has a life, and to him that's better than being stuck on the streets with no one but himself and his thoughts. This feeling of loneliness and helplessness also segues neatly into our final member of the family, Faith. As stated previously, Faith is the only member of the family who is not related, and it's learned very quickly why that is. Faith, real name Rachel, was a broken woman. She was bullied by her friends and abused by her family. She used drugs in order to cope with the pain, but that was when she met Joseph. Joseph showed her her true potential. The greatness and love that she had stored away, he was able to unleash that. But that's not what happened. The Book of Joseph tells us that after the three brothers reunited, they began to work on Eden's Gate. And soon members started pouring in from all over Montana. One of them was Rachel. Joseph had welcomed her with open arms and was willing to help her fight this addiction. She went through a heavy withdrawal during this time, so Joseph gave her some drugs to help. So from one drug to another. Faith corroborates this tale herself. At the end of her boss fight, she says that she was just 17 when Joseph came to her. It was he who got her hooked on bliss, he who threatened her with them, and he who turned Rachel into Faith. To make matters worse, we'll learn that Faith is the name of Joseph's dead wife, and that Rachel was also not the first Faith. There were many Faiths before her, and if she died at any point, I'm sure there was likely another on standby. Faith is a woman who got hooked on drugs, was saved by a man who claims to know how to help her, only to hook her back on something else. Now, while under the effects of bliss, she used it to give other people the same treatment. One of the missions within the region has you destroying Joseph's giant statue. Afterwards, Tracy will ask you to burn Faith's personal journal that she keeps at the top. When it's done, Faith will call you asking why the deputy did that, and that now she's going to be punished. Not having been a part of the family, the brothers seem to view Faith very differently than each other. John questions Faith's devotion to the cause, and Joseph drugged her into his service. I shouldn't need to tell you that addiction is extremely common, especially with drugs. Being under the influence can unshackle our minds sometimes, but everything must be taken in moderation. Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. Being under the effects of bliss keeps Faith blissfully unaware of her surroundings and her actual feelings, and this is true for everyone else. All the people that she's taken under her wing, whether that be her drug-induced angels or the marshal, all of them claim to want this, but it's hard to believe them when it's clear that they aren't themselves. But it's Faith most of all who doesn't want this. She never asked for this, she just wanted help, and Joseph used her for his own gain. Killing her doesn't feel right, believing her addicted to bliss doesn't feel right either. Should she accept the reality of her situation or stay blissfully unaware in the bliss? Honestly, I'm not sure. I think the length of this section alone conveys my thoughts on this new format, but oddly enough, I think Far Cry 6 actually illuminated my thoughts on why. That game took this regional concept established here and applied it to its game, but that game's secondary villains felt lacking in many ways. So I don't necessarily think the concept itself worked, but more so the familial ties are what strengthened it. My biggest complaint initially was that neither of them got a lot of screen time, and even when they do, they don't always take advantage of it. Each one only gets 4 scenes, 3 meetings, and then the final one where they die. But sometimes Joseph appears and becomes the central focus, invalidating that meeting. But upon re-examining things more, I think they appear for just long enough. They hit all the bullet points that they're supposed to. I was able to understand their backstories and their pain through these meetings. And more importantly, Ubisoft had created a connection between these secondary villains and the main protagonist that finally worked. We started seeing signs of this with Yuma, where her problems with Pagan spilled over into her betrayal and subsequent death. But there just wasn't enough there for me to feel invested in it. Here in Far Cry 5, I was more invested than ever. Each one of the Seed family is broken. They all grew up living horrible lives, and were dealt terrible hands they didn't deserve. I know I've been calling them side villains this whole time, and I know that's not really giving them any credit, but it's just a formality. In reality, though, they do feel just as important as Joseph. He is the ringleader of this operation, but the other siblings feel like they are equally as important. That is not just Joseph pulling the strings. Each one contributes something to the cult in some way, and each one needs to be dealt with. John's ideals contrasted well to Pastor Jerome's. Jacob's missions were incredibly memorable, on account of the game forcing me to never forget them wherever I go, and Faith being a tragic character highlights the depths of Joseph's depravity. Everything Far Cry 5 applies, from the strong bond that connects back to the main antagonist, to the reign over a specific region, giving each one equal opportunities. These were the missing ingredients from the recipe, the secret sauce, if you will. It took a while, but I truly believe that Ubisoft had finally managed to solve this multi-game long predicament with Far Cry 5. All that's left now is to end the game on a bang with Joseph. And oh boy, what a bang this will be. Joseph Seed, the so-called prophet of God, leader of Eden's Gate, and believer in the world's end, is to blame for the atrocities that have been committed. But his calm demeanor and truthful words set him apart from the villains we've seen thus far. Writer for Far Cry 5, Drew Holmes, wanted to make a villain that could be frightening, without making death threats or pointing a gun at the player. To create this character, they looked at cult inspirations, such as People's Temple and their leader Jim Jones, Charles Manson and the Manson family, and David Koresh from the Branch Davidians. Eden's Gate's logo is also very similar to Scientology's cross, a church that is often considered a cult by many. But with this being such a specific role, Ubisoft struggled to find the right actor for the job. That wasn't until they met Canadian actor Greg Burke. Burke had gotten a call from his agent regarding the role but disregarded it immediately, as he was not aware how much storytelling in video games had evolved. Now, mind you, the last time he played a game was when he was a kid. He was born in 1972, so many of the games he grew up with were the classics. Space Invaders, Lunar Lander, and pretty much anything that had an arcade cabinet at the time, so that's a fair assumption to make. But when he read a few lines off the script, his tune changed. Recalling his thoughts in an interview with IGN, he said, quote, "I started reading and I was just blown away. The first couple sentences of this monologue was talking about being 23 and pregnant with this child. I got my wife pregnant in theater school when I was 23, and just this idea of not being ready and not feeling that you were worthy of being a father and being broke, just being a nobody from nowhere with nothing. That really resonated with me. And then the way the monologue unfolded was so dark and beautiful that I fell in love with the writing right away. I think what made the character scary is that I could be honest with it. I could reveal a lot of myself in that character. I think the best villains are the most relatable villains, because we all have that darkness in us. We all have a danger that can come out in the right circumstances. So that was the challenge, to just ground myself in him as a human being first and foremost and let the villainy take care of itself. Burke then goes on to say that he started believing every word he said in that game, that Joseph's words were even affecting him despite being Joseph. He then recalls a very specific moment when filming. Each time you kill one of the Seed family, Joseph appears to talk about them. After all 3 have died, though, his attitude notably changes.
Another seal has been opened. My family, my brothers, my sisters, they've been taken from me by a snake in the garden!
Burke was very connected to the material, and in this moment he wanted to show the old Joseph, the younger one, the one who was a child, beaten and abused by his father. He was trying to find the right rhythm and the right tone, and in the midst of thinking, something from his own past came to mind. This old memory of his shot him right into character. That snot and everything was all Burke. He even requested they keep it in the game, that they don't sanitize anything, and that's how the iconic scene came to be. Ubisoft had tried to do something different with Joseph, create a villain that isn't threatening in a typical way. They wanted to make a real cult leader, one who lures you in with words and hopes, and Joseph was the result. Like I said, he's a calm man who wants you to believe in the words he's saying, to obey him unquestioningly. He wants to take all your pains away, and you may be convinced to believe him, but he too is not without pain. As stated before, the Seed brothers didn't grow up with great parents. Their father was a drunk who abused each of the boys equally, and their mother was practically non-existent. Never encouraging the violence done by her husband, but also not doing anything to stop it either. But it was during these beatings when the voice first spoke. Joseph talks up and down about a voice in his head that he believes to be God. It is never explained in Far Cry 5, New Dawn, or the 6 games DLC what this voice actually is. It's left up to interpretation whether this is truly God or just him going crazy. Joseph does recognize though that this voice does make him sound crazy. Quote, "There are many lunatics out there, and if it's not the voice of angels speaking to them, it's aliens, George Washington or John Lennon. Every busy street corner has a chosen one, a mad prophet. They announce that the end is nigh, that humanity has been irredeemably condemned for its sins and misdeeds, ordering you to repent and damning you to the eternal flames of hell. Why should I be any more believable? How am I any different? Probably because I'm not here to talk about saving your soul. I'm here to talk about living before death. I'm only here to help you survive the impending chaos. But don't get me wrong, the world is coming to an end. Its destruction has been foretold." Joseph goes on to say that God intends to take everything back, that we have soiled everything God has touched, and he intends to correct his mistakes. He then goes on to say that greed is what drives mankind, that man's endless quest for all things never ends well. Man will cheat, lie, steal, and kill all to get ahead. Joseph believes that God has told him to bring together those who are righteous, those who still believe in the word of God, and create a family, while God deals with the sinners. While this is exactly what Joseph is critiquing, he believes that the world will not be destroyed like some kind of rapture, but simply reset. They aren't going to heaven per se, they'll just survive the coming collapse of society and work together to rebuild life in God's image once he's reset the clock. That's what Joseph has done all this for. He believes that the people of the world will destroy themselves in an all-out war, so he's gathering all he can in order to safeguard them. After being separated from his brothers, he lived on his own for some time, but the voice was always with him. He went to a few different families, talked with many other kids, whether at school or at home, but he always felt like an outcast. No one wanted to talk to Joseph, but it didn't matter, for he always had a friend in the voice. But like Abraham before him, Joseph was to be tested. One night, his wife Faith and their soon-to-be daughter were driving to a friend's house. Joseph was home at the time building the crib. He called her numerous times to ask how things were going, but got no response. He would then learn shortly after that they had been in an accident. His wife had died with his daughter in critical condition. Joseph at this point prayed for strength, prayed for a path forward. That's when the voice returned, asking him to show his devotion to God. Was Joseph truly willing to do whatever it takes to serve God? In that moment, he was given a test, and to pass, Joseph would pinch the oxygen tube connected to his daughter and kill her. Joseph then worked with his brothers to establish Eden's Gate and eventually moved to Hope County where they would prepare for the collapse. They bought or took most of the land that they could, created doomsday prepper stashes, then cleared out 3 massive bunkers that they would use to shield themselves from the blast. But in doing so, also took advantage of his brothers and Faith, convincing them that God was testing them this whole time, while also giving them an outlet to indulge in their vices and habits, leaving them worse off in the end. Something I mentioned before in a previous video is that pain is an easy road to sympathy. Not that pain is the only way to achieve sympathy, but that pain often leads to it. Sometimes the pains we go through in life are so traumatic that we vow to help those in similar positions, or at least lend an ear to those in need, knowing that they're going through what we did. Growing up, there was a lot of screaming in the household. Eventually, like the Seed family, my parents split too. Years and years of forced visitations, weekends spent in another home, and court-ordered therapists that never listened really didn't help little 13-year-old me. For years I thought this was all behind me, that it was a bad memory of the past, but the past nonetheless. But I was wrong. I hate loud noises of any kind now, especially when it's people yelling at one another or even at me, as my mind will immediately flash back to those days when it happens. Safe to say, it kinda sucks. But it's because of that I learned to never be like that. Ever since, for the past 12 years, I've refused to raise my voice or get angry with anyone, because I know how terrible it feels to be on the receiving end of it. This is what the Seed family failed to do. Joseph had taken 3 vulnerable people, and instead of bettering them, teaching them that life can and will get better, he took them under his wing to fulfill his vision. In some ways, the others are just as much victims as the Peggies were. Faith needed rehab, not to be hooked on another substance. John and Jacob needed counseling, not an opportunity to indulge in their bad habits. In some ironic ways, Joseph had allowed them to sin more than they already were. It's another example of him perverting the words of God or only using God as it benefits him. Faith was hooked on drugs, and yet because it's in his company and his bliss, and because she's helping him see his vision through, it's no sin. Jacob tortures people and inflicts them with the same PTSD he has, while John harms people over their sins just as his foster parents did to him, and yet all is forgiven. Through Joseph they were reborn, given purpose, given a better life than they had, but I hardly call this living. As said in the book of Genesis, God created mankind in his image, and Joseph molded his family into his. So all this leads to the big question, was Joseph right about the collapse? Well, after killing the other 3 family members, you confront Joseph's seed. He gives you one last chance to walk away, still believing that you are worthy of forgiveness. If you do, then your brainwash is in the music box. If not, then the boss fight commences. Joseph uses Bliss to corrupt your allies and you have to shoot them to then revive them. Again, everything related to Bliss is incredibly contrived. Regardless, once you defeat Joseph, you go to arrest him.
And pour from the vials the wrath of God upon the earth. It is finished, child.
Joseph was right, and frankly, I don't know if I like that he was. Taking a page out of previous games, Far Cry 5 similarly wants to create a complex, morally gray narrative. But if anything is actually complex, it's my thoughts on this ending as a whole. The context of the game is sometimes at odds with its intent. The Seed family constantly portrays the deputy as the villain. John claims that the deputy's sin was wrath, that his violence was going to be the end of us all. Further, when each of them dies, they all have a speech, all centered around asking the deputy if what he thinks he's doing is right. What if Joseph is right, and that the collapse is upon them? What then? I'm conflicted because there are many ways to look at things. One can make the claim that the deputy ruined the cult's plans and thus saved less people from the blast than Joseph would have, had they stopped meddling in their business. True, the deputy not only kills tons of people within the cult, but each's bunker ends up being destroyed, leaving the cult's stockpile of supplies to drift away with the rest of it. Idle chatter inside John's bunker also suggests that the cult members inside the bunker are making sure the newly captured people's needs are met. They want to make sure they give them the same opportunities Joseph gave to them. This was an illuminating conversation, proof that the cult is doing all this to save people and that they may not like it now, but they will thank them when the collapse comes. Joseph could also be seen as a ends justify the means person, that all of this is a necessary sacrifice. But then imagery throughout Hope County displays the opposite. People are strung up, hung, and crucified, while everyone is taken and indoctrinated into the cult, all while the cult steals all their land and their earnings. And then there is the nuke itself. All throughout the game you can hear radio chatter that hints at the collapse. World governments are warring, protests and riots are happening every day, terrorist attacks occur just as frequently. The world is on the brink and it only takes one button to change the world, but it's never stated who actually launched the first nuke. New Dawn or 6's DLC hint at either one of the world governments launching it or Ajay, of all people. More on that later. But it's possible that it could be God, but it's also just as plausible that it's Joseph. If it truly was Joseph, things start to change. The idea that Joseph was so fed up with the world, having seen so much anger and hatred in his life, that a fake voice in his head claiming to be God told him to reset the world, and then he goes about doing that, is genius full stop. As outlined by Jacob, everything we've done, Joseph had already predicted we'd do. When we first enter his church, he says, "And behold, it was a white horse," pointing at Sheriff Whitehorse, before saying, "And hell followed with him," while motioning to us. He also repeatedly talks about 7 seals, referring to the 7 seals of Revelations. It's said that only Jesus can break these seals, and it's these seals that signal the second coming of Christ. So in a twisted way, the incoming collapse brought about by God was brought about by us because we are him in this moment. We broke the 7 seals and pushed Joseph into resetting the world. But much of the in-game radio seemed to imply that the world was coming to a collapse without Joseph's input. This is why I'm conflicted, because I'm not entirely sure what Far Cry 5 is trying to say or do. I think that's why after examining this more than any other ending in Far Cry, I've come to believe that this ending in some ways is discussing the nature of the world and focusing on the conflict in Hope County. The deputy was meant to come after Joseph, and Joseph was meant to build Eden's Gate. The conflicts between the world governments are no different than our small war here happening in Hope County. In a way, it's like an inverse take on Far Cry 2. Both the player and the jackal were against one another, causing unspeakable acts along the way, only to work together for a common cause. Whereas here, both the deputy and Joseph believe that what they are doing is right, but each one is flawed and now must deal with the consequences. Joseph should not have taken the drastic actions he did to save everyone. He should have recruited all he could within his means, as his actions brought the deputy to him. And the deputy, while right in their quest to stop Joseph, did not stop to consider whether Joseph was right, and that maybe they should also prepare in the meantime. The player/the deputy never bothered to question Joseph because he is a madman, he must be wrong. But the radio showed that there could be some truth to his claims. Far Cry 5 then is just another example of the world's societal collapse. That nothing Joseph could have done would have mattered, and that nothing we tried to do to stop him would have mattered because, in the end, we were all doomed from the start. Violence begets violence after all. It led to the destruction of Hope County, and it led to the end of the world. If you couldn't tell, I'm left conflicted. There are so many roads this game seems to be heading towards, and yet it landed on the highway. The game wants to imply that the alternate ending was once again the correct choice. But the game's own radio seemed to imply that the collapse is going to happen anyway, so nothing we did to Joseph would have mattered. Yet without our intervention, more people would have been saved. However, the deputy was simply saving the county from a cult who took it over by force. All while the game is also saying that if we left Joseph alone and everyone prepared on their own, then we could have saved each other. But instead, we shot everyone and saved no one save for 2 people. Joseph and the deputy, the bringers of this chaos. As when the game comes to a close and the deputy rides to Dutch's bunker, having escaped the destruction of the world, the only 2 who survive the car ride are us and Joseph.
You know what this means? It means the politicians have been silenced. It means the corporations have been erased. It means the world has been cleansed by God's righteous fire. But most of all, it means I was right.
Far Cry 5 to me is another great entry in the series. It has a few more shortcomings than previous games, but that also comes with its ambitious changes. Far Cry 5 was radical in many ways, both in gameplay and narrative. It took away lots of established ideas in favor of trying something new. Not everything landed, but I'd say it was enough for a passing grade. The marked mechanic, while great on paper, became tedious rather quickly. Having a silent protagonist really killed much of the back and forth this game would have desperately benefited from, and the side quests were not as interesting as I would have liked. But the series' staple of good villains has continued to flourish, and the story itself was solid. I wouldn't rank either of these villains as my personal favorite, but they each had some incredible standout moments that are hard to forget. Many of these changes Ubisoft would analyze and either rework or keep in the next entry, and we'll see how they turn out very soon. But one thing that they really focused on was how they could keep people playing Far Cry 5 more, as the series' record-breaking 25 million sales was something they could not just let run off to the next entry. They wanted people to stay here for a little while longer, so they offered up some DLC for those looking for more Far Cry 5, and the best thing I can say about them is that at least they're optional. Far Cry 5's DLCs represent a noticeable tone shift. It's a personification of the growing pains I had with some of the main game's side quests. There are 3 DLCs, Hours of Darkness, Lost on Mars, and Dead Living Zombies. Hours of Darkness is arguably the best simply because it is inoffensive. Not that the others offended me, but that Hours of Darkness does little to change the core formula established within the base game. In the base game, you can meet a Vietnam vet named Wendell Redler. He tells you about his time in Vietnam and how he and his buddies vowed to prevent something like that from happening in America. This DLC lets us see that mission he took in Vietnam and how that shaped their perception of war. The DLC first begins with you rolling into Vietnam before your helicopter is shut down. You as Wendell then have to rendezvous at the extraction site, which is on the other side of the jungle. Along the way are various objectives, like AA guns, Vietnamese commandos, and your captured buddies. It's expected that you do as many of these as you can, as their progress will reflect the postcard at the end. But the DLC can be described as Far Cry 5 in Vietnam. It plays the exact same way with very little change. That change comes in the form of perks. Killing enemies in stealth rewards you with perks. Being caught and taking damage removes those perks completely, although you can just earn them back through stealth. Enemies hit harder than in the base game, so you're expected to remain in stealth as long as possible. And while not technically a change, the game does let your allies become guns for hire, but like Far Cry 2, they will permanently die if you don't revive them. It brought me right back to those times at Warren. It's crazy just how a simple change like this can make me care for them. Other than that, that's pretty much it. No other changes in gameplay, and the story is non-existent outside the Vietnam set dressing. Like I said, it's Far Cry 5 in Vietnam. That's why it's inoffensive. It doesn't do anything different that would be a hindrance because it's Far Cry 5 in Vietnam. So if Far Cry 5's gameplay is something you enjoy, which I did very much, then you're going to likely have a good time here in the jungle. The other two, though, are frankly so bad I consider whether they were even worth covering. Lost on Mars is my least favorite piece of content in all of Far Cry, and it's all because of one man. Hurk. Hurk has been in the game since Far Cry 3, and has appeared in just about every game since. He was in Far Cry 4, he played his ancestor Urki in Primal, in which he spoke Wenja with a southern accent, which I didn't even think was possible, and he appears in Far Cry 5 as a gun for hire. Like Willis, he's become a staple of the series, and I've never understood why. Most of his humor is juvenile. Dicks and balls are his two favorite words. Given that it's not my style of humor and that he is that personified, it's not hard to see why I dislike him. It all starts with Nick Rye, the one we took to the clinic with his wife. He gets a call from Hurk asking for his help before being beamed up in a UFO. Hurk needs help helping an AI named Anne as he promised he would help her. But he's, well, certainly exaggerated some of the details on his resume, so to speak. You then, as Nick, along with Hurk as your robot, have to help Anne wrestle controls of her system from the evil aliens, as without our help, the aliens will come to Earth and turn everyone into food. But if you take anything from this video, do not play this if you are as passionate about Hurk as I am. Unfortunately, he does not have an off button on that robot body of his, because he will talk all the time. There is rarely a time of complete silence, and when that came, I took it as a blessing, as short as they were. His humor is just about saying the most vulgar teenage thing he can think of at any given moment. There was a time where Hurk was reminiscing about their time here and how it feels like they're bonding over this, before going, "Oh, hold on, I'm getting a bro boner." Later you'll find Hurk's leg. His body was cut into pieces, that's why he's a robot. But when you pick up his leg, he goes, "Aw man, is that my third leg or my wiener? 'Cause, they're the same size." Then Hurk tries to make a light joke by telling a story of the time his mom had sex with an entire rock band. But the band regretted it shortly after as they felt used by her, only to say that maybe they weren't cut out for the rock and roll lifestyle. Minus that last one, can I see myself laughing at some of the other juvenile humor when I was 13? Probably. However, now I am 24. And maybe it's because I'm jaded and am no longer filled with the childlike whimsy we all had as kids, but I just don't find it funny anymore. Even then, that's not to say the entire genre inherently sucks. Borderlands 2 has plenty of crude juvenile humor that still lands. But again, owing to Far Cry 5 adding in as many random things as possible to try and be funny, it feels like Hurk's whole character has devolved into, how could I possibly talk about my genitals in this conversation? The only saving grace could have been the story or the gameplay, but that too is just as bad. To fully unlock Ant systems, the player must return to a Far Cry staple. Besides killing alien queens, you also have to unlock towers again. Far Cry 5 notably has no watchtowers. They removed the classic watchtower gimmick in favor of a more traditional map. Dutch even has a joke when he asks you to turn one on, saying, "Oh, don't worry, I won't have you turning these on around the county." So why did they think this was the one time to add it back? Is it ironic or serious? I want to believe it's ironic because the whole DLC is meant to be a joke, but I can also see Ubisoft doing this one last time, just to get in one last hit before going cold turkey. Even still, regardless of its intent, it's in the game, so we still have to do it, and it sucks just as much as it did before. The story is also relegated to the back when it came to what was important. Anne is very clearly going to betray us, and she does once her systems were online. The aliens were supposedly super deadly, but they seem to be minding their own business. This is meant to clue you into the fact that Anne is lying and trying to take over Earth herself. Lost on Mars was a real hard piece of content to get through. Gameplay never changed from minute 1 to hour 3. The map itself is incredibly barren, which I guess makes sense for a DLC set on Mars, but it doesn't make it any less visually appealing. It reintroduces old gameplay systems that were taken out for obvious reasons, and the dialogue is very difficult to get through. The only consolation is Hurk. While Hurk appears in New Dawn as a gun for hire, meaning he unfortunately survives the apocalypse, he did not appear in Far Cry 6, meaning I very well may never have to hear him again in a Far Cry game, and that brings me a little bit of hope. My issues with Hurk also carry over to the third DLC, Dead Living Zombies. As while it's not Hurk, Guy Marvel is just as absurd. Guy Marvel is a director who directs some pretty terrible films. The DLC admittedly does have a cool setup. Guy Marvel is pitching some ideas to some directors, and we play through his pitches. He wants to make a zombie movie, but he doesn't seem to understand how to make one outside of just zombies and big explosions. The best part was hearing all the other directors push back against his ideas. It felt good to know I wasn't the only sane one left. Probably the best part of the DLCs is the creativity. Ubisoft has shown time and time again that they're really good at making creative concepts. They may not always fit the tone of the narrative it's attached to, but the creativity here is unmatched. Each pitch is a different location and a different outbreak. It still requires you to do similar things like shooting these yellow containers in every map. Ubisoft ain't gonna let you off the hook that easy. but the novelty of being in an outbreak was pretty cool. Novelty cannot carry a game though. Once that wears out, and it will wear out very soon, you'll start to feel like this has become a slog. Guy Marvel is really the only one who can keep the pace going, but again, his absurdity made me check out faster than anything. Overall, Far Cry 5's DLCs aren't great, which is why I'm glad that they are optional. I mentioned earlier how it felt like Blood Dragon had altered a bit of the series, and this is what I meant by that. My real issue with it is a lot like my issues with the side quests, that these replaced what could have been more serious and better DLCs. The only way to prove that, though, is to be Ubisoft themselves. Far Cry games historically have been an open and shut deal. You get what you pay for on the box without anything extra. Far Cry ends its story at the end of the game, not in a DLC. That's why I'm not super bothered by the DLC, because Ubisoft doesn't seem to want to make story DLC. And yet Far Cry 4 and 6 do seem to counter that, Far Cry 6 especially, so it's hard to tell. If Ubisoft sees DLC as optional content where they can go crazy without much repercussions, that's totally fine, but they seem to think the opposite as well. I won't spoil it, but Assassin's Creed Shadows, the newest game in that series, ends on a cliffhanger. The main story of that game was finished, but the story of the two protagonists will continue in the DLCs. I would much rather have my games wrap things up in the same content that I purchased, although of course that does depend on the quality of the DLCs themselves, as some games do have some really standout post-launch content. But it is clear that Ubisoft has considered story DLC in the past, but Far Cry 5 never got any. However, it did get something. It was just a lot larger than expected, and it also continued from where Far Cry 5 left off. Far Cry New Dawn is the first direct sequel in the series since Instinct's evolution, taking place 17 years after the events of Far Cry 5. The world was destroyed by a nuclear apocalypse, and most of humanity is gone. Without human interference, though, Mother Nature can now reclaim her land uncontested. She's now reclaimed her own outposts, towers, and strongholds, creating a dense and vibrant Earth. As we saw from the poll earlier, a post-apocalypse has been on Ubisoft's mind for some time. So seeing as their latest entry ends with the destruction of the world, they felt like now was the perfect time to finally realize their vision. But they wanted to set themselves apart from the typical post-apocalyptic games. Ubisoft did some research and learned that within the first 6 years, a nuclear winter would follow, leading to extremely low temperatures and harsh winds. But after those 6 years, a super bloom would occur. Vegetation would come back and attempt to reclaim the planet. Super blooms have actually occurred in real life before. At least here in the States, it's mainly observed in California and Arizona. After an unusually wet year, a super bloom may occur and result in a lush landscape of flowers and other plants. Far Cry New Dawn attempts to emulate this concept. The land is covered in flowers and has a notably bright color scheme to it. In terms of originality, I don't think I've ever played a game that has done a super bloom apocalypse. Most games follow the standard format, games like Rage, Fallout, and Metro, and having played so many of those games, especially recently, it is nice to see a different take on a commonly used landscape. But more interesting than that is being able to revisit old locations again. John Seed's ranch has now become the base of the survivors called Prosperity. His bunker can also be found covered in paint and flooded. Joseph's old compound that we visited in the intro is also flooded. And the new Edenites have moved to a new location to the north. Some of the old cultist bases then became bases for the Highwaymen. The dam that used to hold the water back in the north is now destroyed, which explains the excessive runoffs, and is likely why Joseph's compound was flooded. Grace Armstrong, a gun for hire in Far Cry 5, asked you to help defend some tombstones as the Peggies were trying to destroy them and rewrite history. Grace and the deputy did save them from being destroyed, but neither of them could have accounted for the nuclear apocalypse to be the one that destroyed it in the end. New Dawn often evoked the same feeling I get when playing remakes these days, where in the midst of playing I'd suddenly squint my eyes and go, oh wait a minute, I know where I am. Sometimes the new details make it feel like a new location, but once those familiar elements come back, you start to feel right at home. Although home has certainly changed. It's been 17 years and Hope County has gone through lots of changes. Many are environmental, but it's even attracted the attention of a few unsavory folks. Following the collapse, the many people of Hope County hid in their bunkers. Far Cry 5 had a lot of prepper stashes, showing us that Hope County was a huge prepper community. So most of the people we remember likely survived. After enough years underground, humanity started coming back and was greeted by the new world. But as humans do, they got right back to work and making a new place to live in this post-apocalypse. Nick and Kim Rye, the couple we helped deliver to the clinic, started Prosperity. For a long time, they lived peacefully, helping out those in need. That wasn't until they ran into the Highwaymen. The Highwaymen, guys who are definitely not Trials riders, are actually a group of bandits that go around and do bandit things. Stealing, killing, pillaging, the usual. They found Hope County and subsequently Prosperity and decided to take it from those who had already settled there. The Highwaymen seem to be a major organization. The leaders of the Highwaymen and the antagonists of New Dawn are two twins, Mickey and Lou. But dialogue from them suggests that they are the leaders of just this chapter, and that the faction may have many other chapters. The Highwaymen then started taking all the land in Hope County, leaving just New Eden to the north and Prosperity to the southwest. Those of Prosperity, though, had heard of a man named Thomas Rush and his people, who go around helping others across the country. We are a part of that group, his right-hand man called the Captain. Like the Deputy, the Captain is also silent, so feel free to just apply my same issues with the Deputy to the Captain. As the game begins, though, the train we are on was attacked. Many of our people were killed, with Rush and just a few others surviving the initial attack. And with them being outgunned, it's only a matter of time before they run into the villains, Mickey and Lou. They take the group hostage, but thanks to some quick thinking by Rush, the Captain manages to escape. The Captain then washes up on shore and is picked up by Carmina Rye. She was the one who contacted Rush and Co. in the first place, and is also Nick and Kim's daughter. You know, it felt like just yesterday I was driving your parents to the clinic while avoiding the entire town. My, how times have changed. She then introduces you to Prosperity and the mechanics that are involved with it. For the first time in Far Cry history, we have an actual hub that we can always return to. Part of the story progression involves making progress in Prosperity. Most of this is mechanics based. You can go from outpost to outpost stealing supplies back from the Highwaymen and then use that to upgrade the base. Continuing with its flurry of firsts, you can also choose to scavenge the base instead of defend it. You gain more resources, but you lose the fast travel point and any other shops and such that were there before. And that's because the Highwaymen come back to take it over, but you can also take it right back, although it is notably harder than the last time. If you run out of options there, though, then you could take on expeditions. These let you visit places outside of Hope County, making it the first time in Far Cry history where you can explore past the original map. There is no narrative here, minus some scraps of world building you may find, but you at least get to see what the other parts of the country would look like after the collapse. And like these outposts, you can also redo these on higher tiers for more rewards. As for the contents within the base, you can also recruit specialists in order to pursue other upgrades for the base itself. These specialists are other people living off the land trying to survive. The feeling of creating a thriving community in this apocalypse is ever present across all aspects of the game, so it's expected that you'll recruit these specialists and some guns for hire to help. Along with seeing the old map in its new color, we also get to see some old friends. Jerome is still here, alive and well, although with a bit more gray on him, and Grace is actually blind now, but is still a straight shot. Nick's recruitment to Prosperity is also a great example of that community aspect, as he was taken by the Highwaymen and both Kim and Carmina haven't seen him in a long time. But seeing the family reunite again really brings me back to the times we walked out of that clinic. Happy and healthy, back when the world was the same. Obviously, if you don't care much for the side characters of Far Cry 5, you probably won't start caring for them now. But for me, it was nice to be able to check in on them and see who survived. It gave me some faith that if these guys survived as well, then there really was still hope for the county. But while building Prosperity, we learned very quickly that we can't achieve that everlasting peace we want without dealing with the Highwaymen, and that means taking out their leaders. As mentioned before, Mickey in the blue and Lou in the pink are two twins, the leaders of the Highwaymen and our main villains. They are unfortunately one of the more forgettable characters within the series. There is very little to them that makes them compelling. They don't have the same charisma as previous villains, and there isn't enough gray morality among them to make you question yourself. Their whole order is founded on stealing and killing, and they continually make sure you remember that. They are just regular old villains then, which isn't a bad thing, but for Far Cry being a game where the villains are the selling point and have been beloved by people for many years, just being a standard villain ain't gonna cut it. Something I mentioned time and time again in this video is screen time. It's practically become a buzzword at this stage. Screen time, the amount of time a villain is on screen. Screen time is not necessarily required to make a good villain, but it can help. As I mentioned quite exhaustively by now, Voss doesn't appear as much as his later contemporaries, but stole the show constantly. So what's most important is making sure that time is used wisely and effectively. I don't believe having only a couple of face-to-face conversations with the villains is necessarily a bad thing. You just have to make sure that time isn't wasted. Lots of screen time isn't needed either, but it does give the player more chances to connect with the villain, and thus can lead to a deeper bond. Ultimately, it's all about making sure those moments, no matter how many or how few, stick. Mickey and Lou show what happens when they don't. Mickey and Lou show up 5 times during the course of the game. Each villain gets their own intro and outro. The intro gives them unfettered access to the player, letting them show the audience just how disturbing or insane or evil they really are. While their outro is the send-off. They will either die or win by the end, so they need just as much attention as the intro. It's the content in the middle that's different. For Voss, it was about tormenting Jason. For Pagan, it was talking down to Ajay in the Golden Path, and for the Seeds, it was to get the deputy to understand their beliefs and their feelings on the collapse. Mickey and Lou just do the same thing they did in the intro. Once you've met the people of Prosperity and make a solid foothold in the region, the twins come back to pay you a visit. Mickey tries to talk things out, warning you that they will be coming back here and that you should leave, while Lou makes a kid hold a live grenade. Wow, kind of a wild difference in tone there now that I said that out loud. Anyway, as expected, they come back, but the captain prevents them from destroying Prosperity. The next time you meet them is hours later when you have to track down Thomas Rush again. They say a few words, exchange a few blows, Rush dies, then you escape. Then you meet them later at a dinner, and once again Mickey wants to talk while Lou kills the guy next to her. Once that's over, the next time you see them is the finale, and by then, they'll be dead. There is no evolution of their character, no disputes between the two, no breaking point like Joseph. They stay the same people they were in the beginning. Their backstory is told through an intermission flashback. Not a horrible way to do it, but the story within it is threadbare. They live with their mom and pop back in the day. For some reason the two had to split and the father took the kids. Their mother urged Mickey to watch over Lou as she was the youngest, and to make sure they don't end up like their father. Well, that went south very quickly, as it's believed that their father was the leader of the Highwaymen, who was killed and usurped by Mickey and Lou when they got older. Lots of their dialogue is about their father. Their father seems to have instilled many lessons into them. When we rescue Jerome, they question why the captain helps people, as their dad told them to only look out for themselves. In the intro, they say that Pops told them that in this world there are problem solvers and problem makers. Those who make the problems and then those who solve them. The twins wanted to know if Rush and company were one or the other. He's clearly been passing down the wrong lessons to the two, but it could just be a symptom of the apocalypse. It's a rough world out there where everyone is fending for themselves. Their mother was likely more sympathetic, like the people of Prosperity, while their father was likely a realist. He knew that bad people existed in this world and that you need to take care of yourself before you worry about others. It's an interesting dynamic that is never touched upon. The only time it's brought up is right at the end. While both are bleeding out, Mickey touches on what their mom said to them, before Lou chimes in claiming that they still had fun regardless. Lou ends up dying first, which shocks Mickey a little. As the older sister, she was supposed to save Lou, and that she was supposed to die first, but she failed. You then have a choice of killing her or letting her live. If she lives, she'll return east and try to find her mom to make amends while she can. It's a nice resolution if you choose to go down that path, but we know so little about anyone in this family. It feels like we were just getting started. What sucks is that there were threads that I quite liked. Mickey is the brains of the operation. She would prefer to talk things out, while Lou is the brawn. She would rather hit something. Over and over, we could see Mickey express distaste or at least disappointment over these actions. Take a look at how Mickey reacts to Lou's antics.
We're gonna take everything that you hold dear, starting with your home. And if we can't take it, we'll break it. Don't be here when we come back.
Something like this happens later when Mickey is annoyed that Lou keeps killing their hostages because she kills them before she can get any info out of them. There is clearly a tension between the two, and I wish that was explored more. Maybe having them turn on each other, or at least have their disagreements lead to their demise. But Mickey and Lou still have something they hold over every villain. They're dynamic. Mickey and Lou are twins, and credit to the choreography and writing teams as they really went all in on this. Numerous times, Mickey and Lou will finish each other's sentences, like they know what they're going to say. At the end, when they confront the captain, they both appear side by side, popping smoke with their respective colors, then backing off right after. Back to that moment with Rush, right after he gets killed, the twins have a pretty memorable moment that I always looked back upon, where they weave in and out of each other after every line.
Train and your fancy people trying to make this place into something that is never good. And when we tried to be reasonable, you thought it'd be a good idea to stir up the pot. Over and over and over. Because you thought there was a hope for your future? There's no hope for you. No future.
The symmetry and synchronization they have is unmatched. It's something that can only come from being twins. They've known each other since birth. Some even say that twins are linked because of their birth, and Mickey and Lou show that. I also think that would have made their personal conflicts even better, as it would highlight the vast differences between the two despite being inseparable. If there is anything Ubisoft takes from this game, I hope it's this dynamic. I would love for this to be used again. Either a husband and wife like a sort of Bonnie-Clyde duo, or just two twins again. People with deeper connections to each other. Far Cry 5 showed this with the Seed family, but not to its fullest effect. Imagine if the entire family always appeared together. Jacob, John, Joseph, and Faith. What if they were inseparable, and never left each other's sides? Until New Dawn, that was a dynamic never explored by the series, and I really hope they do revisit it again, because it's the single best part about these two, and I really wish they got a chance to fully realize it. But instead, we get what we have here, seeds that don't fully sprout. And it's kind of emblematic of most things involving Mickey and Lou. A super bloom occurred, and yet none of their interesting seeds seem to have grown into beautiful flowers. Another one of these seeds comes in the form of the captain. Mickey tells them that they are doing this to hurt them, to show them that everyone the captain saves they actually hurt, and that they are a curse. Right before meeting with Rush, you are supposed to rescue a few hostages before time runs out. They don't just want to kill the captain, they want to break them, show them that they are powerless before them. I love this. Achieving victory means they overcome those struggles, and if they were better villains it would be a great story beat. But I think what would have been even greater is if we brought the deputy back. He's still here alive and well, we'll get to that soon, but imagine if the deputy was the protagonist. These cursed feelings could be applied to their failure to kill Joseph, save Hope County, and prevent the collapse. They utterly failed in their mission. In fact, their current status as the judge in this game is because of that. They asked for forgiveness for what they did, and Joseph gave it to them. But what if the deputy was tested once more by the twins? Their victory would be even sweeter, as it would prove that they did succeed, that they aren't cursed, and that they aren't a failure. With the captain, this idea just rings hollow. Mickey and Lou are not terrible villains, because they have the most potential. There is so much that goes unrealized with them that I would have loved to see it explored. From backstory to motivation to interactions with the player, a lot of it was left on the table. And if I had to guess, I would just say that most people didn't care for the twins either. Especially once they got to the second act of the game, as that's when the real main character steps back into frame. Joseph Seed. Halfway through the game, Prosperity will request that you seek the aid of the people from New Eden. They've been attacking the highwaymen every night and have managed to push them away from their camp. The people of New Eden are reportedly able to survive lots of hits before going down. No one at Prosperity knows how that's possible, but those of the old world know all too well. Greeting us at the gate is the deputy, who denies our entry, although a ghostly form of Joseph guides us to Dutch's bunker. There we are to find the Book of Joseph and return to the deputy. His new look and allegiance to Joseph is explained during this trip. While sitting in the bunker, the deputy started to feel guilty. Whether it was because of Joseph's constant speeches or just his own thoughts, we simply do not know. But they came to feel that Joseph knew what was right because God tells him what's right. They felt that if God is correct, and God talks to Joseph, then Joseph is correct. So they decided to then listen to Joseph because they want to make things right. So the deputy then became the judge, someone who judges based on Joseph's word. But they could not dare show their face in public, not after what happened before, so they requested a mask. With the mask they could hide their face while being born anew. The deputy would be left behind, and only the judge would remain. This just shows how much they struggled with the previous conflict, and as time went on believed that they were the ones at fault. Other notes further corroborate this notion, where they were constantly asking, was I right, and I want to do the right thing. Joseph had considered killing them for what they did, not just to the cult, but to his family. But he found it in him to forgive and grant the deputy his wish. Now he stands guard at New Eden, keeping watch. With the book in hand, the judge lets us in. The captain will then get to meet Ethan Seed. He is the son of Joseph, although it is unclear if Joseph is the biological father. According to him, he's been holding down the fort ever since Joseph left. He's had to deal with all the hardships and struggles here in New Eden, while Joseph stays up north alone, away from all the problems they suffer from. Ethan also claims that Joseph is dead. He's been up in the north for so long that he must have died. What he wants us to do is to go visit Joseph, bring proof of his death, and then, once Ethan has rallied the people behind him, as they continually see him as a lesser leader than the father, only then will he help us with the highwaymen. To get there we need to light some signal fires, as the entire northern region is caked in a deadly amount of bliss that if not dispersed will kill us. Once past the gas, we make it to the father. I really like the reveal of Joseph. The darkness within the room hides his appearance. You think that the ghost is what he looks like now, but then you remember that it's 17 years and everyone's changed, including him. Joseph can't help us, but he does say that God has a plan for us, motioning us to the large tree in the distance. When Joseph left the bunker, he found his flock from Eden's Gate and managed to build New Eden. They reject old world technology and live off the land, only taking what they need. Besides the highwaymen, winter was particularly rough for the Edenites. Joseph despaired during this time, but in that despair he found salvation. A great tree grew here in the north, and with it came apples that not only sustained his family through the darkest times of winter, but the apples are said to be supernatural. They confront the beast inside you, cleanse your soul of sin, but only if you're strong enough. Those who aren't will die from it. It's not Isu, but this is a real apple of Eden. Completion of the ritual, i.e. destroying your inner beast, grants you immense vitality and strength. When the captain is cuffed later, they break out through sheer strength, even tossing Mickey and Lou into the wall. Man, first bliss, now the apples of Eden? You're just full of things these games never want to explain, aren't you? Thanks to the survival of the captain after eating the fruit, he is now seen as the champion, the shepherd, the one who will usher in God's will. After sneaking into that dinner party hours later, we can see that Ethan Seed is among them. He promises the highwaymen these apples as long as they attack New Eden as soon as possible. He wants to get rid of Joseph, as Ethan sees Joseph as the one to blame for his hardships. He dealt with this pain for long enough, but his last straw was when the captain came and was granted the apples of Eden, something he had wanted but was repeatedly denied, claiming that he was not ready. Well, we know more than to distrust Joseph. Unfortunately, Ethan hasn't really been caught up to speed on all that, so he eats the apple and transforms into a large beast. This is what Joseph feared. He knew Ethan was not ready for the apples and that they would not cleanse his sin but transform him. That's why he urged him not to eat it till he was ready. Somebody better call John. I think I know exactly what sin we could tattoo on Ethan's chest. Ethan's greed had corrupted him. It drove him to betray his people for power that he was ultimately not worthy of. To us, the apple was a gift from Eden. To Ethan, it was the forbidden fruit. As Ethan dies, Joseph comforts him in his final moments. Understandably, Joseph is distraught over what happened. Another one of his family has been killed. God has put him on this path, and yet that path has gotten everyone he's loved killed. Joseph repeats what he said towards the end of Far Cry 5. He thought he knew God's plan, but he was wrong. All he's learned is that he is a monster, someone who only spreads suffering and death, using God as an excuse to do it. His family, old and new, are all dead, and New Eden is gone. To him, nothing could be done to atone or redeem him of these sins, so he asked the captain to kill him. If you'd like, you can grant him this wish or let him live. It can be a difficult choice to make. Killing him means finally ending his wrath and getting revenge for the lives he took years ago, but that plays right into his hands, and others may want him to suffer. But to some, there is no sin too great that one can't atone from, and even then, the feeling of guilt is often a greater punishment than people realize. If a person is truly sorry for what they did and wants to change, their past will never leave them. They may atone and be able to carry on with their life, but their past will always haunt them. Joseph will never be able to escape these thoughts, and will have to live with the mistakes he made. Second chances also leave room for growth and change, whereas death denies any chance for change. However, one can only change if they want to. You could lead a horse to water, but you can't get it to drink after all. Far Cry New Dawn was a little disappointing. It felt like there were a lot of ideas that were left on the table, still ready to be explored. But it's hard to call these ideas bad. The numerous gameplay changes, minus the tiered gear system, were really cool, and I wouldn't mind seeing these return in future entries. The aesthetic of the game was unmatched, easily the best looking Far Cry game from a pure artistic perspective. All the previous Far Cry games went for realism and then whatever cultural aesthetic was relevant to their location. New Dawn, with its Super Bloom, really went above and beyond to create something original. Being able to meet old members of your crew and revisit older locations you may have become attached to further reinforces its appeal. However, Mickey and Lou were lackluster villains. They had lots of great potential with their twin dynamic and occasional disapprovals of each other, but they ultimately never blossomed into anything. And I think most people became more interested in Joseph once he got introduced. Joseph and his conflict with Ethan was short, but sweet. We've already spent so much time with him, so it's understandable why they would want a new villain to take center stage for a time, but I found that Joseph's missions were much more engaging to me, further hurting Mickey and Lou's appeal. While I don't enjoy Far Cry New Dawn as much as the other games in this series, it's a game I respect simply for it taking many creative leaps. And as I've said before many times on this channel, just because it's a bad game doesn't mean it had bad ideas. Far Cry 6 released in 2021, marking the final entry in the Far Cry series as of the making of this video. Our story takes us to the fictional land of Yara. It's run by its authoritarian dictator Anton Castillo. Anton's father Gabriel used to run the country until he was assassinated. Forced to work in the fields for much of his younger years, Anton saw how the country continued to fall into decline without the Castillos. When he got older, he decided to run for president and succeeded, all thanks to his moneymaker, Viviro. Dr. Edgar Reyes found a chemical compound he called yarantine while studying Yaran tobacco. Examining the compound further, he learned that it could stop cancer cells. A treatment for cancer is an instant moneymaker, and seeing his country on the decline, he promised the Yaran people that this is how they would save the country. However, Anton refused to mention, both to Yara and those around the world who look forward to the new drug, that Viviro is not only made off the backs of others, many of whom don't have a choice, but that PG-240, a red chemical used to accelerate the process, damages the immune systems of those in the fields. This highly controversial practice, along with his tight grip over the people of Yara, has earned him many enemies. Our story, though, begins with main character Dani Rojas, who is currently hanging out with some friends. Both her and her friend Alejo plan to leave Yara tonight, as they see no future for themselves here, with Anton still in power. Their friend Lita, however, begs them to reconsider. She's looking to recruit members to a revolutionary group called Libertad, who plan to take the fight to Anton. But Dani and Alejo don't see this as a problem they should be concerned with, as by tomorrow they'll be sipping mojitos on a Miami beach. As Alejo and Dani share their last beer, the power goes out. The Royal Army of Yara is seen rounding up people in the street and shooting them. Alejo antagonizes the soldiers only to receive a bullet to the head. Both Lita and Danny then make a run for it while the army tries to find them. As she walks through the dark streets of Esperanza, continually stepping over bodies along the way, she finally makes it to the boat that promises to smuggle them out of the country. But as they're making their way out of the country, they're stopped by Anton Castillo.
Before he was El Presidente, mi papa loved to fish. We would go out on a boat, just like this, and we would catch the fish, and then release them. He would say, it's not always about your stomach, mijo. It's about the challenge. Except when he caught a big, fat, juicy marlin, he was too proud to let that fish go.
Si Tirano! You have poisoned Yara! You have poisoned your sword!
I have caught a very big fish today. Haven't I, Diego? Diego!
No way.
Anton's own son Diego was among those getting smuggled out of the country. He wanted out just as much as Danny did. But in doing so, he ended up leading Anton right to their boat. Anton then instructs his men to release them, but he never said how. His men shoot the boat and drown the people. Only Danny and Lita survive the initial attack, but due to her wounds, Lita succumbs to them soon after. Lita then tells Danny that she must find Libertad. It's the only way to save Yara from Anton. Danny, however, only cares about leaving the country, so she'll help so long as they hold up their end of the bargain. But we'll see how long that lasts. As far as intros go, Far Cry 6 is quite solid. It's not nearly as memorable as previous games, but does highlight much about Anton and Diego. It shows that Anton has eyes all over the country, and that nothing gets in or out of Yara without his know-how. But he also shows a great deal of compassion for his son. Despite Diego clearly opposing his leadership, he doesn't reprimand him. Diego is the next in line for the throne, so he's taken this time to instill lessons into him, as soon he will have to make those decisions himself. Overall, it shows a major change in attitude when compared to our last dictator. Pagan's ego overtook him at all times. Anton's doesn't let it get to his head. He knows there are those that will threaten his rule, so he's to make sure that what happened to his father never happens to him. Continuing from here, Danny meets with Clara from Libertad. Like with Dutch's Island, our first island is a tutorial to get us acquainted with its systems. Danny must pull her weight in Libertad, otherwise Clara won't get her boat out of here. Most of this consists of her doing what other Far Cry protagonists have done in the past. There's even a mission where we burn the tobacco fields with a flamethrower. There is no dubstep here as this is a revolution, so we get a rendition of Bella Ciao instead, which I'm always happy to hear. But once the tutorial island is complete, Libertad has its base of operations back in control, so now it's time to take the fight to Anton. Far Cry 5 made some drastic changes to its gameplay and storytelling when compared to Far Cry 4. Far Cry 6 doesn't want to reinvent the wheel, thus it uses the same template established in 5. However, it does make drastic changes within that framework. Far Cry 6 also has 3 distinct regions for the player to visit, all with different allies and enemies wholly unique to those regions. To the top we have the Montero family, a family of farmers squaring off against Jose Castillo, nephew to Anton and the owner of the Viviro farms in Yara. In the middle is the duo rap group Maximus Montanzas against Maria Marquesa, the Minister of Culture in Yara, who makes sure to spread fake news, lies to reporters, and does everything in her power to make Anton and Yara look good. And then there is the Legends of 67 and La Morale fighting against Admiral Benitez, the best and most loyal admiral in Anton's army. Far Cry 6, however, as a part of its many changes, has flipped the importance of these two sides in the narrative. In Far Cry 5, the Seed family took center stage, while your allies were relegated to the back, mainly serving as quest givers. In Far Cry 6, it's the opposite. I haven't found anything online to confirm why this change was made, but if I had to guess, I want to assume it's that the game could actually portray a real resistance. Far Cry 5's factions all work with the Deputy to take down the Seeds, but it was mainly the Deputy doing all the work. Each of the factions are really no different to one another either. In classic American fashion, each one wears guns as much as they do flannel clothing, so there really wasn't much of a difference between them. Far Cry 6 seemingly wants to correct this by making allies feel more useful and varied. As we saw earlier, Maximus Montanzas fights using words instead of guns. The others are more of your standard fighters, but the Monteros at least fight for the sake of land that they previously owned, not just fighting to overthrow the regime. But as Joseph Seed put it, the Lord taketh and the Lord giveth, so while we did get more time with the allies, that time was also taken from the villains. The aforementioned villains rarely get any attention. In fact, most of what I said about them is all you learn. Jose is the owner of the tobacco fields, Maria handles the propaganda, and Admiral Benitez is an admiral in the army. There are two other villains that are loyal to Anton, Sean McKay and Dr. Edgar Reyes, but their appearances are incredibly short-lived. Sean McKay is a Canadian businessman who invests in Viviro and Yara, thus giving Anton lots of monetary support, and Dr. Edgar Reyes was the one who made Viviro, and also notably experiments on Yarans that they hold in their prison camps. This is all you will learn from them. Which then begs the question, if these villains were so unimportant from the very beginning, then why not just go back to one villain again? The concept worked in Far Cry 5 because they were a family of 4. Each one still had ties to each other in some way, and they often interacted with Joseph in the cutscenes. Here in Far Cry 6, the villains are also separated, and thus never interact with each other, on top of only being loosely connected to Anton. I think what also makes the decision worse is that the allies we do have aren't always great. Continuing from where the 5th game left off, lots of characters in this game are strictly designed to propagate humor into the conversation. Philly, Bicho, and El Tigre are arguably the comedic reliefs of their respective regions. About the only one that works is El Tigre, as he is a former revolutionary fighting in another revolution at the young age of 60, while having the body of a 25-year-old prime athlete. So most of his comedy is backed up by his incredible skill in combat, and also likely stems from his own insanity. Philly and Bicho are not. Most of their humor is just once again either random or juvenile. Bicho needs help rescuing a friend, Paulo. He tried to do it himself, but when he saw the guards posted by the entrance, he, quote, squirted a little. Philly also has his own little catchphrases, and during a mission refuses to start unless all the preparations are complete. This not only requires Danny to get actual equipment, but also a crocodile head, arguing that it's essential. Obviously, I've already said my piece with this in the Far Cry 5 section, so I won't rehash the same argument. I just felt the need to point it out that it does exist in here too, and depending on your taste, you are either going to love or hate Far Cry 6 because of it. But this is just one of many changes found in Far Cry 6, such as Danny herself. Far Cry 6 chose to concoct a blending of styles. Danny can't be fully customized like the deputy in terms of facial appearance, but you can at least customize their outfits and gender. It's a good mix and the best of both worlds, something I don't mind seeing in the future. Danny herself also shows what was missing in Far Cry 5. She has so much charm to her, both in her movements and her dialogue. I can't speak to male Danny as I've never played as him in any of my Far Cry 6 playthroughs, but female Danny was wonderful. However, Far Cry 6 has also removed a core pillar of Far Cry that involves Danny, the cutscenes. Every Far Cry game except Far Cry 1 and Blood Dragon had first-person cutscenes, but now we can add Far Cry 6 to the list. Just looking at the game, we can see that some of that charm that comes from being in first person has now been lost. There is a scene where Danny is tortured at the hands of Anton, seeing that in first person would be brutal. Or the time when Danny confronts Anton at dinner, or when she found Diego alone without Anton. There are many cutscenes that benefit from a first-person perspective. Losing that means we lessen our connection to our protagonist. Although admittedly, I'm not too worked up about the change, because the content in the cutscene is what matters. As you can see, Far Cry 6 is being just as radical with its changes, but while notably still keeping it inside the same framework. So with that in mind, let's see how its biggest change, that being our allies, stack up against the rest of the characters in this series. Like before, Far Cry 6 lets you choose who you please, but the game will recommend a starting point. It's just a shame that they recommend the least interesting group first. The Monteros are my least favorite faction in Far Cry 6. I find most of the members and their story to be pretty boring. It starts with Danny meeting with Philly, who says that in order to get in with the Monteros, we must meet with the daughter, Espada. She's quite the ruthless killer, as you enter a palace with bodies lining the halls and stairs. She is clearly not one to be pushed around. Espada provides an interesting perspective. During the elections back in the day, she was one of the many people who voted for Anton. Yara was not a well-off country. They were poor and struggling economically. Anton's claims of how Viviro was going to make everyone rich enticed many people into voting for him, Espada among them. As she came to realize, though, her vision of life in Yara and Anton's were very different. This guilt makes her feel partially responsible for what's happened in the country and why she has chosen to fight. According to her, the Monteros have owned this land for over 200 years, but now Jose Castillo has used that land to construct his tobacco farms which produce Viviro. Her father, Carlos, was also a worker in those Viviro farms, and his time there has done significant damage to his health. It's pushed Espada all the more to end Jose's rule. The real arc of the Montero family is how their familial ties have caused some conflict with the people they know, both in and out of the family. Espada requests Danny to find a scientist working under Jose Castillo. Come to find out, the scientist is Espada's brother, Alejandro. He was disowned by the family because he believes in Jose, Anton, and Viviro. Espada wants her brother, though, to see the real truth about Anton. According to her, the Monteros are my least favorite faction in Far Cry 6. I find most of the members and their story to be pretty boring. The other branch of this conflict is seen in the next mission. Carlos wants help breaking out an old friend named Miguel. Both he and Carlos were taken into prison for several days until Espada came to break them out. But Espada only came to rescue her father. Miguel was left behind and stayed in prison for over 200 days. You can immediately tell upon coming back to the farm that tensions between them are high, as Miguel and Espada are both giving each other looks. This finally comes to an end in the following mission. Reports came in that Jose is executing a few people in the town square, and one of these people is Alejandro. The plan is to rescue Alejandro, take out Jose, and save the rest of the prisoners. However, right when Danny goes to shoot, the gun jams. This forces the rest of the crew to rush in without a plan. Danny almost gets killed by a tank, and Carlos notices the bomb on his son's arm and decides to sacrifice himself to save his son, despite initially disowning him when he allied with Anton. I think it's a wonderful moment. Carlos, despite it all, loved his son and would do anything to save him. Even if they had many disagreements, he was still considered family. But this event forces Espada to step up, as she is the next in line to lead, but she doesn't believe herself to be a leader. And then there is, of course, the most important factor of this mission, Miguel. It's heavily implied that Miguel was the one who sabotaged the gun and has been working for Jose. Right when things start to get interesting, though, Espada kills him. So the one interesting thread that's in this narrative has been snuffed out immediately. After this, we just go back to what we were doing before. There was a small mission where we pay respects to Carlos, we kill the lieutenants involved in Carlos's death, then we get some ingredients for Philly's napalm. And then after that, it's time to assassinate Jose. We had a chance to deal with some family conflict because of their past, but it's never realized. Alejandro gets occasionally reprimanded at home because of his loyalty to Anton, but it never leads to anything other than a few verbal exchanges. And Miguel's potential betrayal was eradicated before it ever had time to get off the ground. So all that's left is Jose, who has just finally made an appearance. Hopefully this also conveys my earlier thoughts on the villains. What does most of this arc even have to do with Jose? He is the antagonist of the region because of the farmer versus farmer conflict, but Jose is completely non-existent. He's seen for a few seconds early on in the arc, then once more at the church, and then the next, he's dead. His only quality is that he is the nephew of Anton. We do get to see some of his handiwork in the prison where he tortures people who step out of line, but we don't get to see him torturing people, just his aftermath. The only thing keeping me going at this point was Anton. I wondered what his thoughts on his nephew's death would be, as I thought maybe it could lead to something. Unfortunately, no. Anton and Diego honor his memory before burning the church with his coffin in it. Anton has no remorse for Jose because he screwed up his operations. Now, realistically, do these decisions across the arc make sense? Sure. Anton seems to only care for Diego, so I can understand his lack of remorse for Jose. Espada was also well within her right to kill Miguel after his suspected betrayal. These all make sense in a vacuum, but when you consider that these were the only two interesting routes this whole arc took, cutting them off feels like we just did a whole lot of nothing. By far the best thing about the Monteros is that by recommending them to the player first, they get to get them out of the way early. Right in the middle of the country is our next conflict between Maximus Montanzas and Maria Marquesa. Already I was hooked by the premise. As stated earlier, Maximus Montanzas is a DJ rap duo, and Maria Marquesa is the Minister of Culture in Yara. She's responsible for handling Anton's PR, while also judging all art that comes out of Yara. Anything considered anti-Castillo is propaganda and will be removed. Everything in Yara is meant to uplift Anton, to appeal to Yara's better nature. Art has been a part of human life since our inception. Our ancestors are making cave paintings that showed their ways of life. Art has transformed since then and has encompassed all kinds of things, from actual artistry like paintings to even videos and dance. Art also often has a message attached to it. The iconic Rosie the Riveter was created back in World War II and became a major feminist icon. Oddly enough, reports suggest that the image of Rosie was not as widespread as it seemed, as it was only in one company building and the intention was to boost morale for both men and women. This is a great example of a message changing over the years, as its intended purpose differs from its current message, but it is still considered inspiring regardless of how it came to be. Then there is of course the iconic drawing of Uncle Sam asking people to join the war effort. Hell, even Far Cry itself used this in the last game. As art began to take off though, it's also been used as a means of political discourse. Political cartoons that portray presidents or even events in specific lights have become the norm. And even something as simple as graffiti could be used as a form of rebellion. The purpose of this is manifold. It can inspire viewers of the art, bring to light atrocities that may have been swept under the rug, raise awareness for certain societal issues so as to inform the public as not everyone may be aware, and bring together like-minded people to form communities. A great example was the one I referenced earlier. Bella Ciao was assumed to have originated in the early 20th century in Italy. The song was sung by rice farmers who were singing about the horrible working conditions they were under. Now in the modern day, it's widely used as a song of resistance. People love to sing and dance, so being able to apply music to resistance can also make sure that spark never dies out. Revolutions do not have to be fought with guns. I mean, it is the most direct path of doing so, but not everyone is a fighter. Just because you don't want to pick up a gun and fight doesn't mean you can't do anything about it. This is the express purpose of Maximus Montanzas. Bring to light the atrocities of Anton and inspire the people of Yara to rise up. Something that is a notable step up from the previous regions is how this arc wastes no time establishing character conflict. The third wheel of Maximus Montanzas is Bicho. Like Philly, he is the comedic relief of the area, much to his own detriment. But it's clear that he uses comedy as a mask to hide his own insecurity. Bicho is incompetent, intentionally so. He doesn't have the same skills that Talia and Paulo have, so he just kinda tags along. He feels like the odd one out all the time. He still tries to pull his weight by giving Danny missions, but there is never a time where he's getting into the thick of it with Danny by his side. This is because Bicho seems to attach his self-worth to whoever he's a part of. Him being a part of a revolution is fun to him because it makes him look cooler. He wants to be a part of the cause, but he can't contribute to it without some help. He tries to help by marketing Radio Libertad, a radio station that will play their hits on the air. After a night on the town one day with Danny, the two of them talk, and Bicho says that it's not fair. Danny then asks what he means. Bicho claims that it isn't fair, that when people look at Danny, they see hero, but when they see Bicho, they think screw up. Danny then talks about her past and how she used to believe she was just a number, a nobody, but in reality, she's a person, a gorilla. Further saying that everyone fights in their own way. Danny fights with guns, Bicho uses the radio. This renews a sense of purpose in him, but life is about to test him very soon. Deep in the story, Paulo tries to leave using a contact of his, Bembe, who is oddly enough a better villain than anyone in this arc. Bembe was found by the Yaran army and traded his freedom for some info. The Yaran army then took Paulo and brought him to the doctor who created Viviro, as he has some sick experiments planned for him. We'll discuss the nature of that quest in just a moment, but after hearing of this betrayal, Bicho tries to track down Bembe himself. But Bicho is way out of his element here, and Bembe uses that to his advantage. He toys with Bicho, even recalling the origin of his name, which means bug. To Bembe, Bicho is just a bug, one who takes and never gives back. Bicho then turns the gun on himself and almost takes his life if not for Danny. After the incident, Danny tells Paulo to tell Bicho how he really feels. At the very beginning of the mission, Paulo expresses genuine worry about Bicho's safety. It's one of the rare times someone actually takes notice of him. This moment turns over a new leaf for Bicho. He starts going by his real name Paz, and not his nickname, and thanks to Danny and Paulo, he feels like a part of the team. His low self-esteem has slowly been eroding away, so this should hopefully make him much more confident with himself in the future. As for the other two, Talia and Paulo are lovers, but they are currently quite angry at each other. Paulo wants to leave Yara and head to the United States, but Talia would rather stay here and fight. It's her home and she shouldn't need to give it up to someone else. Paulo, however, has a very specific reason that Talia seems to not consider. When talking with Paulo, it's learned right away that he is trans. Assigned female at birth, he transitioned at some point in his life. He was going to serve in the Yaran army, but once he transitioned, his father, who was the drill sergeant, kicked him out and disowned him. His gender identity is why Paulo wants to leave. It's not explicitly stated what rights trans people have in Yara, but given Paulo had to get surgery through the black market, I can't imagine it's good. In comparison to his problems, Talia's are quite simple. Once Anton's gone, Yara is saved, but for Paulo, his fight is only just beginning. A free Yara is a good start, but if he can't be treated like everyone else, then he's going to be just as oppressed as he was under Anton. That's why he feels like cutting his losses and heading to the United States, as at least there he has a chance. It's a great start, especially as the two continue to separate more and more. Talia and Paulo both hire you for missions without the others' notice. Paulo's are about getting his debt cleared with Bembe so he can go to the US, while Talia's is about continuing the revolution. Their personal conflict also leads to one of the more cooler missions in the arc. After getting Radio Libertad online and spray painting their logo everywhere, they plan to perform a show at Maria's villa. Paulo would rather focus on their demo in hopes of a record deal in the States, but Talia sees this as a chance to finally stick it to Maria. Paulo ultimately concedes, and the duo play some of their music live to the entire country. It gets a ton of attention and brings in many recruits to Libertad's cause. Once the concert ends though, the fighting continues. Talia wants to go one more time, but Paulo wants out. Both blow up on each other over this, still continuing to believe that they are right while the other is wrong. And this spills over to the last few missions of the arc. Paulo and Talia are doing their own thing, and neither knows where the other is. Paulo is still trying to leave and uses Bembe to help him, which is what led to him getting sold out, which we discussed earlier, while Talia confronts Maria during a press conference. Maria has these brain camp academies. They're meant to turn fake Yarans into true ones. Talia was almost brainwashed at this academy, so she has a very short temper with her because of it. What sets her off though is Paulo being misgendered and Maria's continued insistence that what she is doing is right. In response to this, she kills her while they're still recording. Clara, after hearing the news, is about ready to pull the plug, as these two have created an unnecessary amount of heat because they can't work together. Their conflict finally hits the resolution stage soon after this, but it's admittedly something that's always confused me. See, around this time, Paulo was taken by Dr. Reyes. Danny tries to save him, gets taken too, only for Talia to be the one to save them both. But while saving Paulo, Talia is shot in the neck. Everyone is in critical condition at this point and needs to head to their friend Matias's place to get patched up. Once this is settled, Paulo then gives you that mission to find Bicho, and then it's off to kill Dr. Reyes. This is when Paulo makes his decision to stay and help fight Anton. My confusion stems from his reasoning. I want to believe that it's because he almost saw his girlfriend die in front of him, and realized that he would rather be with her in Yara than alone in the US, but I also feel like that's not really acknowledging his actual predicament. Nothing we've done in this arc has alleviated his issues. He's in no better spot now than he was in earlier, which is why I'm confused by him suddenly deciding to stay despite knowing the difficulties. It's something that's always puzzled me, but maybe I'm just looking at things wrong. Maximus Montanzas is at least a step in the right direction. With the focus of the conflict being art, it was a nice break from the normal run-and-gun action. Now, it's Far Cry, so you're still going to be doing a lot of that, but defending them during the concert, ruining imagery of Anton and Maria, and spreading their music was a much better time than burning my dozenth tobacco field. The Legends of 67, La Morale, and their conflict with Admiral Benitez is the best Far Cry 6 has to offer. The Legends of 67 were a band of revolutionaries that fought during the Yaran Revolution of 1967. At the time, Gabriel Castillo, Anton's father, was in charge, but they were the ones who killed him. La Morale, on the other hand, are the new generation of revolutionaries, a lot like Libertad. You're likely sensing a theme here, but these two groups also have a conflict amongst them. The Legends of 67 created their own revolution and won. So what happened? Why is Anton, another Castillo, still in power? The leader of the revolution was Santos Espinosa. He was set to rule Yara should they succeed. Lobo, another member of the Legends, knew however that if Espinosa became leader, then the country would continue to fall into ruin, so he had asked El Tigre to help him kill Espinosa. They were going to play off his assassination as a consequence of war, using him as a martyr to rally support when they won. El Tigre didn't like this idea and actually had Lobo killed instead. However, in the end, Lobo was right. Espinosa didn't change the country. In fact, he continued to propagate its demise. After Espinosa died, the seat of president was left open, which is when Anton would seize power. His promises of a better Yara were enough to get him elected, and the rest is history. So their attempts to change Yara led them right back to where they were in 67, and now another revolution has begun. But the Legends are old-timers. They're in their 60s and 70s at this point. So besides El Tigre, who looks as good as ever, they're clearly not cut out for another war. But lots of time has passed since then. New people have experienced the struggles of Yara, and others have risen up to fight Anton. We've seen this with the other factions, and the same goes for La Morale. La Morale is a group of university students who have been radicalized thanks to an event that occurred between them and Admiral Benitez. When they were in school, the Admiral had called students up to the front of the room. Anyone who got their names called was shot right there. Their supposed crimes were protesting, handing out pamphlets, and liking a post online by Clara from Libertad. All extremely minor and insignificant things, but each one got them shot. This changed both Yelena and some of her classmates who formed La Morale and have vowed to hunt her down. Their methods, however, have drawn the scornful eyes of many, including the Legends. According to them, La Morale ironically lacks morality, as they get innocent people killed all the time during their missions. One of the helicopter drivers will even mention how Admiral Benitez executed half a town, but La Morale stepped up and killed every soldier involved. But not engaging in a war, they tracked down each soldier to their homes and killed them while they slept. Clara didn't even want Danny to recruit them in the first place, claiming that they are too young for this, as Danny's actual mission was to recruit the Legends instead. It's clear that the popularity of the Legends and the bad rep of La Morale is what drove Clara to ignore them. But once more, this potential conflict is hinted at but never developed. One of Yara's main inspirations was Cuba. That's probably pretty obvious by now. Cuba has an interesting history when it comes to coups, revolutions, and their leaders. There was 2 coups led by Fulgencio Batista, which led to him being the president of the country. But this then led to the Cuban Revolution led by Fidel Castro, who was also accompanied by well-known revolutionary Che Guevara. Che is why I specifically bring this up, as his actions during the revolution are considered controversial to some. Revolutions are not simple things, they often have lots of casualties, sometimes including people who are just innocent bystanders. All of this to me seems like the exact kind of thing Far Cry would like to discuss. how the ends justify the means but only to an extent. We've seen time and time again how protagonists and antagonists can be viewed both sympathetically and ruthlessly. Far Cry 6 had a perfect opportunity but never took it. La Morale is ruthless in their actions, which the Legends call them out on, but the game never brings this up again, nor does it let Danny or La Morale confront the Legends. What about them? What did they do during the Revolution? They could be just as bad as La Morale. We already know their attempts at establishing a better government failed, so why not run with it? What at least saves the arc, though, is the characters themselves. The Legends minus El Tigre are incredibly stubborn, but throughout the story you can't convince them of the treachery. Lorenzo is unconvinced that the rule of Anton is that bad. He's aware that it's not great, but he assumes that it can't be as bad as it seems, while also saying that Yara got what it deserved when it elected another Castillo. Well, no wonder he thinks that when the news is altered to hide the truth and he lives up here on a mountain away from the world. After Danny shows him a facility made to experiment on people using Viviro, he realizes that he was wrong, and that the country needs another revolution. Lucky Mama also doesn't care for another fight, but after a surprise attack that kills El Tigre, she mourns his loss and, like Lorenzo, realizes that they need to fight again. Those of La Morale also have their moments. The speech made by Yelena speaks volumes to the lengths they had to go through and the things they had to cut ties with. Yelena and La Morale are just kids. They were still in college when they took up arms. They should be partying and drinking, not fighting for a better tomorrow. But they forsook these simple pleasures because they know what's important. It's also what makes the party towards the end such a wonderful celebration. Most of the missions in Far Cry 6 are like what you'd expect, lots of explosions and killing. But I think it makes moments like these all the better. Yelena, Onron, and a few others meet Danny at this small island just off the coast. While they're here, they get meals prepared, drink, party, and dance, all the things they should have done instead of fighting. This is right after Admiral Benitez is killed, so they finally have a reason to relax. For the first time since its inception, La Morale gets to finally act like kids again. It's a memorable little mission, easily one of the best in the game. But this little slice of paradise cannot last forever. Just as things start coming together, they come crashing down. The new base of operations, a hotel you captured earlier, was ambushed and attacked with a viral strain of PG-240 that kills Omron and El Tigre. It's honestly a pretty emotional moment. Omron and El Tigre are easily the best characters of this arc, so seeing them die hurts, especially someone like El Tigre. He survived an entire revolution but died in such a dishonorable way, not in a blaze of glory but choking on gas, and worst of all, he never got to see his country freed. While the Admiral is dead, the land of El Este is still not freed, as it's still run by Sean McKay. McKay is a Canadian businessman looking to make a quick buck from Yara's exploits. He pledges millions of dollars to Anton's regime. Without him, Anton has no funds, so Danny must take him down. To take him down, Danny will have to destroy tons of processing plants that produce PG-240X, a deadlier version of the PG-240 chemical that was likely dropped on the hotel earlier. Given that these are his main moneymakers, he's pissed upon hearing of this. Eventually, this leads to an all-out assault on his boat. Frankly, I love McKay in this game because he is such a prick. He reminds me of Bembe in that respect. McKay knows that he can weasel his way out of any scenario because money makes the world go round. He taunts Danny all the time, claiming that his investments could have shot the country from third world to first if they just let him do his business. Even when you attack his boat, he tells the soldiers defending it to surrender. You think this is because he's throwing in the towel and is ready to accept defeat, but it's actually because he knows he could buy his freedom. While all this was happening, he called Juan to strike a deal. He can give them money which would help them fund the revolution, only caveat is that he has to live. You're free to choose this, or kill him. The outcome doesn't have any effect on the story itself though, but it does finally leave El Este free from Castillo rule. Hopefully the length of this section reinforces my statement at the start, that La Morale and the Legends are the best faction in Far Cry 6. They offer so much charm and character that I otherwise felt was missing from this game. I also really like how the game explored both sides' approaches to the revolution. The Legends are all about straightforward fighting. They thought dying in battle was glorious. La Morale is the opposite. They fight when they need to, but they also use other tactics. Onron has superfans that will rally behind her if you could find them during a mission. Gilberto, another member of their crew, is a drag queen. His Rosa persona is used by the Yaran army to spread propaganda, but since he's a double agent, he could feed La Morale info. They show two eras of revolution and how each side uses what they can to their advantage. As a collective group though, the factions of Far Cry 6 are quite dull. I don't think the decision to focus more on the allies and villains this time around was a bad one inherently, but I also think the allies we got were not as interesting as I would have hoped. I think they also highlight a growing issue for me. Ubisoft has been historically apolitical. Almost all of their games refuse to make a political statement. This is fine, you're free to make whatever you want as a creative, but I also feel like there is a limit. Far Cry 5 fell into some controversy as it felt like the game was political given the setting and story, despite Ubisoft claiming that it wasn't. Far Cry 6 drew the same criticism. The creative director for the game said that Far Cry 6 was inherently political given its story, but that it wasn't going to make a statement about it or its inspiration, Cuba. Once again, I'm completely fine with this. Ubisoft has done this for years, I'm not expecting them to start now. But I do think, in an effort to not make a statement, they've overcorrected and not said anything. By staying reserved and not taking a risk, they've played the game incredibly safe. The actions of the legends during the revolution are never questioned. The game does not want to show the darker side of a revolution and how often many innocent people can get killed. If you flash back to our time with Far Cry 3, I mentioned how the director of that game stated that Far Cry didn't have a morality meter, that commenting on the player through a black and white lens took away from the narrative. Recently, we've started seeing Far Cry go away from this. Far Cry New Dawn was incredibly black and white, our actions were just and righteous, and the highwaymen were evil. With it being a spin-off, I didn't mind this too much, but I do expect this to be upheld in a main entry. Far Cry 6 is the first numbered entry where a black and white morality was applied. Danny and the revolutionaries' actions are always correct. No matter what happens during the mission or the questionable decisions they make, all of it was right in the end. Despite La Morale being occasionally reckless, Talia executing Maria on live TV, and Juan even doing deals with Sean McKay, all of it is brushed aside because they're doing the right thing. Anton is evil, and Libertad is bad, and there is no room for debate. Now I'm not saying Anton has to be a good person, not at all, but once again, consider the previous Far Cry games. Boss was a truly villainous person with no chance for rehabilitation, and the same goes for Hoyt and Buck. But the morality was not placed on them, rather on Jason. For Far Cry 4, the game closest to Far Cry 6 in terms of story, Pagan was obviously evil, and the Golden Path was a lot nicer. But its leaders were corrupt, which made you question whether what we did was right or wrong, or if either of them should be leading the faction at all. Somewhere within Far Cry there is a gray morality that overshadows someone, and I just don't see that in Far Cry 6. While writing this script, I came across an interview that really illuminates something to me about Far Cry 6. When discussing the game and its political nature, Ubisoft commented that they didn't want to make a statement, followed by saying that the original inspiration was guerrilla warfare and the guerrilla fantasy. That term, guerrilla fantasy, stuck with me. I won't put words in their mouth because I could be misinterpreting their intention, but the way I interpreted this anyway is that Far Cry 6 only cares about the fantasy. That to me explains everything. Far Cry 6 is not a serious game, as half the cast are designed to crack jokes. The controversial elements that come from leading a revolution are never acknowledged, and the idea that people would rather leave than fight is mentioned but never explored. Do you remember when I said that Far Cry Primal was at its best when it was letting you live out the fantasy of someone in prehistoric times? Far Cry 6 is much the same. It's not meant to be a serious game, it just wants to let you live out the fantasy of a guerrilla overthrowing a government. And everything I've mentioned regarding the story and all the other gameplay aspects contribute to it. The game does not want to confront these things, as it seems to take away from the guerrilla fantasy that it talks so much about, but in doing so it also removes any sense of drama or stakes that could come from this unique narrative. Far Cry 6 wants to be a game where the good guys win and the bad guys lose, while also making sure that those good guys are always right. And yet, again, I will say that Far Cry 6 can be whatever it wants to. If it wanted to be a bit less serious this time around, then that's fine. If it wanted to just focus on the explosions, the guns, and how cool it feels to be a guerrilla, then that's fine too. And I will say that if you're someone who wants to just live out that fantasy, Far Cry 6 will succeed beyond your wildest dreams. It's admittedly fun blowing stuff up and taking down a regime. Far Cry has always had engaging gameplay, so it does succeed on that front. However, it's not outlandish for someone who played the prior Far Cry games to expect something akin to the previous entries, especially when the setting and story center around a complex topic like revolutions. That's something that to me needs to be respected and taken seriously. As I said earlier, sometimes people just want a serious story while also being able to blow things up. Nothing wrong with that. But when the story itself seems to adhere to that way of thinking, it truly feels like it's not a game that wants to be taken seriously, and to me, I expect a little bit better from Far Cry. But even when all else fails, there is always one thing that we can expect Far Cry to overachieve in. But I'm not so sure they did this time. Anton Castillo is our main villain, whose ruthless actions have caused countless innocents to suffer all because of his vision for Yara. This vision is something that came from his past. Anton's father was Gabriel Castillo, who was killed during the Revolution of 1967. The legends and their supporters had executed Gabriel right in front of Anton, who was then imprisoned at the age of 13 and forced to work day in and day out in the tobacco fields. As mentioned in the Legends section, the government under Espinosa sent Yara into further decline. Anton believed that his land and country deserved better, so he ran for office and his promises got him elected. But clearly it did not turn out how many people expected. Anton has created a smear campaign surrounding the Yaran people, Those who follow his rule are considered true Yarans, while those who oppose him are considered fake Yarans. Even though every one of them is Yaran, the framing and specific wording of fake implies that they aren't representative of the country. It lessens the value of some people while also heightening others. A journalist called him a fascist in the newspaper, and she was sentenced to work in the farms harvesting tobacco. The people of Yara can't even speak out of fear for being enslaved or killed. He shuts down all kinds of criticism and makes sure to alter footage to make him look good. He, like Pagan, also tries to keep up appearances. Later in the game, Anton is seen bleeding because of his medical condition, so he tells the crew to keep the camera chest up so that it looks good in front of the people. He's also notably receiving a blood transfusion from someone inside his prisons, aka his fake Yarans. The outside world sees him as a dictator, but he does try to make Yara seem progressive. Rosa, Gilberto's drag persona, is on the government's payroll. And of course, Admiral Benitez is a high-ranking woman in the Yaran army. But when on a call with her, Anton threatens her after her failure to stop La Morale, saying that he picked her because she was a woman in uniform. She was handpicked for the academy by Anton himself, but despite others being more qualified and skilled than her, a woman leading the army would look good to the public. But he does not seem to be as staunchly committed to this ideology as others, as he does condemn the older generation of Yar for not letting women like his mother serve because she was just a woman. So it's clear that he both cares for his people, but also seems to use all the tools he has, including his people, to his advantage. This is also, of course, not even mentioning the lifeblood of his regime, Viviro. Viviro is like gold to him, that with its potential he'll be able to save Yara, and that's ultimately what this has all been for. To him, everything is a necessary sacrifice. He is a strong leader with a single goal, and as long as everyone follows his orders, Yara will thrive. But of course that comes at the cost of people's lives and freedoms, which is why his rule is highly controversial. Even the actor himself sees this in Anton. Anton Castillo is played by renowned actor Giancarlo Esposito, most well known for his roles as Gus Fring in Breaking Bad and Moff Gideon in The Mandalorian. Unlike previous roles, Ubisoft had actually sought out Esposito. When crafting the story, the narrative director said that he became obsessed with the idea of a dictator and sitting them down in a scene. No camera, lights, or props, just them and you. When it came to hiring someone for the role, they immediately wanted Esposito. When it came across his desk, he was very delighted. He was really eager to play someone new and not to be hired to play another villain that felt like his other roles. Esposito has done many interviews over the years, mostly on other channels you can check out here on YouTube. And something I noticed about him is that he is incredibly familiar with his characters. He knows how they should act, how they feel, and why. This even goes for Anton. From that same interview from IGN when we talked about Joseph, Esposito talks about getting into the mind of Anton, saying, quote, "What I wanted to do was make this person human, and have him have an obstacle. And that obstacle for him was his past. Anton Castillo grew up in a period of time where he witnessed great atrocities. His father was a dictator before him, and then he was taken away from his power, incarcerated for a time, wandering for a time. And during that period, figuring out what he wanted for his people. So I wanted him to be sensitive. I wanted him to be empowering people, but also within the course of the game, to realize that in order to do that, he had to subjugate other people because he has a resource that could bring his whole country enrichment. Now I'm not saying a dictator or someone who threatens like that is a good person, but behind it is a good reason. Eventually you will bear the fruit of my labor, because we're going to keep this country together, especially during a revolution that's unproven. At least order is proven with a dictator who comes from a line of dictators, who has an idea and a vision for his country." Esposito gets Anton. Truly, he understands him on a deep level, and that comes out in his performance. Anton has some incredible moments when he's on screen. After the death of Carlos Montero, Jose comes by to seek praise from his uncle. Anton has nothing but the opposite, however. Anton knows that the Montero family roots run deep in that part of the country, and so by killing Carlos, Jose made him a martyr. And he couldn't be more correct, as directly after this, some lieutenants from Anton's army wish to join the Monteros because of Carlos's death. At one point, he'll be interviewed by an American journalist who asks if Viviro was made with slave labor. He does not directly say yes, but he does tell her that America is not one to be talking. Cotton was a major export for the United States, and it was thanks to slavery that the economy had grown. Anton is saying that America has no room to talk, and that at the end of the day, no one will care where the money comes from. Like a true leader, he's giving a lot of half-truths and roundabout answers, refusing to make direct yes or no statements while still getting an answer out. Given his role as dictator, Anton is most often compared to Pagan, but the two couldn't be more different. Pagan was full of himself. He was a foreigner who usurped the throne because he wanted to be king. Pagan cares very little for the people of the country, all thanks to the death of his daughter. Anton does care for his people. He was native born, and his father used to be the leader. He wants to see his country get better, but he does not care how he does it. My only wish is that we just got to see him more. I don't feel that much of a personal connection between Danny and Anton. They're only opposed in that Danny wants a free country and Anton is stopping that from happening. It's a lot like the player and Jackal's connection in Far Cry 2, that they are enemies because of the task we were assigned. With Voss, Pagan, and Joseph, it felt personal. Each one had a personal beef with our protagonist and would even talk about them on numerous occasions. Anton rarely does this. If he's mad at anyone, he's mad at Libertad as a brand, not necessarily Danny specifically. This sort of connects to why Anton rarely makes a personal appearance in-game. Most of Anton's cutscenes are away from Danny. While she is fighting his regime, he is out doing other things. We see different sides of Anton, yes, but it's not creating any personal connections between them. There is one singular time that Anton and Danny meet outside the intro, and that's when she's captured during a side quest. Other than this, Anton may as well be a ghost. This seems to be an intentional decision by Ubisoft, as while removing Anton from the conflict is not a move I wanted, as I love those one-to-one moments, it seems like they went this route because to Anton, Danny is not the most important character. Ubisoft wanted to create some humanity within Anton, but doing that alone would be difficult for someone such as him, so they navigated this by creating Diego. Diego is initially one of the most important characters in Far Cry 6. In every Far Cry game it was understood that once the big bad villain is killed, the threat is gone. This time we have a clear successor. Diego's a kid who is clearly at odds with both his father and his own feelings. We saw him leaving the country in the intro, but there are many times he opposes his father. He shot Anton's general before he killed Danny, and refused to kill Julio from Libertad. After his interview with the journalist, Diego gave her some Viviro to help her father who has stage 4 cancer. At its core, he's also just a kid. He's seen shooting doves to practice his aim, but he clearly doesn't know how to hold a weapon. It's clear that Anton has a strong hold over him. As stated by Esposito himself, Anton loves his son. He wants to, like any father, pass down good morals and lessons and hope that they carry that with them. Diego may disappoint him at times, but Anton is hoping that with enough lessons and patience he can teach Diego the history of Yara and why he must stand up to Libertad when the time comes. He's quite possibly my favorite character in this game, because you never know what he's going to do. His very nature also creates a conflict in Danny. Early in the game, Danny works with Clara to assassinate Anton. It's way too early in the game for this to work, so the twist is really about how badly we're going to screw this up. Anton's speech was actually being recorded, as he was nowhere near his office, but Diego was. Despite being completely alone with the successor to Yara, Danny lets him go. She knows that he's just a kid, and she holds the sentiment the entire game. That's why Diego shoots Anton's general later. It's not only needlessly cruel, but Danny saved his life so he paid her back. This all spills over to the finale. After all 3 regions are complete, when Libertad is thinking of taking down Anton, Juan tells Danny that Clara went to have a talk with him instead. She mentioned in an earlier mission how the goal was to never kill Anton but to free Yara. She wants her people and Anton's people, aka the fake and true Yarans, to coexist, otherwise we're back to square one. Anton called Clara asking for surrender. He just wants a smooth exit out of the country, but then he sent a convoy to attack Libertad. After Danny sneaks onto his private island and interrupts their dinner, she learns the truth. Anton has 3 months left to live, because he has acute leukemia. He used Viviro like everyone else, but over time it ironically stopped working. So he'll die before he gets to see a vision of Yara through. But he doesn't need to. He's got someone who will succeed him. See, Anton initially never wanted kids, but 13 years ago, the same year he got leukemia, Maria convinced him to have a child, and Diego was that child. Thanks to her convincing, the Castilla line could still rule Yara, but that could change very soon. Juan, who was providing Overwatch, can't get a shot on Anton, so he decides to shoot Diego instead. Danny doesn't want Diego to die, so she saves him once more, which gives Anton time to escape and shoot Clara. So Clara, the leader of Libertad, is dead, and practically everyone else agrees that Danny should be the leader instead. So she rallies her supporters and gets ready for the final assault on Esperanza. If they fail, the revolution is finished. If they win, Yara is freed. This leads to a massive firefight going from street to street and then floor to floor before she finally meets with Anton.
You are not going to kill him. He's gonna die anyway.
Last lesson, Mio. There is one thing in life that will always be true. Do you know what that is?
Death.
See. You will protect him from your friends, from the monsters.
He'll be safe. I promise.
Lies.
Diego! No!
Far Cry 6's ending is about as controversial as the game itself. Anton killing Diego was a move no one saw coming, and judging from fan reaction, it seems like quite a few people hated it. I too was one who did as well. In recent times I have, however, turned against this notion. Ever since Diego was shown in the early trailers for the game, I was excited to see where his story would go. To have him killed like this sucks, however it's completely understandable why this happened. Clara talks about Yara being in a cycle of tyranny, that's why she made Libertad to break it. Anton knows this too. When his father died, Anton was sent to the fields at 13. Diego is also 13 and is about to watch his father die and likely suffer the same fate. Dani promises to take Diego under her wing to avoid him getting hurt. But we've seen from our allies that they don't think the same. Juan almost shot him, and there's nothing saying the others won't do the same. Dani could not protect him despite how much she believes she could. Knowing this, Anton spared him that suffering by ending it early. I wish Diego got more development. I wish he got to make a choice, whether he chose to lead or to let Yara burn, but that ultimately is the point. Diego was a kid who from birth never got a chance to live his own life thanks to Anton. The only way to be free was to be free of Anton, but his father never gave him that choice. He was a kid who never got the freedom to choose his own path in life, just as some of the other factions didn't get a choice either. Following this, all of Dani's allies ask her to lead. There needs to be someone at the head of the table who will lead until Yara can hold free elections, and all of them agree that Dani should be the one to do it. Dani, as we know, is a part of Libertad. I haven't talked about Libertad as a faction much because despite being the main faction of the game, they rarely show up. But I find that this ends up working in the game's favor. Clara is a genuinely incompetent leader to me. Libertad has no support by the time the game starts, and it's only through Dani that they're even able to make a foothold in Yara. Most of them agree that they don't follow Libertad, they follow Dani. Most games play into the idea of the power fantasy, by having the player be the sole leader of everything. That they are the ones who help save everyone, and that without them none of them would have survived. Far Cry 6 is much the same, but this works because of this moment. Clara is dead, and because of Dani's work everyone wants her to lead, but Dani is no leader, she is just a soldier. Because of this, Dani leaves. She refuses to lead and goes right back to hunting down the leftover army. Because of Clara's death and Dani's inaction, they may have just doomed Yara further than ever. What's even better is that all of this was said to you right from the beginning. During the tutorial, Clara explicitly states there will be no elections once Yara is freed. For a while it's going to be a war zone, where there will be no laws or support. Yara is going to get worse before it gets better, if it even does at all. Clara claims that Yara is stuck in a cycle of tyranny and revolution, where a tyrannical ruler owns the country, a revolution sparks, only for another one to take their place and the cycle completes. It went from Gabriel to Espinosa to Anton, and then it would have went to Clara and then possibly Diego. This is also right before the game gives Dani her boat, the one she wanted to take to Miami. So you can, upon hearing this, just leave. If you do, you unlock the alternate ending for the game, and like with Far Cry 4, I can actually see Dani doing this. She is adamant about leaving the country, and Clara clearly has no plans for the revolution after. Plus, although Dani doesn't know it at this point, Anton will be dead in a few months because of his leukemia, and Diego would still be alive. So there is an actual chance that freedom can be given to the Yaran people. Even if it stumbled a lot, Far Cry 6 did manage to end on a note similar to that of previous Far Cry games, where victory came at a cost, and one that feels hollow. We through our actions have left Yara's future up to chance. Although ironically, Anton may have saved Yara through his actions. Recall what I said earlier, the transfer of power has been the same since the beginning. Gabriel, Espinosa, Anton, and then possibly Clara and Diego. Tyranny, revolution, tyranny, revolution. Because Anton killed Clara, that means that what happened to the legends won't happen again. Anton calls Clara a dictator, so there is a high chance that she'll be just like Espinosa. And with Diego dead, another Castilla won't be able to usurp the revolution's power. Technically then, the cycle has been broken, but this is still leaving a lot to chance. There is a chance that Yara pulls together and flourishes from this, but there is a chance that it won't. Regardless of the actions taken, Yara as a country has continued to lose. It lost under Gabriel, Espinosa, and Anton, and it may very well lose again, but only time will tell. Far Cry 6 to me is one of the weaker entries in the series, which is strange because I used to enjoy it, and I also have it to thank for getting me in the position I am in today. Many of you know that back in the day I used to cover Ubisoft's fighting game For Honor. I would make weekly videos on the game and did so for several years. Eventually Ubisoft had recognized my content and offered me a chance to join the creator program. Since then Ubisoft has always been incredibly nice and offered me opportunities. For For Honor, they allowed me and several other creators to play the new hero, Black Prior, a few weeks early so that we could make content for it. When I left For Honor in 2020, I started making video essays and other random topics about gaming to try and find a foothold. Around 2021, Ubisoft provided me a code for Far Cry 6. I'm not sure how, but I remember getting the code a lot later than expected. I vividly remember watching reviews from other YouTubers about the game before I even left the tutorial island. This put me in a bit of a bad spot. I wanted to create a review for the game because I had a chance to play the game early, and thus could be one of the first people to share my thoughts on it, but because of this I had to change. I didn't want to be guy number 60 to share his thoughts on the game. My subscriber count was only around 70,000 at this point, so I didn't have nearly as much of an audience as some of the big names back then. So I was late to the YouTuber embargo, but still ahead of the general public, as the game still wouldn't release for a couple more days. It was then that I noticed that no one discussed the story in depth, only giving it a brief look-through, which is when the light bulb flicked. I would not do a gameplay review, but a review of the story. And thus, the first ever story review of mine was born. I wouldn't say Far Cry 6 was the tipping point exactly. Story content was something I started doing with Ghost of Tsushima. And I'd argue the Souls games were really the ones that pushed me in that direction. But without Far Cry 6, I'm not sure if I'd be in the same position today. Oddly enough, I did rewatch that video, and I noticed I have some similar talking points as in this one. Does that count as plagiarism? I named the video Far Cry 6's story was shockingly great, with shockingly in all caps because, YouTube algorithm, and man, I really haven't changed that thumbnail style, have I? Most of my thoughts on Diego and the Monteros stayed the same. I also liked both Maximus Montanzas and the Legends and La Morale, but I was a bit harsher to them in this video than I was 3 years ago. I also actually talked about the Monteros and the Legends for more than 2 sentences, which, I'm not entirely sure why I did that back then. I also explained myself a lot more in this video, which is definitely something that changed across the channel in the past 3 years. Ultimately though, I completely disagreed with my final assessment. I don't think it's shockingly great, it's not even close. Far Cry 6 is unfortunately one of the few games in this series I don't have a desire to replay. Hell, I didn't even replay it back then either. The focus on the allies instead of villains is something I could see liking in another entry, just not this one. Anton suffered from having his underlings rarely appear, and a good portion of our allies were just as uninteresting as their villains. But still, even with my gripes, I will always have that personal connection to Far Cry 6 because of what it did for me as a person, and I won't forget that anytime soon. But, you know this song and dance by now. Ubisoft wanted to keep people playing Far Cry 6 as long as possible, and this time, there were many ways they went about doing that. The first is seen immediately upon beating the game. Far Cry 6 has weekly insurgencies, which involve you doing normal Far Cry activities then eventually killing a leader. These reset weekly, but I found that once was enough. The same is true for the special operations. They function very similarly to New Dawn's expeditions, fit with different locales and difficulties to keep you coming back. On top of this, Far Cry 6 did some special collaborations and introduced 3 crossover missions. Danny and Danny vs. Everyone was a collaboration with famed actor Danny Trejo. Rambo All the Blood is where you team up with Rambo's #1 superfan, and The Vanishing is a collaboration with Netflix's Stranger Things. And I can't show you a single one. Likely due to licensing costs, none of these exist anymore. Now, to be fair, you're not exactly missing much by not doing them, but it does beg the question of why they were added in the first place. I want to guess that it's so people pick up the game immediately and play that content, but the missions are incredibly short, and you need to get through the first few hours of the game to even get to these missions. Although maybe I'm just not the target audience for this stuff. But Ubisoft knew that collaborations were really only going to get people's foot in the door, or to give older fans a reason to replay the game again. What they really needed to do was to look deeper into their own past, and their own nostalgia. Far Cry 6's first 3 DLC, Insanity, Control, and Collapse, have the player control the villains of old Far Cry for the first time. Each DLC is an episode, one focusing on Voss, another on Pagan, and the last on Joseph. Each one lets us see another side to things. We get to see the past of these villains, to learn what made them this way. Some of them even let us see the present and possible future as well. Each one follows the same gameplay loop. You start with nothing, no skills or levels, just a pistol. You then go around the map collecting currency. You could find these in chests and on enemies. Scattered throughout the map are also challenges and modifiers. Some, like the gun boxes, have you kill a set number of enemies. Once complete, you get to equip whatever that gun was for your following runs. Hearts may appear which add modifiers that could help you get stronger, or be sold for more money. All this can be viewed back at the base or on a small safe house. You then use the currency to rank up skills and upgrade weapon cases, so that you can start with more powerful weapons. I've been saying run a lot, because death holds consequence. Dying means restarting back to the beginning, much like Escape from Durgash in Far Cry 4. You get to keep the upgrades and skills, but your modifiers at the bottom and any currency is lost. The real objective is to get all 3 pieces of whatever the episode requires. Once that's finished, you get a quick wave defense, and then it's over. However, you are encouraged to do all 5 mine levels, each one getting harder and harder while also lasting as long as you can in the wave defenses. Thankfully, the skills and weapons are also designed with replay in mind. The price of these upgrades becomes ludicrous after a while given the pitiful amount of currency you get after a kill. But later mine levels keep your upgrades, while upping the difficulty and currency amounts, so you don't have to do everything in order to win. But of course, this is only if you feel up to it. It's not required, as just one run is enough, although completing all 5 mine levels rewards you with a secret post-credit cutscene. Pagan's is a message to Ajay if he becomes king, telling him that he has some nukes starting Kirat, and if he'd like to use them, one is already aimed at Montana, referencing what I discussed earlier about how Ajay could have been the one to start the collapse. While Joseph's was him calling his wife, not knowing that she had already died in an accident, which we discussed before. Voss's, though, will have to wait. Either way, while most of the DLC is focused on gameplay first, the areas you visit, the 3 items you need to collect, and some of the side missions here are focused on narrative as well. Each one will take you deeper into the minds of the villains. Now, we do have to talk about the canonicity of these events. As you can see from the footage, we aren't in a normal location, but in the minds of each villain. There doesn't seem to be a general consensus as to whether they are canon or not. For me personally, I believe that Voss's takes place during his death, like his life is flashing before his eyes, so to speak. For Pagan, it's either when he dies too, or just during a moment where he had a lot of time to think, which could literally be any time. And for Joseph's, it's confirmed to take place during his long stay in the bunker. Out of all of them, his is the one that is undeniably canon, while the others could certainly be argued. But each one of these men has been seen from our points of view, so now it's time to see things from another perspective. Voss's events presumably begin right when he dies. Already we can see the benefits of choosing to show things from the other side. Seeing Jason's face in full view shows how maniacal he was. He loved being here. This fight to the death is what he lived and breathed for. You couldn't see that as we were only looking through his eyes. Seeing it from Voss's point of view really hammers home how he became such a feared icon on the island. From here on, he is then taunted by the voice of Citra, who wants to break Voss for leaving him. Eventually, he'll come across a few sections that delve deep into the history of Voss. The first one is a timeline of events that lead to his downfall. The place is a hotel, with the rooms denoting the years they happened. One of the tables has a note that's been made into an advertisement for a game, called Voss 3 Re-Voss. But the description describes the DLC and Voss himself. It mentions defeating your demons and an embodiment of your biggest failure. It also mentions substance abuse and a special copy to someone who grew up on the island, but never actually grew up. As for the timeline itself, Voss is seen worshipping Citra, likely before he tried to be her best warrior and failed. He is then seen killing tons of people. They all look like Jason, but they're meant to be all the people he killed in the name of Citra. Later, he was then stabbed by Citra in the back mid-intercourse. Voss can then be seen losing his mind over her. He loves her, but despises her all the same. The next memory shows the time he became the pirate leader. At this point, he had left Citra and joined Hoyt and his pirates. The pirate leader wanted to take control of some of the key locations here on the island. Voss is a little confused though, because that implies that they're taking the land from the people who live here, but all of them are natives to the land. Voss then broke away from Hoyt during this and then decided to start a war against Hoyt. The number of the room was 2012, so this was not long before Jason would come to the island, but by then he was still working for Hoyt as evidenced by the intro. So either he was still working on taking him down or the mutiny failed, but Hoyt kept him around. This slideshow of events of his past is not only to remind him, but also so Citra can show him how his path led to defeat. Voss tried to do his own thing, away from Citra, and that failed. This proves that her path is better, and that Voss must be hers. Voss, of course, wants no part in anything she has to offer. The rest of the narrative content is in the form of visions. We can see Voss grappling with his mind, as his physical body suffers while he's mentally kicking himself for being addicted to drugs. Then there are a few visions of Voss and Citra as both kids and grown adults having arguments that would result in their separation. Citra was bound by duty and birthright. She felt that this was her path in life. Voss was more of a free thinker, someone who valued individuality and personal ambition. Their two paths in life led to them becoming enemies, despite initially being lovers. Once all the blade pieces have been found, Citra will summon enemies to fight Voss, as she wants him to show her his warrior side. Once all 5 waves are complete, you can leave and the game ends. Nothing comes of this though unless you do all 5 mine levels, which shows Voss alive. The end of Far Cry 6 had teased this already, as Juan was talking with someone named the Smuggler who definitely sounded like Voss, but this confirms that he had already survived. Although how is unclear. Something that should be kept in mind while playing the DLC is that you shouldn't go in here expecting a continuation. With the exception of Joseph, Voss and Pagan aren't looking to change. Their DLC simply show the other side, give us a glimpse into their world. It's not going to redeem, absolve, or change anything about them. Voss is still Voss as he always will be, but seeing another side of the story provides a unique perspective even if it leads to the same conclusion. For Voss, many of his visions were things fans of Far Cry 3 would already know. His ties to Citra and hatred for her were as clear as day. This DLC just shows that a bit more clearly. Pagan is another great example of this. At the very beginning is him sitting at dinner, and with him is Ajay, Ishwari, and Lakshmana. Lakshmana is noticeably older than her earned claims, so these are visions of the future that Pagan wanted. He wanted his family to be safe and happy, but Mohan made sure that would never happen. What interrupts dinner is his mind, aka him, as it was his conquest that brought about the death of his hopeful future. Guiding him around his mind is occasionally his inner voice, but also Lakshmana. She wants to be together with Pagan again, and he vows to make that happen. Nearby the starting location is a door that will open upon selecting one of 4 statues. Each one shows a set number of visions. Upon choosing his father, we could see Pagan's past prior to coming to Kyrat. His dad disapproved of his lifestyle, with his fancy cars, clothes, and women. He also disapproved of him being bisexual, it seems. Later, when he got older, his father confronted him about having sex with other men. Pagan is all about power, so he says what's the point of having power if you're not using it? He strikes Pagan for this, which leads to Pagan killing his father right in the middle of the bar. Pagan was clearly someone who explored all things, with both men and women alike. He liked having power over people, and sex is a pretty good way to display that. But his father's continuous disapproval of everything he did in his life led to this moment where he usurped power from his dad. When selecting Lakshmana, we get to see the past of Pagan and Ishwari. After hearing that she was pregnant, Ishwari was worried that Mohan would find out, while Pagan was worried about how to get rid of the kid. But when she was born, Pagan's attitude changed. He loved Lakshmana and he would do anything to protect her. When selecting Ishwari, we see Pagan's life with her. She got him a pen, which is the same one he used in the intro. The pen was to remind him of her love for him. The couple sounded genuinely happy at this point, but that changed after Lakshmana. After her death, Ishwari packed her things and headed to the United States. Pagan tried to stop her and acted out of character, threatening her with his power like he does everyone else. Upon hearing this, she immediately requested that he let go of her, and that was the last time they ever saw each other. With the last vision then showing him usurping the power of the Triads, which is also when he would change his name to Pagan Min. I don't recall the original game ever mentioning his old name, but his new name, Pagan Min, is inspired by the 9th King of Burma. I never really considered the connection, but it fits his character so well, that he renamed himself after a former king, seeing as he was going to be king of the Triads. His ego continues to remain unmatched, and this is seen in his other mission where he has to shut off a speech being played over the loudspeaker. It talks about Ishwari, and how it's no wonder she loves him, because look at him. He also felt that Lakshmana's death provided a good excuse for some motivated violence. These are not things Pagan said though, but they were what he was thinking at one point. But once the radio is off, there is another speech that plays, that talks about how he was only ever into one woman, and how a piece of him died that night when his daughter was killed, showing us a more human side to the man. This human side carries over to the next mission. Here there are 2 copies of Ishwari's house, one normal and one burned. When Ishwari got to Pagan's temple, she thought Mohan had been lying to her. Seeing the way that he treated her and Ajay, she was confused about the stories of the man's conquests. Upon hearing the news, she was ecstatic to learn that she was pregnant with Lakshmana. But eventually, Mohan found out about her affair and killed Lakshmana. This moment, while devastating, opened her eyes to reality, that both Mohan and Pagan had fought over her. She was considered a prize to them, and while they were on opposite sides, they were really 2 sides of the same coin. She realized in this moment that she never actually loved Pagan, but she loved the rebellion and the danger that came from being with him. So for the first time, she's going to make her own decisions, which is when she decided that Mohan must pay for what he did. The complexity and the nuance of this, though, is highlighted directly after this. Once the mission is complete, Ishwari talks to him, enraged that he didn't save their daughter, only for her to come back with her happier self, but in the background another voice is heard that's angry again. She both loved and hated Pagan. She loved her daughter and the life she had with Pagan, but she also detested him as well. Love is a complicated thing. It's not always sunshine and rainbows, and I think these 2 showcase that quite well. Completing Pagan's quest is the same as Voss's, except as you can see, it says find a way to hide your faults. The first one involves Pagan chasing after Lakshmana. She's trapped at Jalendu Temple as she's being crowned the Tarun Matara. Pagan won't let that happen, so he rushes over to stop them. When he makes it to the top, Lakshmana tells him a story. In typical Far Cry fashion, this is a real event portrayed as a fake story. Ishwari was noticeably upset one day when talking with Pagan. She said that she was the Tarun Matara in her time, and that she felt like her childhood was taken from her because of it, and she worries the same will happen to Lakshmana. So Pagan raided the temple, stole the gold in the vault, and burned the rest, believing the Kirati religion to be disgusting and exploitative. However, as Lakshmana puts it, the real truth was that Pagan destroyed the temple not because of Ishwari, but because the Tarun Matara was a goddess figure, and to Pagan, no one should be worshipped but him. The other takes place in the Golden Path base, which sees Pagan destroy them and killing Mohan, thus ending the one group who could have opposed him. Afterwards, it shows Pagan writing drafts for his death. He wants people to think he's dead, not boring, so he wants to go out in either a blaze of glory or with a heartfelt message, even referencing the ways he can die in-game, claiming that dying at his own dinner table is too boring. The last of his faults involves Yuma. We get to see when Yuma and Pagan first betray the Royalists during the First Civil War. It also shows us that Yuma was ultimately the one to tell Mohan of Ishwari's affair, which kicked off the events of the game. Pagan had killed Yuma's father's killers, which is why she joined him. Yuma loved Pagan, but it didn't seem like he reciprocated those feelings, although he loved her in his own way. As if his inner voice is to be believed, she was like a mother he never had. This betrayal of his love was likely what set Yuma down the path of her own betrayal. At the very end is a dinner table showing the same scene we saw in the beginning. Pagan then fights to protect this memory, this idea, this future that he could have had, even if, ultimately, it'll never happen. His inner voice was right. You cannot change who you are or what you've done. But to counter that claim, while you may never be able to take back the past, you can learn from it and make sure the future doesn't end up the same. But Pagan was unable to see that. He instead took to killing everyone he could, ruling over the country like a god, until either Ajay killed him or forced him to leave. While we may never know the true reality, I'd like to hope that if this dream was real and that Pagan did live, then maybe he's able to start a new life. Or maybe he was always destined to be an egotistical king, and should live and die as one. The final episode then ends with Joseph. It starts with him hearing the voice again, who he still believes to be God. The voice is then joined by his siblings, who all claim that Joseph promised to save everyone from the collapse, but he only saved himself. He believes that God had lied to him, that he did everything he asked, but all it brought was pain. He then vows to forge his own path and redeem himself without God. Joseph's enemies are his own followers. He understands that it's his fault. He militarized and brutalized them, so they have every right to want him dead. Like the others, Joseph also has a handful of narrative moments, each one dealing with his past, which he does not run from. Through these, we can see many interactions with the Seed family. Some were of the past, like when Jacob was thinking of killing their parents, or how John told the teacher about his scars from their dad. Joseph was worried about this, because he felt that if they did anything that he would lose them, and he would rather go through anything if it meant keeping his family together. He also recognizes that in an effort to save Faith, he ended up taking everything away from her, which he did not deserve. Interestingly, every time Faith talks, there's other voices that overlap, implying that it's not simply the Faith that we know, but the other women who also became Faith. What's worse is that the life he envisioned for his people would never have come true, even if he did win. When inside the bunker, we get to see a glimpse into the future, into what life for the Seed family would have been if they all survived and won. And frankly, it's not pretty. John can't control his urges, even threatening to kill Faith. He uses Joseph's words against him. Joseph said when he first met John after being split up that the urges he had were a test from God. John then repeats this, claiming that these urges were from God, so why shouldn't he act on them? Despite his honest efforts, he was never able to control himself. For Jacob, the pain of the war would have come back. During this moment, the music box stops, so he has to wind it back up, and you can hear him struggling, providing the idea that the music box makes others insane while also keeping him sane. It's like a form of therapy or a coping mechanism to shield him from the pain of the war. But ultimately, it wasn't enough, and he almost took his own life if not for Joseph. Joseph tried to console him, but he also tells him that what he's doing is spitting in the face of everything he tried to do to save him. But Jacob says that Joseph really only did this to save himself, and that he never cared about Jacob, before grabbing his gun and killing Joseph. For Faith, she would have gone through heavy withdrawal after being taken off the bliss. Like I said, he swapped one drug for another. Without the bliss, all her terrible memories would have come back, and she remembers everything, not just about her past, but also what Joseph did to her, even renouncing her own name, calling herself Rachel again. But more than just his siblings, Joseph must also confront the others he hurt as well. All the gun boxes play recordings of his sermons. The completion of these challenges then means that he shuts down the lies that he told his people. All the promises of a better life, things he now knows to be a lie. A memory of him also shows that he was actually a member of Pastor Jerome's church, but his talks of the collapse had made people rally behind him, which began his descent into madness. He'll also see a future vision of Ethan. He knows not who this child is now, as he is still in the bunker, but having been told that it's his child, he will make sure to love him as his own. But as we know, that too will end in death, just like everyone else he's ever loved. After confronting all of his sins and learning what he has done to destroy the people he loved, he believes he is now worthy of entering Eden. But it seems as though change is impossible. Walking into Eden means accepting the voice. Once he leaves, he will command a new flock and crown a new shepherd, just like he always did, connecting perfectly to his role in New Dawn, where he believed that he was still the herald of God. But after many, many failures, he changed his tune, as he felt that death was the only path forward. Although whether he was granted that or forced to stay alive and confront these failures, we'll never know. Far Cry 6's DLCs were stellar, showcasing the brilliance behind the studio. Despite some of these games being years old, they still managed to nail the tone and attitude behind the antagonists. Mondo, Baker, and Burke all coming back to reprise their roles also helped as well. The visual designs of these locations were absolutely stunning. Pagan's was definitely my favorite. I always preferred the rich color scheme that Kirat had applied to it. Coupled with the numerous images of Pagan portraying him as royalty, it ends up creating a perfectly cohesive world, one that definitely belongs in the mind of the Mad King. I also appreciated the little details like the different names of currency. Voss uses cash because he was paid to ransom people, Pagan collects respects because he demands to be respected as the ruler of Kirat, and Joseph collects penance as he atones for his sins. It was brilliant. It felt like every detail was carefully selected so as to fit with the given villain. I'd say about the only thing I disliked is that they were all roguelikes, as it feels very copy-paste in my opinion. Narratively, I don't think the roguelike formula really needed to be added, as they could have just gotten just as much out of a linear single-player campaign. But this does, however, highlight something to me about Far Cry 6. Not to be a downer, but it's telling that all the game's DLCs had to be collaborations or content from other games. Like the game itself knew that its own brand could not hold any weight. But that was all about the change. After these DLCs, Ubisoft had one more piece of content for Far Cry 6 up their sleeve, acting as a sort of send-off for the game. It wouldn't be mining nostalgia from fans, nor using other IPs. It was a true Ubisoft original, as it says on the box. It's also the first expansion for the series. Every piece of content before this was called DLC. Now, the differences between DLC and expansion are mainly just semantics, but most would say that expansions have more production, budget, and content compared to DLCs, so already that carries some weight. It was also only available through unique means. The Villains DLC could only be purchased via the Season Pass or the Gold Edition of Far Cry 6, which came with the Season Pass bundled in. Their new expansion, Lost Between Worlds, was only available separately, priced at $20, or the Game of the Year edition at $120. Now, ignoring the fact that I find it disingenuous to make a Game of the Year edition when your game never won nor was nominated for it, it's clear that this was meant to be looked at differently than previous content released for both Far Cry 6 and the series as a whole. So what is Lost Between Worlds then? Well, the game stars Danny once more, who in the middle of drinking sees an alien spaceship crash. She goes over to it, shoots the spaceship, which not only kills her but fractures numerous alternate dimensions. Danny is then revived by the alien of the ship known as Faye, who wants her to find 5 shards that are required to not only repair the other worlds, but also her ship. Far Cry 6 finally had a chance to get some original content for its game, and this is what they chose. Far Cry 6 has an entire period in history that could have been explored. It's clear that delving into the past of the villains is not off the table, so why not show the revolution of 67? Show us what Anton experienced during those days, what convinced him to reclaim his country. Or even just show us the war from the Legend's perspective. How is this the thing we landed on? My opinions aside though, how does it play? Well, as you can see from the map, all the worlds are connected. You start at the fortress and then have to pick either the orange or the purple portal. Picking one sends you to a world that also has an orange and purple portal. These varying combinations can send you to a specific world, although after 3 you will ultimately make it to the final world, which is where the shard is placed. Taking from the previous DLCs, it's expected that you do this in one go or lose progress. You don't need to get all 5 in one go, as once one is found, it stays with you. However, you don't earn any progression points, so you lose everything on death. This is intentional because each world is the same on each run. It becomes like a speedrun almost, where you start to remember patterns and tactics to breeze through the levels faster to get back to where you faltered. Each of the worlds though are different from each other. The whole game is really about variety really. One time you're trying to fight your way through a maze. Another has you dodging lightning strikes, forcing you to go from cover to cover to avoid it. One world has you swimming from area to area using the purple lights to guide you, while another uses lights to create paths to walk on. And these are just the basic worlds, the ones you need to go to get to the shard. The shard worlds are just as unique. In one, the crystal has a chance of fracturing if not held under a specific light. So you'll need to make sure you stay in the light, otherwise it will break. Another world is so dark that only the shard can provide sufficient light, but you can attack with the shard equipped, so you either fight in the dark or run in the light. A third world makes the shard transform into a shield. This blocks the opposite color's damage while doubling the damage of the same color. This is connected to the different colored enemies. Each one has either a red or blue color scheme. You need to switch the ammo on the gun to match the color, otherwise they take no damage. And like the worlds, these stay the same as well, so if you remember enough about a map, you could plan ahead with both weapon and tactic. I personally went left at the very beginning because this pathway had a simple puzzle and came with a shotgun. This was helpful for the orange world after this, as invisible enemies that only appear when you get too close are scattered throughout the map, and the shotgun makes quick work of them. I also found this other world to be quite annoying. Deadly Precision has 3 doors throughout the map. The clues scattered about can provide you hints as to which one you need to open. Failure to open the correct door kills you. Because of how long this took, I tried to plan my routes around this. So when I needed the top left shard it was connected to, I went to Mountain Scramble instead, as that was easier to deal with. It's very much a game designed around planning out routes ahead of time and then acting on them. Other than the spectacle and variety though, there is very little else that it can offer you. It, like previous DLCs, is once again a roguelike, as you'll be passing these areas all the time. So if the first few DLCs didn't wow you, I can't imagine this will either. The story is also very simplistic. Faye ends up gaining consciousness after each shard. It turns them from a spectral alien to a pig, to a wolf that continues to kill Danny, and then at one point a human who immediately becomes depressed upon gaining the ability to think. Very relatable. Having never heard of humanity before, Faye is learning about them through Danny. She then understands the concepts of mistakes and forgiveness, and plans to take these lessons back to her people. But once all the shards have been placed, the ship freaks out, and Faye tries to go in and save it. The ship activated its safety protocol, and is trying to kill Danny, so a boss fight ensues. Once defeated, Faye can return to her people, and Danny gets to go back to drinking, now with a very weird story to tell her friends. Lost Between Worlds is certainly a weird DLC, and not one that I can recommend easily. It's fun for what it is, and the variety within the worlds was also fun, but I can imagine that most people are likely not interested in it just based on the setup. If anything, it's worth going through the DLC to see all the unique worlds Ubisoft has you going through. Plus, completion of the DLC rewards you with all the fractured weapons and armor you receive, which supposedly is the best equipment in the game, which I can imagine would do some real damage in a New Game Plus run. But this does end the video on a bit of an odd note. Far Cry 6 is the last game in the series at the moment, with only rumors of a sequel, and the mixed reception from both Far Cry New Dawn and 6 leaves the series in a very precarious spot. However, Ubisoft does seem to be aware of this. Far Cry 6 released in 2021, 3.5 years ago, which as of now is the second longest gap between any Far Cry game. The longest being the 4-year wait between Far Cry 2 and 3 when they transformed the series. Does that mean another transformation is underway? Possibly. Tom Henderson over at Insider Gaming had received some exclusive info on Far Cry 7 a few months back. Reports suggest that Ubisoft is making 2 games, Far Cry 7 and Far Cry Maverick. Maverick was supposed to be an extraction shooter set in Alaska, checking off another choice from the old poll. Now, extraction shooters have been pretty popular in recent years, with games like Escape from Tarkov and Crytek's own Hunt Showdown. Bungie even recently rebooted their Marathon series with an extraction shooter, although at the moment it's not out yet, so we'll see how the game does when it goes public. However, just last month, Tom also published another exclusive piece saying that Maverick was going to be rebooted. No reason was given, although he speculates it's due to Ubisoft streamlining their production. Due to some back-to-back mixed releases in recent years, Ubisoft has cancelled many of their different games. Some including a Division spin-off called Heartland, Immortals Phoenix Rising 2, and 7 other games that were never announced. So Ubisoft is likely trying to go for a quality over quantity approach with their titles. On the other hand, Far Cry 7 seems to be based around the player rescuing their family within a given time limit. They will apparently have 24 real-life hours, or 72 hours in-game, to rescue them, or they fail. But all that is just simply speculation and rumor. All we have currently are the Far Cry games we've discussed today, and they seem to be in a bit of a downward trend. The games have gotten more and more mixed as we've gotten closer to current times, with many people both fed up with the repetitive style, and just as many not liking the new changes to the games. With New Dawn, Ubisoft implemented a tier-geared system, which makes weapons deal damage based on tiers. It goes from white to blue to purple to gold. White deals very little damage to gold enemies, while a gold gun deals more damage to lower tier enemies. This was then changed to a regular leveling system in Far Cry 6. I personally hate this. I think an over-reliance on gear and stats makes games less interesting to me. Far Cry 5 and on have also introduced a cash shop where you could purchase weapons and clothing with real money. And they even started including locations of collectibles so you could just skip the busy work of finding it. Assassin's Creed has also seen this change too, with its Helix store having skins, crafted components, and sometimes literal XP boosts. At the end of the day though, Far Cry, for all its faults, is still one of the best. I've been a fan of the series for over a decade. I've made 2, now 3 videos on this series, so it's hard to say that I hate them. Far Cry 6 may be a far cry from Far Cry 1, but each game has always been known to innovate, some in big ways, others in smaller doses. Going through these games again was nice. I got to re-experience some games I loved, My opinions changed on some, and I gained an appreciation for ones I hadn't played. Far Cry 1 was the start of the series. Its legacy of being both an incredibly well-made and good-looking game managed to jumpstart not only its own success, but the success of both Crytek and Ubisoft. They then followed this up with a flurry of extra content to rake in new fans, before going all in on Far Cry 2, 3, and 4. Far Cry 5 shot the series to its highest peak monetarily, still being considered one of the most sold Ubisoft games to date. And while Far Cry 6 faltered a little bit, it's hard to deny the sales and revenue made from it. That's not even considering the numerous spin-offs the series has, all of which have tried to experiment with the Far Cry formula. The love people have for the series is huge, with many players coming in at different points throughout the series and continuing to share their love for the games even today. So to answer the question, is Far Cry done for good? No, I don't think so. In fact, I'd say we're a far cry from that. Thanks for watching. Thank you all for watching today, and I hope you enjoyed. Ooh, I need a vacation. Preferably not to an unknown island. Don't want to end up like Jason after all. But even then, my vacation plans will have to be put on hold, as more content is coming your way soon, especially in the next couple of months. Be sure to turn on notifications and check back on the community tab, as I will keep you up to date on the statuses of my videos when I can. As always, like the video if you enjoy, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you to my returning viewers for coming back to another video, and to the patrons who continue to support the work I do. Take care everyone. Goodbye.